songbird. Darker nights, will they ever change? I still think about you. Cause I can't get over the fact that it's over. You're everything I knew. I knew. But you fucked up, I called you, you weren't even honest. I gave you myself and you did it regardless. My head's a mess. All the moments you stole them, you didn't deserve them. I wanted the best, but your best wasn't worth it. Oh, I'm a mess. Now I don't wanna fade away. A figure in the background. And I sing for you a symphony. And far until I fly. Like a songbird.
All I need tonight is your voice and an upright piano. Cause those are two of my favorite sounds. The lions at the gate in my mind, and we've run out of ammo. But everything is gonna be just fine. Can we roll it? Can we hold it? Can we drink it, chop it up and smoke it? Can we peel it? Can we pop it? Cause we don't like feeling these emotions. Can we try it? Can we find it? Can we please be kind and just rewind it? This is real life, these are real times, and we're always wanting to escape them. Put down that vice, they're all nice. Let's have a conversation. Cause you are one of my favorite songs. It always ends the same way for you, and those demons are chasing. Can we face them? Can we roll it? Can we hold it? Can we drink it, chop it up and smoke it? Can we peel it? Can we pop it? Cause we don't like feeling these emotions. Can we try it? Can we find it? Can we please be kind and just rewind it? This is real life, these are real times, and we're always wanting to escape them. All I need tonight is your voice. All I need tonight is your voice. Let's not roll it, let's not hold it, let's not drink it, chop it up or smoke it. All I need tonight is your voice. Can we roll it? Can we hold
listen, so keep driving till the sun goes down. Maybe then we'll stay a while, count the stars and hope they smile. Back in ice and wish us well, 'cause when the sun comes up, I'm driving home to you. I'm driving down the coast to you. We'll go somewhere no one knows. When home is you, it doesn't matter where I drive to. We'll go somewhere no one knows. Waking up next to you feels like it's forever. Footprints in the sand, your hand in my hand. Take it slow, we've got nowhere to go. Footprints in the sand, your hand in my hand. Take it slow, we've got nowhere to go. Home to you, I'm driving down the coast to you. We'll go somewhere no one knows. When home is you, it doesn't matter where I drive to. We'll go somewhere no one knows. Close your eyes. Would you dream for me some paradise? Tell me who you see, 'cause I think I do want you next to me. Want you next to me, but does this work? 'Cause I know I can't get to you. I like the chase, and I know you do too. Am I just in love with the idea of you? 'Cause I'd cross a million seas. Would you do that for me? Yeah, I'd fly this whole world twice if I could be your paradise. Close your eyes. Will you dream for me some paradise? Tell me who you see, 'cause I
Is it working? Awesome. Well, this is the 5th year I've done this speech, and this is the most amount of people that have ever arrived. So thank you so much for showing up. You know, for those of you that don't know me, my name's Harry Horsfall. I am the CEO of Flight 3 and the community manager of Zebu Live. I ran my first crypto event in 2013. It was one of those moments where we had to gather people, we had to convince them that we weren't weird. I still think we are a little bit weird, but we are at such an interesting point in our transition. You know, last week at DAS and being in a room with people, and they're like, how long were you at Goldman? Which big consultancy did you work for? We're really excited about crypto. And those people were laughing at us 10 years ago. As we look at this gateway moment, it's the moment that, as a Web3 industry, we evolve and that the regulation opens up. And I think the opportunity that we have as an industry to really start to make this impact we look at it with the marketing that we do, we're moving away from vanity metrics to product metrics. I think London has, I'm so proud of London, and I think London has this interesting moment where if we can seize this and we can apply, like we're doing with Stand with Crypto, like a lot of good people are doing, that we can bring this industry here, that we don't have to go to Dubai. We've seen what 1 year can do in America. If we look at November 24, most American companies were being sued. Most American companies were looking to leave the US. In 1 year, they've gone from this is bad to we're making a national Bitcoin reserve. And I really hope we can do that in London. Zebu Live is about the community. And we're a really small team that put so much love into making this event. And it wouldn't be possible without our amazing community that come. All of our partners, sponsors, friends, community partners, so grateful to everyone. We really, really want to connect everyone together. So I hope you have a lovely time. I hope you meet contacts, make lots of content. And yeah, thank you so much for coming. Cheers. So I'm also going to introduce the next panel, which I'm going to check that everyone, do we have everyone here that's coming? So we've got, let me just make sure I get the right names. Okay, so we've got, for our first panel, we are talking about DeFi for AI and trading systems, and I'd love to invite up Hugo and amazing, and Alex. Awesome. Amazing. Well, this is all very jazzy. Thanks for making it. Hugo, let's just start with a quick intro. Please tell us a little bit about yourself and what you've been working on.
Yeah, so hello, everybody. Very pleased to be here. Thank you for the invite. My name's Hugo Feiler. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Minima. Minima is a layer 1 blockchain that runs in full on every device. So anyone with a mobile phone or an IoT device can actually run a full constructing and validating node, which means that everyone can be in charge. So there's no intermediaries, no miners, no stakers. Everyone runs everything in full. We do a lot of work within the automotive industry, putting full nodes on vehicles for EV charging, battery passports, and event data recording. We also work within drones. We're partnered with Arm and Siemens to actually put Minima on chip, which means that any node will be able to run a full validating node on there. And then with regards to this topic we're discussing today, I mean, really it's going to be about making sure that AI agents remain truthful and that the data they're producing is real and everyone can trust it. And so by having a full node, you can actually trust it yourself. So you don't have to fact check it with anyone else. You can do the fact checking yourself.
Amazing. I mean, yesterday we read that AWS, 75% of their coders were replaced by AI. So hopefully it's not going to replace everything yet. Yeah. And Alex, would love a quick intro. And Jed's joined us. There we go. Better late than never. Alex, a really quick intro, and then I'll go to you before we dive into talking about the DeFi that we're talking about.
Awesome. Yeah. I want to say that I'm super grateful to be here. Last time I saw Harry was on a paddle court in the south of France, so change of setting. Lovely place as well over here. Also a big fan of London, and very grateful for what you're doing for the ecosystem in the space here. I remember being 3 years ago here for Token 2049, and that shifted to other places, and Zebu's taken the baton and bringing everybody together here. My name's Alex. I'm originally Swedish and Belgian. Lived in the US, lived in China. Quite an international background, which is resonates with the crypto ethos. Doesn't know borders, permissionless. I've worked at various companies. The most well-known one is Amber Group, which is a Southeast Asian market maker. They're also investors in this new venture that I'm engaged in called Lithium, which is a layer 1. And what we're doing is innovating on the consensus algorithm.
Awesome. And Jack,
Hi guys.
quick intro, let's go.
Yeah, hi guys. I'm Jack. I'm the CEO and founder of Eagle AI Labs. We specialize in using AI for trading. We started the company around about 2 years ago. Since then, we've seen a mass adoption, mainly from retail clients, using our infrastructure to help them trade and be more profitable in these markets. So yeah, great to be here.
Awesome. So, I mean, my first thought is like, what exactly is DeFi AI, and how is that different from like traditional DeFi or AI trading systems?
So basically, the main thing that we sort of see the benefit of AI and decentralized finance is mainly for risk. I mean, the main thing that most of our traders and people that we spoke to from an institutional perspective, they really struggled with how to grasp the market, essentially. So the way that we basically use our AI infrastructure is more of an overview and take that sort of human bias away. So rather than saying, if mainly as me as a trader, when I used to trade, I used to do a lot of TA, etc. And certain things that I personally believe would help me trade weren't necessarily good ways to trade. So bringing in the AI to basically what we do has benefited not only me as a trader, but also our traders essentially across the market space. So bringing AI into decentralized finance has changed it, I'd say, massively from not only a retail perspective, but also an institutional perspective as well.
Amazing.
I mean, I think the first thing to say is that, there's no going back from it. It's not a case of, there's going to be AI traders and there's going to be retail trading as we knew it before. It's never going to be the same again, because if you can use an AI agent to actually do all the research that puts you on almost the same level as the institutional research desks, suddenly you're going to start having all of that information at your fingertips.
As a single person, you've got institutional.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is, I guess, I mean, you'll know more about this as well, Jack, is that it's actually going to, a lot of the upside of trades is if there's sort of inefficient markets. But if you've got AI agents running the markets, then everything's going to become more efficient. So actually the ability to make huge gains potentially could be a lot less, basically. So I think, it's not a case of if, but it is here now, basically. So we need to accept that.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think from when we first started this project around about 2 years ago, AI in sort of decentralized finance was quite a new thing. And now we're seeing more and more people, I mean, even the likes of ourselves, right? We always go on ChatGPT and what's going on with certain things or questions. More so, traders are now using a lot of AI and even agents to sort of better their trading and manage their risks. So you are right. I don't think there's any going back from this. I think it's only going to proceed into a much larger scale, effectively.
Yeah, I'll add to that this point of how we might not go back to it by echoing something that I've heard Michael Wu, who's the CEO and co-founder of Amber Group, say, which is that humans, us, we might be the better users of crypto, and the real users will be the AI agents. So we might have been testing it out and paving the way for them to then come and really make use of the technology.
Yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense in the sense that AIs aren't going to have a Monzo, and crypto is a much better token for the thing. But I guess, does that mean that AI agents are eventually going to replace human traders, or will they augment them? Is it like that we've got to learn to use the AI, or are we being replaced?
I wouldn't say we're being replaced as of yet. I think there's going to be, as time goes on, we will. I mean, people still have their own ways in how they want to trade. A lot of the traders that I first spoke to about when we was building the company, they was like, I don't need it, this is how I trade, this is my system. And when I started to say, well, your research can be taken down to, say, 2-3 hours down to about 2 minutes, right? They then started to understand, okay, this might be beneficial for me. So I think as time goes on, more people will come to use AI agents and AI strategies to sort of save time as a trader. But there's going to be a point, and I'm already seeing it, where people go, well, okay, if I could just automate everything and the AI can trade for me, then why would I sit at a desk for 8 hours a day?
Yeah.
Be on a beach with my feet up, having a great time, and the AI can be trading for me. So I do think there's going to be a change, and there will be a gap build bigger and bigger, essentially from retail traders and AI traders. But I think there's still time to basically adopt it. I mean, people are only really starting to, say, adopt crypto institutionally widely now. So I feel like once people start to accept that AI agents can trade for you and there is positions to be made from it, then yeah, it will start to come into tuition.
Yeah, I can't imagine in the future that it'll ever be feasible for someone to effectively trade themselves, because AI agents will operate immediately, instantaneous. It's not a case of, I guess, it's interesting. When I was looking at the panel topic, I thought back to, GameStop. And what would have happened if AI agents were involved with GameStop? And there still would have been the short squeeze potential to see the shorts that the hedge funds were putting in there, but that would have been spotted immediately, and everyone would have instantaneously operated on that. You wouldn't have had that sort of social build-up with, will it, won't it, we need to get behind this, come on everybody, come together and stuff like that. It literally would have been immediate. All the AI agents would have jumped on it, and it would have been a flash crash and then straight back down again. So I do think that the world is going to completely change, and the ability for traders to sit there and ponder anything, even for a few seconds, it will be gone, because agents will be able to, they will literally move in nanoseconds, and then it's a case of the sort of latency, and that's what you win on. You win on the infrastructure and the latency and the model that you're using. And the interesting thing is, with trading at the moment, you're looking at human emotion, and trying to play against that. I was chatting to my brother about it, and he was thinking it's a bit like poker. It's like, how would AI agents play poker? Because poker is all about poker face and playing the game. Whereas if the agent knows every single possible permutation of every single card that could possibly come out, then they're going to operate it in a very different way to saying, well, that guy's looking a bit sad. How am I going to deal with that sort of thing? So I just think it's a very interesting dynamic. It's going to change the face. I mean, not exactly, we don't know how it's going to go, but we do know it's going to change completely.
Wow. I love that thought about the speed, isn't it? That it can think, and maybe that's where faster blockchains will. I mean, obviously we saw with the flash crash on Friday, painful day, but that's basically Binance USDC depegging, and then the whole market just moving at that speed. And I guess looking at that, if everyone is trading using AI, how does that affect risk? Or if we're trading, how do we mitigate the risks of the AI trading there?
I think in terms of the risk, essentially, not everyone's going to be trading using AI. A lot of people will be against using AI because they'll be worried that, well, not worried, more of an ego thing, that I'm better than the AI, essentially. So I wouldn't be worried that the whole space will be using AI to trade. So as time goes on, maybe that will happen, but there needs to be sort of guardrails essentially put in place to avoid stuff like the flash crash on Friday. However, from what I did see on the flash crash on Friday was, not sort of promoting ourselves, but we sort of saw there was a lot of weakness in the market that the models were picking up on. And obviously it was catastrophic, really, what happened compared to Bitcoin, but 122 down to 102 within the space of 6 hours. Now, we picked up there was weakness in the market, and we told our traders and our fund that we work with that there's a lot of weakness, be careful. If you're going to do anything, go short. And obviously, as we saw, the market completely crashed. So the way that we picked up was more of a risk perspective to say there's weakness here. I'd go careful trading today effectively. But as time goes on, there needs to be guardrails in place, because if everyone's using AI technology to trade, you'll basically be fighting AI against AI. And the one that will win is the one that's the most powerful, let's say, or has the most investment into it. So from a trader's perspective, going back to the flash crash, a lot of normal traders were liquidated. I mean, my ex has never been so flooded with the amount of people that lost money on that Friday. It was terrible. It was probably the worst. I think it was 19 billion worth of liquidations, and it was the worst crash we've seen in crypto. So I was standing there and I was thinking, well, how could this have been avoided? And seeing our systems in place that actually saw that there was weakness said to me that AI is powerful and AI is needed in this space, and retail traders can use it.
Yeah. I mean, go on.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I thought about a few things as you guys were talking. One of them is the way that in chess and in Go, AlphaGo ended up beating the human players, and with AI it might be the same in trading. And there might be a system or a game in which we separate the AI, so we have AI against AI and then humans against humans, or human ingenuity. Trading is ultimately about having insight and being creative and seeing ahead or attempting to predict the future. And I think humans still have an edge in doing that. AI obviously in the short term can take a lot more inputs and process them for short-term trading, but in terms of seeing 5 years ahead or 5 years ago, investing in Bitcoin was a human insight. I think humans will still be able to do that going forward.
Yeah. I mean, I think, as I say, I think as more and more AI agents come on board to trade, then obviously they will sort of almost create reflex loops that, they'll actually react to each other. And then the question is, if you have, in theory, they're all looking to try and maximize profit for their traders. But then if you have other ones that are, you're not going to get the perfect scenario because other traders will come in and take a contrarian approach to it and specifically try and game the gamers, if that makes sense. I know a bit like, where there was an AI agent was told to you had to try and persuade it to give you up the prize that it held on to, and they someone managed to find a way to actually sort of dupe the chat bot to actually give the prize up, and I think that kind of stuff is going to happen as well. So I think that it's going to be a wild west out there. It's not going to be perfectly organized markets, because in many ways that doesn't help anyone, because if you can't trade against the unknown, then you're not going to make a huge profit.
Yeah, and okay, so what do you think the biggest misconceptions people have when they're using AI in trading and in decentralized finance? And what does an actual stack look like? What is the stack that like in marketing we have like a suite of Adobe products. What is this AI stack that you're using, and if people were to use it?
Just on your first point now, I think the biggest misconception on people using AI is that it's a money-making machine. You can just sort of sit back and go, well, that's that. It will trade for me and it's going to make me a millionaire. That's wrong. You need to know how to use the tool. Essentially, it's another tool in your armory that you bring out to basically help you trade. So I'd say the biggest misconception would be people that start to use AI and think, oh, well, the AI told me to go long, the AI told me to go short. You still, now in what I've seen, you still need to have a bit of human bias, because sometimes the models can be off, sometimes the models can get things wrong. So you still need to mitigate those risks with your own personal opinions, let's say. So having that as a tool, rather than having it as a sort of money printer, as a lot of people like to say it is definitely one thing to think about.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point, actually. It's not about, I mean, if you take the example of coding, we have people are starting to use AI to code, and we get people who are, within our team, we've had people who aren't actually coders, but they know AI, or they think they know AI, and they start asking it to do things for them, and code this, code that, and then they just get more excited, and they just keep coding, and then actually it looks amazing, but doesn't work. And then they go to someone, they go to one of our coders, can you fix this for me? And they're like, no, because I have no idea, because it's literally such a spaghetti junction of commands and setups. So I do think that actually, as you say, the advantage for people using AI agents for trading are the traders who understand the dynamics, and then they can put the right prompts in, because this is about prompting the AI agents to do the right thing, because they're not thinking for themselves as such, they're taking your guidance from that. So I think that there will still be winners and losers, and actually the better the trader. So actually, again, it's a bit like you have to have the background knowledge to be able to know what to prompt it. You can't just say, make me money, because that isn't going to work, basically. So I think that, so back to your point, Harry, the misconception is, as you say, will it make me money? And it's not going to be like that. You still have to be able to guide it in the right direction.
Yeah, just back to your point about saying that you've experienced some things from coders, essentially. You're right. People start to use AI and they say, build me this, build me that, build me this, build me that. And all of a sudden, you've just got this giant ball of mess. And like you said, you say, well, fix this for me. What's going on here? Why is it not working? You still need to understand how to use the AI and how to basically benefit from using AI, or it will just keep building and building and building, because it's a yes man in the end of the day. It's not going to say no. It's just going to say yes, 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 yes. Yeah. So you need to understand how to use it and how to benefit you in terms of using it for your trading strategies. So it's all about prompting it with the right things, but understanding as a human how to actually use the software that you're using. But also, from what we've seen, is actually not putting too much pressure on it, and in terms of adding more and more layers, it performs better. So less is actually more, essentially.
Great.
I would add to that, Jack made a point about how you might want to add a human element to the strategies that the AI suggests. And I think that's valid in the context of, for example, what you were saying earlier about the change in winds in the US over the last year and how you're hoping that the UK or London might do the same thing. That would be very difficult to predict. You might be able to take in all the information about the volume and all the technical analysis, essentially. But a change in headwinds like this, and we've seen the incredible power of it over the last year, specifically in the US, but all over the world. So that would be very difficult for an AI model, I would imagine, to incorporate. And then the model I'm most familiar with, I mentioned my experience working with Amber Group, that's the market-making model. So you can have a market-neutral model where you're basically putting the spread, so anyone who makes a market order, who either buys or sells a coin, is selling or buying to you, and you make money on the spread. That's an AI model that can be called market neutral because you don't have to own the coins to make money from it. But yeah, there's a bunch of different. I think they're talking mostly about picking directions, long shorts.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, from what we've seen over the past year in terms of how the market has moved, I mean, we've been building models, we've been putting things into our models and how we think the market will move long or short, X, Y, Z, and then we start testing them in the real field, let's say, with real profit, with real money, let's say, and then all of a sudden Donald Trump decides to tweet that he's going to tariff China, and the whole strategy goes out the window. So there's still things in the market that even a model can't pick up on, and even saying we tried to basically train the model or a new model on Trump's tweets and how his tweet would actually affect a market, and trying to teach the model that was actually, it was quite funny because the minute that the news came out about the tariff on China, the model actually, it was like it just stored back, let's say, it said to short, and obviously we saw the massive crash. So that's quite fascinating in terms of how much social media is affecting the market, but how do you tie that into your sort of strategies that you're building out as well? It's trying to pair them all together to get a really good model.
Yeah, because Hugo, I like your point in the sense that we had a client and he was asking ChatGPT to build him a website, and the website, and he was like, can you do it on Webflow? And the ChatGPT was like, yeah, I can do it on Webflow. And then it's like, where's the website? It's loading. And the weekend goes past, and then he's like, what's going on? And he goes on Reddit, and ChatGPT was just lying to him. Can't actually use Webflow. So that's quite scary if your AI is like, yeah, I'm trading, I'm winning, and it's down. But if the DeFi AI systems do become dormant, what does that mean for like the retail investors? Are we leveling the playing field for retail investors, or are we widening it?
I'd say from a research and more of an education perspective, we're sort of bringing retail users up to speed in terms of the knowledge that they want to know about a certain token. If they want to learn how to basically trade, they can learn a lot quicker by using AI. So I'd say in terms of education, we're definitely speeding things up, and a lot of people that would not even understand how to trade before are starting to come into trading. An example of your website guy says, doesn't even know how to basically build a website, but he's gone to try and build a website by using AI. Before that never would have happened. So people would have gone to the industries like a coder and say, right, build me a website. But now people are starting to use AI to educate themselves and actually try to do things themselves. So I'd say as time goes on, yes, maybe it will get wider, but right now I do think it's a positive thing that people are starting to use AI and actually understand the markets rather than just basically gambling and think it's going to go up or if they think it's going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd say, I agree. To begin with, it's going to make it more democratic because you get the information at your fingertips, whereas before you would never have been able to afford to do that. But at the same time, I think as it goes forwards, then effectively the danger is that you have these black boxes that are trading, and you're not actually learning how that works. So you don't know how to react to it. I mean, it's a bit like a car. In the old days when you had a petrol or a diesel car, if it breaks down, you pick up the you open up the engine, you can probably hit it with a hammer, and actually it'll probably start working again, or at least you can put the wires together. Whereas an electric car, if it stops, you're being towed, whatever happens basically. And so actually, there's that level of you're almost abdicating your knowledge and your understanding, your ability to do something from it because you're just trusting the AI. And if the AI goes wrong, then you don't know where to start. You don't know where, everything can go wrong basically. So, it's a fine balance, but.
Yeah, AI offers additional tools. So the toolkit's gotten wider essentially, but that means if you're new to the game, then you're at a disadvantage essentially.
Trying to get your 10,000 hours in.
Yeah.
I mean, Hugo, you talked a little bit, Jack, you talked a little bit about social media. I think one of the memes of the year is Baron Trump next to Elon Musk looking happy. I mean, he's obviously trading WLF, and they've done very well with that. How is it going to be regulated here? Are AI models going to regulate themselves? Are they going to be audited? Is there going to be a license? How do we stop that? Like, where does that? Who's in charge?
I mean, that's a can of worms if you really want to open that. Because I mean, for example, I don't know if you guys have seen, but Sora AI. I mean, these guys are now making videos of people's faces and doing stuff that they wouldn't be doing. So I think the gates of that have been sort of stormed open. From us as a company, we try to ensure that we're doing everything that we can to keep them in a box, let's say, rather than letting them loose on the markets on their own. So I think it's really down to the people who have the most power in this industry that they need to understand that there could be potential risks if they let the gates wide open. So really, it has to come from say the CEOs and the founders of the big tech companies to really stop these risks from happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as always things, I mean, the regulators in general always are trying to catch up with these things, and AI moves so fast that it's going to be very difficult for them to do that. But again, I mean, I guess so, so the way that we're coming at it is that, with everyone running a full node, then they can actually be the arbiters of what is truthful data coming through, or the inputs going through and stuff like that, basically. And so I think that actually it becomes, the users themselves will be able to almost regulate this themselves, to be able to know which algorithms are working, which agents are working and stuff like that, and then that feedback loop, so that, because if people pile into one agent and that agent does something stupid or acts in a bad way, then I think it'll have to be social consensus that sort of starts to say, actually, look, this one isn't working, basically. And so I think that kind of stuff. And then obviously, if you can actually put it all that data on chain, then you can go back and you can look at the audit trail. So I think that the industry, the technology has the ability to allow self-regulation. And I think that'll be a big part of it. I mean, obviously, at the moment, everyone is just so excited about it. They're just like going for it. Yep. Then there'll be a couple of, obviously, 10th of October wasn't AI agent specific crash. But as we saw, you take the GameStop one, you're going to have a flash crash at some point, and everyone's going to look back and go, uh-oh, this is the agents have done that. And then there's going to be a sort of reset as a result.
It's difficult because you want to input fundamental truths, but there are very few fundamental truths. We essentially live in a subjective world. Even the most fundamental of disciplines, which is physics, hasn't united quantum with mechanical. So how do you put in fundamental truths when in a subjective world? But yeah, one of the scenarios I was playing in my head as you guys were talking about how it might become an AI against AI trading world is there's some coins with lower liquidity, or essentially in some circumstances we're playing musical chairs. I believe in the fundamentals of of the industry, and that there's certain technologies that are benefiting society, but there's also coins where it's just musical chairs. One person buys it with the intention of selling it to the next person. I could see the AI models predicting when they're going to be last, and then suddenly the volume goes up and up and up in the price, and then suddenly straight to zero, like from 1 second to the next, just absolutely no one's touching it anymore.
I mean, just to your point there about musical chairs, I mean, like you said, with coins of low liquidity, like as much as we train our models to predict large caps, it's very difficult to predict a low cap, because someone might wake up in the morning and they go, do you know what, I'm going to sell my whole bag,
buy or sell it,
dump the chart. I mean, how do you predict that? I mean, I can't look through his window and double check that he's not going to sell in the morning. Like, you can't predict that sort of behavior. So AI is very powerful.
Or if there's big marketing behind it.
Well, exactly,
You know,
right?
you see people, you know, there's big launches and you see people drawing lines on charts, but like, if it's everyone's...
It makes me laugh when I see like Coles or influencers drawing TA on like a 2 million market cap token. I'm like, it doesn't exist. So AI is very powerful for large... It's all about the data. The more data you have, the more you can predict, the more you can basically benefit you. If there's not a lot of data, or the data is basically inefficient because it's mainly driven by social, then this sort of AI capabilities go a bit out the window, essentially. So AI, in terms of small tokens and low caps, you're right, is useless. I mean, main reason why most people buy into the low caps is, like you said, with marketing and big marketing pushes. You can't predict that with an AI model. You can't predict that price because you don't know how social is going to react to that.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point about how do we predict stuff, it is a beautiful sunny day. So I've been done, and we're British, so we have to talk about the weather. But you know, when we're using AI, what's okay in China is not okay in Saudi, and that's not okay in the US, and like different cultures who are programming that could control it. But I want to spend the last 5 minutes, and I really want to, like, we're at this point where, you know, it's not just, you know, it's working, it's happening. But what are the big opportunities, the big things we've got to watch out over the next 2 to 3 years? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Like, where's it going? What are we going to see?
I think super intelligence is going to come out in those next 2 to 3 years. I mean, every single AI company that I know is working towards that. So at the moment, you have human people building AI and sort of saying, this is how I want the prompt in the X, Y, Z. We're going to be worse at building AI than AI is building AI. So what you're going to see is AI will start to build AI, and when that happens, that could get quite a little bit scary because we're no longer in control, essentially. So in terms of what could be big, I think that's going to be massive, and putting guardrails around that is going to be essential, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think, no, I agree. And I think that, I mean, I really like your point about Trump. Or trying to predict him. I mean, who can? But I think that is the big movement is going to be, you know, obviously, at the moment you've got the AI is making everything much more efficient and taking the emotion out of everything. But at the end of the day, there are social trends still going. Because I mean, the humans still are out there doing things and making decisions and changing their prompts as a result. So I think that for AI to be successful, it needs to, first of all, do the efficiency side, but then it also needs to be better at sort of looking at sentiment change and potential scenarios within the human psyche to go, okay, well, actually, this could have this effect on the prompts that we're going to be starting to get and stuff like that. So I just think it'll be, again, sort of creating more of a rounded approach to trading so that it isn't just purely about the efficiency, but it's also about the sort of wider human input as well.
Looping a few subjects or bring them together that we've talked about, one of them is social media and the impact that certain posts can have on the markets. We have an increasing amount of AI-generated social content, AI agents, and that looks likely to increase over time so that we slowly transition from more human-created content and a little bit of AI to mostly AI and some human. In that context, it becomes important that things like the check mark you have on X, for example, it becomes less of a status thing and more of a this is a human versus an AI. That's going to become quite important. And that comes together with the trading also, because we mentioned how the certain posts can affect the market. If the AIs are trading the markets and the AIs are generating the content on social media that they're then being trained on to make a decision about which direction to trade in, then there's a feedback loop there that can very quickly spiral.
That's a good point about the whole Twitter tick. It used to be a bit of an ego. Let's say I have a Twitter tick, but in terms of actually how content is changing from just my own perspective, a lot more AI-generated videos, content, everything's more coming out onto social media. And how that could impact the market, you're right, it could essentially, because I've seen videos of politicians doing random stuff, and those videos are only going to get better and better. So how do you as a human dictate whether that's real or not real? There needs to be guardrails in place, because it could affect the market if people think that video is real. So it could be quite an aggressive loop, essentially.
Amazing. Well, I'm going home and I'm going to get my AIs trading my DeFi and hope to get loads of Solana tokens. But look, you guys have been an absolutely amazing panel. Can I get please round of applause for the panel? Thank you very much.
Cheers, guys.
Nice one.
Pleasure. Cheers.
Awesome.
I'm right here. That was brilliant. Well done, guys. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Here we are, Zebu Live. What a beautiful venue this is. My name is Caitlin. I am very excited to introduce the next keynote of the day. This is Ryan Niner, and he's from Crypto Banter, and he's going to be giving a keynote entitled Distribution is the Meta, How to Get Your Project Seen. Rand, can we get you up here? Let's get a big round of applause for Rand.
Morning, guys. Welcome. So, I don't know if you guys have ever done a talk at a conference, but about 3 months before you do the talk, they'll ask you for a topic. Thing is, in crypto, like 3 months is a lifetime. Like the topics that I would have spoken about 3 months ago versus the topics that we have today are two completely different topics. So as I was researching, I was like, okay, well, I'll do a talk on the banana zone, because everyone just wants to hear about how prices are going to go up, right? Only thing is, I do that on my channel every single day. And like, if you want to know what my views are on the markets, I've held the same view on the markets for like quite a while. My view is pretty simple. Number one, I don't think the bull market's over. I think that when everybody thinks that the bull market's over, that's when we're going to get the next leg up of the bull market. I think the 4-year cycle is dead, and I think it's going to become a 5 or 6 year cycle. And I think that we are going to chop here, and I think that we're going to sweep the lows. I made a video, but I think I'm going to skip the video just in the interest of time. Or maybe I won't. Yeah. So then they phoned me again, like, what do you want me to talk about, guys? And I was like, all right, let's talk about how to pump your favorite tokens, because everybody wants to know like how to make number go up, because we're all in this industry because of number go up. But actually, in all seriousness, I want to talk about a very serious topic. I want to talk about the topic of influence and why influence is so important in crypto. Because there's a lot of things around influence that people don't understand. They think that influence is for influencers. And they think that influence is about shilling tokens. And it's really, really, really not that. If you think of what influence is at its core, influence is the ability to change the way that people act or transact. It's the ability to take attention and to funnel that attention into a certain direction or a certain place, which will ultimately change the way that people act or transact. So, why is influence important in crypto? We're a tech industry. Why is influence important in a tech industry? The first reason why it's important is because I'm seeing you guys do stupid things. And we need to stop this. The second reason, lots of stupid things. The second reason why influence is so important in crypto is because we're in a tech industry. And our industry is all about networks. We're here because we support networks. Bitcoin is a money network. Ethereum is a supercomputing network, a very slow supercomputing network, a very expensive supercomputing network, but nonetheless, it's a network. The reason why I got into this game is because I believe that networks are the most important business propositions in the world. WhatsApp is a network. The more people that join the network, the more valuable the network becomes exponentially. Influence is also a network, believe it or not. How do we define a network? It's pretty simple. Anything where the value of a network increases exponentially with every new user is a network. I'll give you a very simple example, right? Your name is? Wilson. So, if Wilson and I are the only two users on WhatsApp, I can call Wilson, Wilson can call me. 2 calls, right? But if I add Amy, my chief of staff, to the network, now there's 3 of us in the network. I can call you, you can call me. I can call Amy, she can call me. You can call Amy and she can call you, but don't call Amy, okay? That's 6 calls. We added 1 user to the network, we got 6 calls. That is what the effect of adding a new user to a network growing exponentially. Every user we add to Bitcoin network, the value of the network increases not by 1 user, but exponentially, because there's more people to trade with, right? Every user we add to the Ethereum network. So we're in this industry because we all believe in networks, and influence is a network. And most people don't appreciate why influence is a network. If you have influence, you can get people to buy things. You can get people to use things. You can get people to sell things. You can get people to try things. You can get people to invest in things. And if you're really, really, really good, you can get people to influence other people, to buy things, to sell things, to invest in things, to try things. Influence is an asset. You all know the definition of an asset, right? An asset is something that is owned by a person or company, and it has value. It can generate future cash flow, which you can use to meet commitments. Influence is an asset. The only thing about this asset, it's not for sale. I can't sell you my influence. If I have influence and you don't have influence, I can't sell you my influence. You can rent it from me. You can pay me to talk about something, and I'll use my influence. But it's very expensive, and it's probably ineffective. You can build influence, and you can spend influence. Influence is a currency. So I want to talk to you about this concept of influence as a currency, and how you can build and spend influence. Now, you may say, hold on a second, but I don't want to be an influencer. Everyone's an influencer. Whether you're influencing your people at work to do certain things, whether you're influencing your customers to buy certain products, whether you're influencing your dev team to build something amazing, that's influence. People with lots of influence can influence people en masse. But everyone needs influence to get things done. Because remember, influence is effectively the ability to change the way people act or transact. Now, I want you guys to think about a formula. Influence equals attention times credibility. Make sense? If you have a lot of eyeballs, but you have no credibility, you can't influence people to do anything. If you have a lot of eyeballs and high credibility, you can influence anyone to do anything. If you have no eyeballs and high credibility, you actually do have influence. Fund managers don't have a lot of eyeballs on them, but when they make a move, that has a lot of influence, right? So let's talk about building and spending influence. And I want you to think about influence as a currency. I want you to think about it as every time you do something good, you build, and every time you do something bad, you spend. That is what you call the influence cycle. And it's applicable to being at the office. It's applicable to being an influencer. That's the influence cycle. How do you build influence? Pretty simple. You add value and you distribute value consistently. Because remember, influence is attention times credibility. Credibility, add value. attention, distribute the value. You want to earn credibility in the workplace. You want to earn influence in the workplace. Add value consistently and distribute the value that you add. You want to earn value, you want to earn influence on social media. Add value consistently and distribute it, because attention times credibility. Look at that. Steve Bartlett distributed value for 4 years, went from 36,000 views to 2.4 million views. He has attention, he has credibility, therefore he has influence. The second way that you can get influence is sending people to good places. If I send you and I tell you to buy a token and that token goes up, I get more credibility, right? Attention times credibility. If I tell you, if I sit here and I do a well-prepared talk on a stage, I gain credibility, right? And you guys are all looking, so I'm getting attention. Attention times credibility, I'm getting more influence here. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the influence. You can get influence by association. Associate, be around, interview, interact with high-influence people, and you get influence. And refer people to high-value places. If I give you a sleep hack, or I give you a money hack, or whatever else, you'll say, great, I did something good. You'll give me a credibility point. Influence is attention times credibility. So how do you do it? Create good content, have good ideas and spread them, do well-prepared talks on stages, be associated with higher credibility, higher attention people, and refer people to value-adding places. When you do that, you will build a stash of influence. Think of every time you do that, you build 1 unit, 1 currency of influence. When you build it, you've got to spend it. How do you spend influence? Well, by referring someone to a bad place, you spend influence. If I give you 10 good calls in the market, and then I send you to a bad token, you're going to give me minus 10 points. Even though I gave you 10 good calls, you gave me plus 1, plus 1, plus 1, you're going to give me minus 10. The second way to spend influence is by referring people to advertisements. Because they know that it's an advertisement, and they know that that's how you pay the bills. So you create a whole lot of content. The influencer's life is about, I give you 10 units of great content, and in return, you allow me to share 1 ad with you. And that's okay. But if I give you 10 units of content and I share 3 ads with you, you won't watch me again. You'll say, he's a shiller, right? So doing that, you can destroy influence. Sending people to bad places, you can destroy influence. And the ratio is not 1-to-1, as I mentioned to you. When I give you a good call, you give me 1 point. When I give you a bad call, you deduct 10 points from me. And so influencers are constantly trying to, and when I say influencers, again, I don't mean KOLs. I mean anyone, anywhere, in a workplace, anyone that needs to influence anybody else in a workplace. You're constantly trying to do good things and do as little as possible bad things. Why? Because influence equals attention times credibility. As you do good things, you get more credibility. As you do bad things, your credibility goes down. Because it's a multiplier and not 1 plus 1, it's 2 times or whatever it is, a multiplier, the effect is exponential. Steve Bartlett, 4 hours of podcast, 14,516 seconds. 60 seconds of ads, right? You have to earn the right to spend. Every time you do something good, you get a point. Every time you do something bad, you subtract a lot of points. Every time you say something good, you earn a point. Every time you refer to an advertiser, you get minus 10 points. The ratio is not 1-to-1. Let's talk about what influence does. There's 2 parts to an influence cycle. The first part is the building. You get into a new workplace. No one knows who you are. You go onto YouTube for the first time. No one knows who you are. And you've got to gain influence, right? What do? You do credible things and you tell everyone about them. Attention times credibility. Do good stuff at work, build good shit, distribute your good shit around the office. Oh, you got to say shit at this conference. Well, it doesn't matter. And you gain influence. The first part of any influence cycle is gaining influence. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Ran Noina, Crypto Man Ran. 3 or 4 years ago, I started a crypto media channel. Today, it's the biggest crypto media channel in the world. For the first 2 years, we did not run one ad. We did not have a single sponsor. Because all we were doing was building our credibility stash. Why was it credible? Because people knew I wasn't shilling them anything, because I didn't have sponsors. Right? I just streamed. I just added value, added value, added value, added value. What did I do? I built a stash of value. And that's how the influence cycle works. First, you do good shit. You build up your stash of currencies. And then later on in the cycle, when you got a lot of cash, you spend it. How do we spend or leverage influence? What do we do with it? Why do we need it? There's 3 phases in influence. You spend the beginning of your life building influence, and later you spend the rest of it spending influence. And most people eventually walk away with nothing. Why? Because phase 1 of influence is sponsorships. You build influence, and you spend your influence by shilling ads. And it's cool because the market forgives you. They say, you know what, Steve Bartlett, you don't really believe in the ads that he's selling you, but you know what, he's going to give you 4 hours of great value in a podcast. It's cool, he can give me an ad, and I'll forgive him. If he gave you 10 ads, you wouldn't forgive him, right? You would like, I'm not watching this. So, the first thing that you do is you do sponsorships. You promote other people's product, and you get paid. And you spend all your credits on promoting other people's products, and you spend your influence credits, and you walk away with a pocket full of money. And that's the beginning of the influencer life cycle. Because you need the money to pay your bills. Steve Bartlett needed the money to get producers, offices, new mics, podcast setups, etc., etc. But then you land up having enough cash flow and enough money. And you move to the next part of spending your influence. And here what you do is you spend your influence on things like partnerships. So you go to a brand and you say to the brand, listen, if you want me to promote wrecked water, I'll do that. I don't want you to pay me, but if I sell 1 million bottles, I want to own 5% of the company. Right? And so what you've done is you've converted influence into equity. Phase 1, influence into money. Phase 2, influence into equity. And phase 3 of influence is when you say, you know what? I don't need to promote this water. I don't need to promote an insurance company. I'm going to launch my own product. I'm going to launch my own water. And I'm going to promote my own water. And that's phase 3, which is ownership. And if you look at like the ultimate influencer probably in the world, Mr. Beast, he started off promoting SIM cards, insurance companies, car rental companies, you name it. Because he needed the money so he could fund his productions. But then when he made a lot of money, what he did was he said, you know what, no, I'm going to partner up with these toy companies, and I'm going to own a share in these toy companies. And the third thing that he did was he actually said, you know what, screw this. I'm going to start my own chocolate brand. And now if you watch a Mr. Beast video, all he cares about is his own brand. And what he's doing is he's taking all the influence that he built up in all those years, and he's now spending it on his own brand. And you know why? Because the market doesn't forgive you for shilling your own brand. You're basically burning influence credits. When you stand up and you say, hey guys, buy my water, it's the best water in the whole world. The market doesn't trust you, right? It's your water, you're promoting, you own it. Obviously, you own it. Of course you're shilling this. You own it. Every time I buy it, you make a profit. So you spend your influence credits. And what normally happens is you get these massive influencers. As soon as they swap from partnerships to sponsorships to eventually ownership, their influence dies, but the brands actually gain value. So the reason why I want to show you this is because I want to show you that influence is a currency. And you've got to be very, 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 very smart about how you spend your currency. I'm talking to you in the big scheme of things, but think about this when you're dealing with your customers, when you're in the workplace and you're dealing with your devs. Be careful how you spend your influence, because you can't get it back. You have to be able to convert it into something that's valuable. Mr. Beast converted his influence into a $5 billion empire. I mean, his last raise was at $1.8 billion, and I think that the business is probably valued at $5 billion. One of his biggest investors is Chamat. What is Chamat investing in here? He's investing in Mr. Beast's ability to convert influence into equity or into products. And he believes that Mr. Beast can take his influence and his influence creating platforms and convert that into equity or into his own products. And that's why he's willing to pay $5 billion. He's not paying $5 billion because of the sponsorship revenue that's coming in. If you have influence, let me tell you, from someone who never had influence and then got into a position where I ran the world's first televised crypto show on CNBC, started Banter, we've got a fan base of millions and millions and millions of people worldwide. When you have influence, it's the best currency in the world. It's insane. Because not only is it insanely valuable, but it creates more opportunity. I mean, look at Steve Bartlett and everything that he's investing in. Why do you think he gets those opportunities? Because everyone wants his influence on their cap table. So remember I told you that influence is a network? The more opportunity you get, the more visible you become. The more visible you become, the more opportunity you get. The more opportunity you get, the more visible you become. And so influence is a network. It's a cycle. If you have influence, you can trade it for the best experiences in the world. I'm a F1 fan. I'm a big F1 fan. There's not an F1 driver that I haven't met or spent time with. There's not an F1 car that I haven't sat in. It's because I'm an influencer. And I can trade my influence credits for experiences. And guess what? Every time I trade my influence credits for an experience with Max Verstappen or Checo or Daniel Ricciardo, I actually gain influence because it's influence by association. You see how the cycle works? The more influence you have, the more opportunities you get. The more opportunities you get, the more influence you get. Right? You see how it works? That's why you can't discount the value of influence. Now, again, I say to you, I know that you guys are not maybe all YouTubers or big people on Twitter or whatever else, but influence is everywhere. It's how we interact with people in the workplace. When you think about your microcosm of an office, having influence can provide you with opportunities in the office. Opportunities to meet the exco, be with the exco, meet investors, interact with investors. As you do, you become more and more influential because you gain more and more credibility. As you do, you're going to have more and more and more and more influence. Because influence is a network. And as you can see, when you get into the network, it becomes a self-perpetuating cycle. The more I spend time with my friends, Raoul Paul or whatever else, the more credibility I get. And the more credibility I get, the more these people want to meet me because, hey, we've seen him everywhere. He's all, So that's what I wanted to show you today. I wanted to show you the world of influence. You can do so much with it. You can change the way people act or transact. You can get people to buy things. You can get people to invest in things, to try things, to sell things. And if you're a really, really, really good influencer, you'll be able to get other people to influence other people. A couple of rules, if you want to do it. Number one, create value consistently. creating value once actually does damage. Why? Because the player that goes on the field and scores one goal is not credible, not consistent. You want credibility? Add value consistently. Every time you get on the field, score a goal. You become reliable as a source of credible information or whatever it is. Number 2, be visible. Whether it's in a meeting in the workplace, or whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on YouTube, be visible. Put yourself out there. We're in an age where people are talking about creator economies. Put yourself out there. Number 3, associate with influence. Because as you saw, the more you associate with influence, the more influence you actually get. Even in the workplace. Number 4, don't do stupid things. Because if you do stupid things, you get very negative points. And that's where most influencers actually fail. You know where most influencers fail? Because they're trying to get so much attention, they're constantly pushing the boundaries between being credible and not being credible. Like, I've seen influencers that first start streaming, they don't get the views, they take off their shirt, they stream topless. Like, you get what I'm saying? The last thing is, you need to remember that if you have influence, it's a privilege, and you need to use it wisely. Make sure that you don't send people to stupid places. Make sure that you don't influence people. Remember, influence is the ability to change the way people act or transact. If you send them to the wrong places, if you send them to non-credible places, if you send them to do bad things, you know what happens? You lose your credibility. Your credibility goes to 0. And that means that no matter how much attention you have, when you times it by 0, you have no influence. So hopefully today I've used the opportunity to change the way that you guys are going to act or maybe transact. And hopefully I've gained some influence by being here on the stage. And hopefully I've given you guys a guide as to how amazing the world of influence can be if you play your cards correctly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ran. That was brilliant. Lots of really usable, practical insights there. Thank you so much. Guys, we're going to keep the momentum rolling right along. We've got a stacked panel for you. I'm very excited to introduce Tom, who's going to be your moderator today. We're going to be talking about something that's going to impact a lot of things, and I'm sure we'll touch on this topic many times today. The smartest wallet wins, AI as the new UX layer. Tom, I'll let you introduce the rest of the panel.
Awesome. All right. Really excited to have 4 fantastic folks with us today, all from the London ecosystem. So if I could welcome onto the panel Evgeny, Sid, Kurt, and Clemens, and let's get into this. Yeah, go for it. Go ahead. Fantastic. Well, cheers, guys, for coming along today. And for today's topic, we are looking at the smartest wallet wins. Everyone's got one. I'm sure you've had your own gripes, your own experiences with these different types of wallets. What we really wanted to look at for this discussion was, what's working right now, what isn't, and where is this whole space going? So, to kick off with, I think the first touch point for everyone is the access and the onboarding. So, Kurt, you've been around in the ecosystem for a while. You're very focused on the infrastructure side of things over at Rhinestone. Things such as seed phrases, private keys, EOAs, are they still sort of necessary evils, or are we seeing a transition away from these?
I would say that largely the onboarding experience is drastically improved. Things like seed phrases should not be something that users have to handle. Whether you're managing your wallet through an embedded wallet service like a Dynamic or a Privy, who abstract away the seed phrase, but ultimately still using an EOA to sign on your behalf, or using a smart account under the hood, which Rhinestone could be providing, and using passkeys or some other method which kind of abstracts away the key management side of things and allows you to introduce other recovery methods that are far more familiar to users, like recovering through a two-factor authentication or something like that.
And in terms of EOAs, we've seen there's now the possibility to upgrade them. From your side of things, how many folks are doing that right now? What does that actually look like? And does it actually solve any of those initial problems we've seen with them?
Yeah, it's still super early, so not all chains support the ability to upgrade an EOA to a smart account. And in terms of wallet adoption, it's still also like very early days. You have major wallets like MetaMask, Uniswap, Rainbow is exploring this, and they're doing it in a phased approach where they want to introduce key features that will improve certain user experiences. So for example, batching. Like, when you go to Uniswap and you want to swap one token for another, often you have to approve, and then you have to actually execute the transaction so these can be batched together. And there are different kind of, gas abstraction is a big one. So if you're a user and you don't have tokens in the wallet, but you want to do some action, maybe you're withdrawing from a vault, or maybe you're purchasing an NFT, but you only have some stable coins. So these features are very important to wallets to kind of drive more adoption of the products they offer.
Absolutely. And Evgeny, you've been around in the space for a while with your wallet, Zerion. In terms of the way you've approached building your app, what does that look like for you in terms of you started several years ago now?
Like about that.
Yeah. And in terms of that process of, I guess, maintaining pace with the speed of innovation in this space, has that changed your approach to the way you build?
I think this is it's a great question, first of all. We've been in a space for a while, as you said, and the space was changing so rapidly. And I think because of the lack of the standards, we were always at the forefront trying to figure out what's the most important thing right now for the wallets to be building. And I think when it comes to, for example, smart wallets and this upgrades to EOAs, I think the adoption is slower simply because we are still exploring this possibility space and the practical applications of this upgrade. So as Kurt mentioned, the gasless and batching, I think this is something that we're exploring as well. But it's still in the early days because private keys are still the most universal vehicle towards accessing crypto. And I think people still in crypto value composability and interoperability across different dApps, chains, etc., versus essentially like convenience of this smart account. And I think when it comes to us, how we've changed our approach, it was a lot about following what's the most up-to-date standards that we can adopt and where they actually bring this value to the users.
Yeah, sure thing. And just on this, Clemens, with everything that's going on over with Base at the minute, and another wallet that's been around for a while with Coinbase Wallet, you're now transitioning, focusing on the Base app. What have been the core considerations in that transition, and what are you looking to enable moving forward?
I think the big issue that we've been facing in this industry and that we've sort of been talking about consistently across different panels across the entire conference circuit on the world is really the question of how to onboard the masses, right? You go over and over asking yourself the same question, and I think it all comes back down to the friction that Kurt briefly got into, is the friction that we're currently facing just isn't conducive to really getting on board that next wave of users, right? And I do think that what we're starting to see with wallets coming out now, especially with passkeys, with an ease of access that Privy, for example, allows, you're starting to see that we're slowly moving from, I would say, the early adopters to the early majority, and I think that's a big bet that Base, for example, is taking. And they effectively did that by taking the Coinbase wallet team and really taking it into the Base core team, because a key consideration is as you're going to that next wave of users, of millions and millions of people, as an ecosystem, you really want to be able to provide the best possible user experience. And the best way to do that is really to fully own sort of the entry point to the ecosystem of services and applications that you offer. And at the end of the day, every single application in the Web3 space, no matter what it will be, the entry point to every single one of those will always be the wallet. So that's why that was very key to us, to bring that in-house first and really from the ground up think about what can this experience look like and how do we really enable this for the masses, which is why the Base app, which you already have right now and is currently in beta, and which will be rolled out to the general public within the next few months, has really been built from scratch with those key considerations in mind.
And talking about usability, Sid, with what you guys are building at Ask Gina, I think that's very much focused on that sort of human-readable, plain English sort of understanding and interaction with the platform. Can you speak to that a little? Because in particular, you're focusing, I guess, on that AI-enabled experience.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, there's like two different gradients we've seen in terms of enabling usability. So with Gina, we're building an AI interface to interact on chain and effectively make your wallet work for you. And on the one end, we've actually interacted with many users who are making their first moves into crypto. Like you were mentioning, onboarding more of the masses. We actually held an event in London earlier this year. We had a bunch of folks who had never made a transaction on chain. They had a Coinbase account. They came, and within a few sentences, they made their first on-chain transaction. So just enabling that initial crypto 101 use case of the question that they asked was like, what's the difference between Solana and Ethereum? And how can I get exposure to the top projects on Solana? 2 sentences later, they had 5 transactions made, right? So that's like a crypto 101 use case, but also on the very advanced, crypto native degen use case, we're kind of a token production industry at this point. There's so many tokens being created. Just like with AI, crypto is a token production industry. And one of the use cases we've been seeing is for crypto natives to get bulk exposure to multiple assets at once. AI is a huge enabler of that, where you start typing a prompt and you can get exposure to 10, 15, 20 trending assets in one go, which is physically hard for us to do. And we're just leveraging all of this infrastructure that's been built with smart wallets and cross-chain intents and solvers and all of this other stuff to enable a better user experience for both crypto natives and simple one-on-one users.
Yeah, and I guess with all of this and what we're discussing, a lot of it is very much, I guess, the abstracting away the complexity that historically has been there when interacting with wallets. I guess a big thing in crypto is trust but verify. So how do you see these two things sort of reconciling? Because I can imagine a lot of the experiences for the crypto natives in the room, you want to be able to understand in what you're actually signing, what you're interacting with. If you're relying on AI to maybe make this more simplified, it feels like there's a bit of tension there. I don't know if you've experienced that with any of your users or.
Yeah, we have actually. Funny story. I mean, initially we used Privy to sign in, and the login option we had was email and social logins, etc., which is a great way to onboard new users. But for crypto natives, the initial impulse is to log in with your wallet and have anonymity be built in. And so we're like adapting to that world as well. And I think there is a gradual transition globally happening in terms of AI usage, just trusting agents. ChatGPT has 800 million weekly active users now. People are just getting more comfortable talking to agents and letting them do work for you. And I think we're still in that transition phase in crypto. Hopefully we can drive more of that in terms of an agent executing transactions for you. You're delegating some portion of funds access to that agent, right? So I think that's the transition period we're in, and it's an exciting phase for sure.
And more broadly, I guess, to the panel as a whole, I can imagine there's a lot of conversations you're regularly having with your users. Are there any other particular friction points you're seeing right now in terms of we're making this evolution of wallets, we're improving the tech. I don't know, in terms of Evgeny, Clemens, particularly with the new app, what sort of interactions are you having with your users? I mean, I guess smartest wallet wins, right? Part of that could be just giving the people what they want and making it as intuitive as possible. But I'd love to learn a bit more about your sort of feedback loops, so you're taking on that advice, input.
Right.
I have one thing to share that I think has been this big struggle for the whole industry is the multi-chain world. So in some sense, it's promising us scalability and specifically like app chain like use cases where you can like scale some specific component of the chain to fit your type of user. But I think it creates a lot of liquidity issues, as in like everything is scattered across these chains. Not every chain has the same level of support for EVM or for different like compiler options, etc. So that creates a lot of the, I guess, frictions for the end users, because they need to understand, like as a wallet, we want to remove that complexity, this multi-chain complexity, but at the same time, like we have to explain still the peculiarities of each different chain.
And Clemens, in terms of your take on that, is there anything in particular you guys are focusing on in the way you speak to users and develop?
I think, yeah, we really want to focus on simplicity, and I think one big bet that we're taking with the current base app is that I think a lot of the dominant wallets of the future won't necessarily look or feel like a wallet, right? You won't necessarily interact with this application because it is a wallet. There will be something else inside there that really, causes you to return over and over and over again. That can be, on the one hand, a social feed. That can be, on the other hand, a group chat. And that's also where we're really trying to leverage AI agents in this capacity too, because you're able to, for example, drop AI agents into your group chat. And that AI agent, for example, can create a prediction market on the fly as you're chatting with your mates about the next football game coming up, or maybe some event about to happen within your friend group. And then I think mini apps as well are a very big bet that we're trying to take here, is as you already get people into that door through messages, through social experiences via the Farcaster graph, that you're able to then allow developers to really insert their applications into this kind of ecosystem and really create that flywheel of more users, attract more developers build more products for more users again, and to again achieve our mission here of bringing the world on-chain and increasing on-chain innovation.
And just quickly on the ecosystem side of things, I think that's one thing you guys at Base do really well in terms of building that broader ecosystem. Historically, a lot of it has been quite dev-focused, more broadly in the crypto space. To sort of break out of that echo chamber, is there anything in particular you guys are focusing on within those particular verticals you mentioned?
Absolutely. So I think one big drive with this app, because it is at its core a very social app, and there's a lot of open protocols that we've been able to leverage by now, and there's so much fantastic infrastructure that has been built over the last 10 years that we were really able to tap into. For example, the current base app is leveraging the Farcaster protocol for its social graph and feed. We're leveraging Zora for content coining, which is still an experiment that is ongoing, but I think is highly fascinating in nature. We have the XMTP protocol for messaging. So I think we are really trying to tap into the social side of things. That means also really creating something for creators, where creators are able to own and monetize their assets and own their data in that capacity. And then one big thing that we really want to make sure to focus on is founders. And I think there's been in the past a lot of infrastructure companies and a lot of ecosystems have made the fundamental mistake of conflating developers with founders and thinking if you throw enough bounties and grants at developers, you will turn them into founders. But what often is the case, you'll actually have some very, very talented non-technical founders, right, that are able to really motivate and convince a lot of developers to join them along on their journey. So that's what we're trying to really do, is be very holistic in our approach of attracting founders as well as creators in this journey.
Yeah, makes sense. I just want to quickly put it back to something you said, Evgeny, about the cross-chain world. I can imagine a lot of the folks in the audience have multiple different wallets for multiple different chains, and it does start to get a bit unmanageable. Kurt, a lot of what you guys focus on at Rhinestone is to sort of enable wallet providers to sort of resolve this issue. Can you speak to that a little?
Yeah, so we have infrastructure around intents, and one of the unique properties of smart accounts is that you can sign over an action, so provide a signature as a user. That signature can be multi-chain, and then a sophisticated actor can put that transaction on-chain for you. And so what this enables is you can have these sophisticated actors called solvers. They store and maintain liquidity across the chains where you might want to transact. And so you can have funds on, say, Base and want to transact on Arbitrum, but you don't have funds on Arbitrum. You can sign over that transaction, and then that solver can essentially put the transaction on chain first inject the funds into your wallet, and then put the transaction on chain. And then we have like settlement layer infrastructure where we kind of coordinate the repayment between the solver and the user. So this can be like quite sophisticated under the hood, where you can have a transaction that has multiple input chains, multiple input tokens. It might require swaps. But for the user, it just looks like one click, one simple interaction. Everything else is kind of managed under the hood. The signatures are all human readable, so you're not signing over some random bytes. It's not like a string of letters and numbers. It's actually like, it's telling you exactly what's happening across each chain, and wallets can kind of digest that, use that in their UI to inform the user how they like about what's actually happening. And so, yeah, for all intents and purposes, it really does start to solve this problem of having the user having to know what networks are under the hood and having to bridge funds before transacting and all that kind of stuff.
And on that, in terms of folks in the room being able to sort of experience that today, because I mean, it is quite magical using wallets that have that enabled. Where can folks go to sort of experience that firsthand to sort of really understand the value of that tech?
Yeah, so one of the apps I like to push, which uses Rhinestone, is Clave. It's super easy and accessible for any user to download and use that application. It's primarily on Arbitrum and Base at the moment, but what you'll notice is that there's no concept of chains under the hood. It's a USDC denominated wallet, so you deposit and you transact, you interact with earn products, and you don't, as a user, it's not presenting to you that this is on Arbitrum or this is on Base, and it's always just one passkey signature, so Face ID, it's a mobile app. So super clean experience. They're going after this like Revolut but on-chain Rails kind of approach. Turkish team, great product, definitely check it out. But yeah, there's a bunch of others. We've been working with Gemini, who are really going after the smart wallet thesis, and they're doing some really cool stuff, but nothing with intents yet.
No, brilliant. And in terms of super slick usability, I mean, Zeren has always been a favorite of mine. I think you guys focus a lot on that in terms of making it super easy to understand what you're doing and that whole flow. Is there anything in particular you guys are focusing on right now in terms of product development?
Sure. So, and thanks for using Zeren. We've been always really, we cared so much about the user experience, so I'm glad it shows. So I think we continue actually to push the data layer to as much as we can. I think this is, we haven't touched on this before, but one of the biggest issues with the blockchains is that you need to orchestrate a bunch of this like chains and tokens and protocols in the same place. So simple things like how much money you have in your wallet, it becomes very complicated in crypto. And for example, for people coming from fintech world, they just don't understand like how can this be so complex to calculate how much money you have. But crypto, because of this versatility of assets, it just becomes like unmanageable. So Zeren is doing that, and we continue to push on supporting as many chains, as many protocols. Things like, I mean, now we see things like Hyperliquid that is a little bit different from everything else, like supporting this kind of directions as well, such that the wallet works for, as in like we wanted to scale wallet experience with your knowledge and your level of degeneracy, I guess.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. And Sid, everything you're doing with Ask Junior at the minute, I think, how long have you been going for now? A year or two?
A year.
Yeah. What's next for you guys on this? Because obviously right now you've got the fantastic sort of user experience, being able to type in what you want to do and it gets on with it. What's the next step on that journey for you as you build up the product?
Yeah, I think the big evolution is making your wallet work for you. I think this is where we're heading in general, not just in crypto, but in the world as a whole. And in that, typically we've been reactive in terms of we interact with our wallets, we interact with our applications. We're moving to a world, I think, where wallets become proactive. They interact on our behalf. And that's the kind of direction we're pushing in. We can already start doing this today with Gina, where we call it recipes, where it's simply a prompt. It's an AI prompt that you can write and ask Gina to run it at any arbitrary time interval or any condition-based logic. So you could say things like, every 9 a.m., if ETH is down 5%, buy me $100 worth, but only if Tom has tweeted today. Any kind of arbitrary logic, right? So you can kind of think of so many different use cases here, and the direction we're going in is Gina's thinking about you. Wallets are thinking about you. Knowing what we know about you from your on-chain social graph, in your portfolio, your transaction history, here are some relevant actions that might be beneficial. Can we start to move in a direction where agents are genuinely executing on your behalf? We've seen some crazy prompts, even today, where people are like, you know what? Here's $2,000, please 2x it for me in a week. I'm not sure if we're quite there yet in terms of the technology, but at least moving towards that direction where agents can at least start to work for you, that's the big step forward.
Yeah, and I guess another thing to consider here is, obviously, we're talking about crypto wallets right now, but as we've seen across the world, regulations improving to the point whereby you're seeing more traditional companies moving into the space, fintechs, all of that sort of thing. I'll throw it over to you guys, whoever wants to jump in. In terms of your thinking about that, obviously the crypto wallet market is pretty saturated right now, and then we've got these fintechs which are pretty established with the distribution coming in. How do you see this playing out over the next few years? Evgeny.
I've got a take on this.
Yeah.
I mean, we have two products at Zerion. So the second product is really the API. So we actually help a lot of these new wallets enter the space. And we've been obviously discussing that internally, like how does it work in terms of the competition for ourselves and helping other wallets to really scale and get the same level of quality of the UI, etc. But we just realized that it's really the expansionary moves for the market. So all of these new entrants, like the fintechs, they are bringing their own audiences. So they're not really onboarding new users into the crypto through, like, as in people don't become new users of Robinhood, for example, because of crypto. They already are users of Robinhood for the stock market, and they are being onboarded into crypto. So we think that this is again, like the early majority type of move, and I believe that's going to just increase overall adoption of crypto. So I'm very excited about that direction. Yeah.
Do you have any other takes?
I mean, I'll just say I think wallets today are like, I don't think they're going to scale to the masses. I think this idea of like extension wallets and whatnot, like the way that we consume MetaMask since like 2018 is just kind of bizarre. I think the wallets of the future are social apps. They're banking apps, like neobanks built on blockchain rails. They're like the wallet you use in gaming, or when you think about how we use Google today as like an account that we take across many different platforms and apps. Like you can do that with smart accounts, and you can have this profile that goes with you, and you can permission a session key for that app to do things for you. And so yeah, I think the idea of how we interact with crypto today through these like extension apps is very bizarre, and even potentially how we have these wallet apps and we have to scan a QR code and all this kind of stuff is kind of strange. I do think that the wallets of the future will look much more like these kind of super apps that tend to own specific spaces, and that's what you use as your kind of identity layer, but also your portfolio within those ecosystems of apps.
Yeah, and right now with Rhinestone, your tech enables embedded wallets. Do you have any examples that folks could go take a look at to sort of see what that experience, that user journey looks like?
Yeah, there's one that combines embedded wallets and AI, so that's Magic Newton. And they use session keys, and they use our intent infrastructure, and they have AI agents that can do transactions and whatnot on your behalf. So it's like an offshoot product of Magic.link that are an embedded, like a key management provider. So that's a good example.
Yeah, no, cheers. And Clemens, with Base, obviously you're leaning into this whole social creator play. What does that look like for distribution in the long run? Is it very much looking to be that sort of all-in-one app, a la X?
Yeah,
it may be?
So I think there's a couple points made here already, I think, especially around applications, mobile applications, most importantly. So we're taking really the long-term view that consumer crypto will be mobile. And if you just look across the world, like the mobile smartphone adoption is skyrocketing. It doesn't matter if it's in Africa, if it's in Southeast Asia or South America, like people go online first and most foremost with their smartphones, right? And so what we've been seeing already in the East is the emergence and dominance of the super apps. You have WeChat, you have Gojek, you have Grab, all out in Southeast Asia. And what we're sort of seeing in the West is two different approaches. On the one hand, you have the fintechs kind of moving into social with Revolut, Robinhood, etc. And then you also have the big social companies like X and Meta moving into the financial space. And what Base is really trying to do here is really to create that consumer crypto super app, but also to have it as an open, permissionless ecosystem where anyone can come in and build for that user base. And I think that's really what's going to be really exciting to sort of see play out. But at the end of the day, I think it's all going to converge into that everything app where you can do everything, you can transact everything. Yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting race to get there.
Definitely. So we've got a couple minutes left. I guess the final question from me would be, obviously, we position this talk as the smartest wallet wins. It'd be great to hear from each of the panelists, what is going to be the one thing which unlocks the wallet space and actually, chooses a winner? Because, as we've said, there's thousands of wallets out there. not all of them are going to survive. So maybe start with Kurt.
I do think smart accounts are like a really pivotal primitive, and I think like the future, like all accounts and all wallets will be backed by a smart account. I mean, if you want to go there, like signatures today are not quantum resistant, and so we will need smart accounts to be quantum resistant. So it's going to happen at some stage. And like the EIP you mentioned earlier, EIP 772, where you can upgrade an EOA, like this is just going to keep going further and further, and you know the core devs are going to push in this direction, and I think it's the right move.
Yeah, I think what it's really going to come down to is what types of products and experiences are you enabling. I think the wallet, again, is just the entry point, but it's always going to be about that why. Why is somebody going to come to you to do what, right? So I think this is really where it comes down to, identifying great founders and great builders and making sure that their products work best in the best possible way with your wallet.
Sid, is it AI?
I mean, everything is AI. I think the key distinguishing factor here is, we're in this little bubble of crypto, and we have a lot of technology, but what can we enable in terms of net new user behavior, leveraging the infrastructure of crypto and the best of AI? I think that's the key distinguishing factor, because there's a ton of everything apps. Like, PayPal's trying to be an everything app, Twitter's trying to be an everything app. And so, like, how do we distinguish as an industry? And, like, we have to drive net new user behavior, leveraging global financial rails, seamless stablecoin settlement, and a seamless UX as well. And I think that's what pushes us forward.
Sure thing. And Evgeny, to conclude.
I would say this would be, we touched on this before, I think that's going to be the most proactive wallet. And I think this, again, connects to AI as well in big part. Through the AI agent specifically, I would say, where we've been speaking with a bunch of users and they've been telling us that, okay, can I just go to sleep but let my agent work for me? Can I copy trade someone on chain while I'm not like looking at this? So essentially enabling and empowering users with like the wallets themselves should be doing that. And I think we're past that stage where wallets we're pure signers. We're not like, we don't have anything to do with what's actually the content of the space. And now I think there's a big push towards wallets being smart.
Awesome. Smart. Well, thank you very much for all your time. If we can give our panel a round of applause, that wraps up this talk. Cheers. MC,
Well done, guys. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. Is that it? Okay. Guys, we're going to take a coffee break now. We've got until about 25 past 11 if you want to meet us back here for the afternoon session. Thanks, guys.
Je n'ai jamais poursuivi la gloire et la silence, les mémoires, des sombres, mes chansons. Moi j'aime les monts subtils, légères et gentils, comme des bulles de savon. J'aime les voir se prendre et se lire et crème, voler sur le ciel. Sur les ciels bleus, vivrai subtilement et j'ai brisé. Je n'ai jamais poursuivi la gloire. Marcher, ce sont des traces, et j'ai mis rien de plus. Marcher, il n'y a pas de chemin. Les chemins se créent en marchant. En marchant se créent les chemins. Et tournant les yeux derrière, on voit les sentiers qui jamais ne doivent de nouveau être foulés. Marcher, il n'y a pas de chemin. Sinon celui d'étoiles. Dans les mers.
Days when buying the flame with it up bitch dead and gone, and I'm craving for something new. Nights came, buying these walls that we built, now they're caging me, and I'm split in two. We saw it coming, but I'll never understand the power that you hold over me. I count the days and all the nights. you've been on my mind. And in my dreams, I warmed your lips around like 1,000 times. Hold me close if you want me. Got a lifetime to spend with you. And we're gonna know, and we're gonna know, and we're gonna know what love is for.
it's like hell, I'm still this way. You moved on, but my feelings stay. Now I'm stuck inside my home. Don't wanna be alone. Just tell me what you need and I'll be there. I'd give you all the air that I'm breathing. I don't wanna wake up in the morning and find out you're gone. Just tell me what you need and I'll be there. Tell me what you need. Turn back time so you're in my bed. I can't sleep and you're in my head. Darkness turns to gold as I'm waking up alone. Here are the songs on the playlist still. Try move on, I don't think I will. You're all I've ever known. I don't wanna be alone. Just tell me what you need and I'll be there. I'd give you all the air that I'm breathing. I don't wanna wake up in the morning and find out you're gone. Just tell me what you need and I'll be there. Tell me what you need. Woke up with your hand in mine, in my bedroom, once again. You said it was just one more night, then it's over, it's the end. Drank ourselves to sleep, hoping it might bring some sense. Feels like we're still on the fence. Thought that we were over after everything we said. We keep coming back for more. Why are you still here when we said goodbye? Why are you still here when I turned off the lights? Your bags are packed, but you just can't leave. Do you think we're meant to be? Are we meant to be? I don't know how I keep myself from falling down. I don't know how I'm still standing on the ground. I don't know why you keep wishing for me to change. I don't know how I keep myself from falling down. I don't know how I'm still standing on the ground. I don't know why you keep wishing for me to change. Everybody want me to change. Everybody want me to. Everybody want me to change. I don't feel like changing who I am. I don't wanna live my life for someone else. Tearing up my soul to make you pleased. I don't wanna be a ghost in your chains. I don't know how I keep myself from falling down. I don't know how I'm still standing on the ground. I don't know why you keep wishing for me to change. You keep wishing for me to change. Everybody want me to change. Everybody want me to change. Everybody want me to change.
that there's something so special about you and me, babe. You got me, you got me, you got me feeling fine. So just say the words, cause you know what it means to me, babe. When you got me, you got me, you got me feeling fine.
Hello, hello, good afternoon. GM, welcome back, everyone. Session 2, very excited. We're going to be talking about the machine web versus the human internet. I would love to welcome to the stage Tim Copeland, who will be your host for today's session. Can I get a big round of applause for Tim and the panel?
Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Yeah, you're supposed to sit in the right places, but we don't have the images yet.
Oh, I think we got it. I'm in the middle. I'll take this.
So I'm going to be over here, right?
How many crypto people does it take to sit on 4 chairs?
Well, this is just like the...
First quest achieved. Good job, everybody.
All right, we made it. Cool. So today we're going to talk about the machine web versus the human internet, which sounds complicated, but ultimately, you know, there's a lot of AI projects being built. There's a lot of developments there, and people are maybe, you know, wondering if we create all these AI agents and then we design the internet for them, what place will there be for the rest of us? Which I think is a broader AI topic with people worried about their jobs and everything in that sort of climate. So before we start, a quick round of intros. You have 30 seconds each before you get thrown out. Do you want to go?
Hey, I'm Rob Whitehead. I'm CEO of M Squared, which is a virtual world technology company. It's part of Improbable, for those who remember that. In terms of stuff I look after is, a lot of the underlying technology that powers metaverses for things like Other Side for the Bored Ape Yacht Club. And also we have a sister project called Somnia, which is a very high-performance blockchain, where one of the use cases we're really seeing is usage by AI agents, which is relevant for today.
Hi, I'm Richard Muirhead, co-founder and managing partner at Fabric Ventures. I have a background in engineering and tried to build a robot car when I was at university, some success, and then build a couple of software companies in the middleware space, and then including kind of AI primitives, and took all of that and wrapped into the thesis that we have at Fabric. And we think that we are hurtling, in fact, probably have already hurtled into the machine web era. And we better be ready in terms of our infrastructure for the coming of the robots. And we're here to back people who are preparing us for that future.
Hi, I'm Zen. I lead global growth at Base. Base is a leading Ethereum L2 blockchain, as well as the Base app, a social app that also allows payments trading and anything on chain, and also Base Build, which is a suite of tools for developers.
Fantastic. Thank you for the work you do on Base. It has saved our industry over the last 2-3 years, I feel like. So.
Thank you.
And I know it's
record
all
that?
you.
That's pretty good. I like that quote. That's good.
Yep. My name's Lex. I'm a co-founder of Generative Ventures, which is a venture fund that does what it sounds like. My credentials are that I'm an avid user of ChatGPT, and I also pay for Claude, Midjourney, I think Kling AI, Eden.art, and use none of them. So I'd say that qualifies me for valuing AI companies.
I mean, going through...
There's like no laughter
I
at
found
all.
it funny. I found it funny.
It's so awkward.
You got to put the laughter sign up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I've been going through CVs, and people are saying, like, I'm a ChatGPT user as a skill on the CVs.
Yeah.
I'm like, it can be hard. It can be easier.
I feel like you should replace your HR people if that's what you're doing.
Well, I'm the one doing it. Cool. Now, before we get into the actual topic we're here for, as a former journalist, I want to start with a hot, newsy topic. So, is crypto decentralized enough, considering half of it went down yesterday alongside AWS?
No. I think you've got like the minimal decentralized core such you can sort of economize things, but people are very used to like centralized RPC nodes, like a lot of that layer, and it's a good reminder of kind of how that is backed. I think as well, a lot of things people struggle to put on-chain, and then they have these companion services which are actually off-chain, but no one really knows that. And again, it's going to become real when you have things like big AWS outages.
I mean, as ever, it depends why you want to decentralize. I think if you're thinking about it from a kind of availability perspective, and we think they're going to get more resilience from proper decentralization, even if we trade off some other, non-functional requirements, some performance characteristic, then I certainly back that. I think to try to connect it with this question of moving into the kind of machine, internet world, if we want a world where the behavior of either embodied or non-embodied AI is kind of deterministic, and verifiable, and something that cannot be captured by outside parties, then I think a key part of that is decentralization, and that we actually harness some quite edgy or frontier tech to defend against that capture. And I think that's been a big theme of Vitalik's whole push for decentralization. But I think it's a slightly different dimension from just let's make sure that our Claude app is up when I want to prepare for my homework or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, on its face, is sort of a misdirection, right? Which layer of technology are we talking about where decentralization matters? And my answer would be yes, it is sufficiently decentralized. Because you want to spend the calories of your work, like your effort, on things that matter, that are going to move the needle. And you can decentralize everything. You can decentralize where do you shop in the UK?
Amazon, if you're online.
Okay.
Tesco's for food.
Do we need to decentralize shopping for crypto employees in order for us to pass the purity test of decentralization?
I think yes. I'm going to take you up on that because it's going to make it more interesting. It's yes, we do.
Okay.
I think we can immediately. The great metaphor is frog boiling. It's very small amounts of complacency over a short period of time, but then compounded over time, that end up in a kind of a really terrible outcome. And so that complacency, and by the way, I agree with you, it's like the short-term economic analysis of whether or not it's worth decentralizing doesn't hold up, and that's the problem. But unfortunately, the complacency around that means you can end up with an architecture that, that gives up our sovereignty on many, many different levels. And then that can end up in a bad place, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but also, infinite resource decentralize everything or make things anti-fragile across the state, But with very limited resources, which is what our industry has, let's point that at the choke points that actually matter. So, for example, we've all learned that Tempo has raised $500 million at a $5 billion valuation to create an EVM-ish type chain that's going to sit on Stripe distribution. So I care far more about decentralizing Stripe's distribution of payments into crypto companies and figuring out how that can be split up versus, if there's an Amazon outage, how long it will take us to go to another hosting provider.
But you're sort of saying the Tempo thing is good for that purpose?
No, I'm saying that is much more of a centralization risk.
Right.
If we, then if we take talented developers and throw them at recreating Amazon at commodity prices versus if we take the same talented developers and throw them at difficult payments use cases and the large leverage from getting that, we should do that. And I think sort of using the everything should be decentralized language gets people into solving problems that aren't big enough for us.
Yeah. I just thought it was ironic when I tried to use a crypto payments card, and the TradFi bit worked fine, but the crypto element had gone down due to AWS. All right, let's get back on topic. So what is meant by the idea of a machine web? Who wants to take this up?
Can have a crack to start. I guess humans and machines have coexisted on the internet for quite a long time. I was reading in the cap here the robot exclusion protocol which is the robots.txt for those who know. That was around in 1994, I think that first came out, in terms of trying to define boundaries of where machines can and can't go. Other attempts are like around the 2010s with HTML5 coming out, something called the semantic web. The idea of what if we have the internet go from being something which is for human consumption, but is semantically understandable and readable by AI. I think the things that have changed now is probably two. One is with LLMs, it's a lot easier for a machine to understand the internet. I think trying to boil it down to semantic graph knowledge and stuff, it wasn't particularly effective. And the other one is sort of the rails and infrastructure like crypto and wallets that allow agents to have equity with humans in terms of their ability to transact and interact. So I think it's been a thing that's been going along for a while, but we're just seeing it supercharged with recent events.
Oh, okay.
Can I build on that?
Sure.
So yeah, I agree with that. And if you take the agent side of things, there's this sort of a blurred line at the moment between a kind of a Web 2 agent that someone has rolled out that is essentially an extension of a SaaS offering, basically, and an actual sort of non-custodial AI agent.
A self-sovereign agent, a free agent in a sense.
Operate autonomously, has its own assets, can decide what to do with them, and hopefully all of that can operate confidentially where appropriate, and hopefully it's predictable what it actually does for you, and hopefully even benevolent what it does for you, and also hopefully it's underneath that it's got an architecture that cannot be captured, so it's sort of verifiable that it's again going to behave over the long term. That's the kind of machine web I guess we want to end up in, that has a lot of potential, sort of done right. And the other qualification I'll maybe make is, I think that if you take a company like Wave, and we've got Frodobots in our portfolio and some other ones we're looking at, we're moving to this world where there is embodied AI, sort of proper robots rather than just software agents, that are built to have general sort of world, not just large language models, but world models that allow them to deal with the messiness of the physical world, and the data capture and the reinforcement around that. And I think that's an important distinction for defining what the machine web is as well. We're actually coping with the physical world.
So the idea of these sort of more complex AI models, while we might not be at that point yet, I think it's quite clear we are trending towards that direction. It doesn't seem impossible. So do you think we're moving away from the idea that the internet is for humans, and do you think we're moving towards a world where the internet is more for machines?
So I'll go doomer, just for, raise your hand if you're a doomer. Thank you. Okay.
Optimism
speaking
for
the truth.
Tuesday morning.
No, these people are just too afraid of Rocco's
hands. They're too nihilistic for that.
So there's kind of like some fun science fiction endpoints. You've got the singularity, which I think is 2030, last I checked on the calendar, where you've got runaway AI intelligence and humans turn into pets and eventually sort of farmed into gray goo as the robots turn into a Dyson sphere around the sun. That's the natural path of the gray goo hypothesis. Then there's the dead internet theory, which is one of my favorites, right? Which is like everything you're engaging with on the internet is actually like a reflection of a reflection. It's like a software skeleton of somebody's thoughts, warped multiple times from decades ago, which is lovely. And so, you can call these things in different ways, but I think in all cases it goes to some sort of escape velocity. And the simplest way that we think about it at Generative Ventures is that most of net new GDP is coming from robots. Hardware robots, software robots, whatever robots. And if we look at like stock performance, the Magnificent Seven is responsible for anything and everything that's happened in the last couple of years. Like if you strip out California and tech, the world is flat, but for inflation and debasement. And so if you actually, I think what we're doing now is actually seeing the structure of the internet with which we're engaging. So like, more than 50% of the traffic on the internet is bots. It's fake clicks. How many of you have a Twitter account? or an X account, do you feel that most of your replies are real? Do you enjoy engaging with...
My replies or the replies to me?
I think you betray yourself. So already like our conversations are with bots. If you trade on the crypto markets, obviously you're botted into oblivion. There's no question there. If you trade on the equities markets, something like 98% of the orders poof out of existence immediately because they're constantly being created by quant firms that sit next to data centers. So more than half of the world already, as far as I understand, is automated, is technology, right? And we as humans are just starting to navigate and see the different bits of the labyrinth because we're at a place where we can own the AI, we can put them in our wallet, we can put them into an NFT and feel like we get to own the machines as well. But to me, that's like a rat realizing that they're in the labyrinth, and being like, we can build our own labyrinths too.
I think to Richard's point, it's about these machines as an extension of us. It's like a new limb, a new appendage to allow us to work faster and do things, versus the machines as self-sovereign entities with, their own ability to transact and their own things that they're doing.
Do we think AI agents have ruined X?
I get very complimentary messages back from those bots, which are clearly ran through ChatGPT, so I'll take it, yeah.
Do we think free speech has ruined X?
No, it's me. I'm the moderator.
Why not?
I think it'd be a great example of where some form of proof of humanhood or a verification would be ideal. So I'd like to have some sort of decentralized proof of humanhood, WorldCoin or something similar. It doesn't have to be that one with the eyeballs, but just some proof that the person reacting to me is human, as opposed to a bot. I don't mind bots reacting, but I'd like to know which is which.
I think 100%. It's interesting. So you bring up kind of Orbson's kind of WorldCoin proof of humanity, and that is often touted as a bit of an intersection between AI and kind of Web3, Web3 technologies. And I think we all probably could back the point you made that it would be good to know which is which. But it's interesting. I don't have the kind of full numbers for it, and actually this reminds me also of something you said just very briefly, sort of backstage, Lex, which is that, we're already in the machine web era, and it has been kind of coming about bit by bit, unbeknownst to kind of all of us. Not even
we are the frog that doesn't realize we've been boiled for a decade and a half.
So there's a big brouhaha about, collecting, retinal scan data. But the reality is that already there's a lot of data collected by the kind of health infrastructure or by your Whoop or your Garmin watch or whatever. There's vast quantities of data that have been captured. But we haven't noticed because it's happened more gradually, not as a step change. And so I think we do want that kind of differentiation between humans and machines. But we probably need to become alive to the trade-offs involved or to the approach that we're taking to actually deliver on that.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious if people think that, I guess for me the separation is autonomy, right? So once you have a AI agent that's got its own utility function that it's trying to fulfill, whether that utility function comes from some overlord that's farming AI agents and says, get clicks on this and that, or whether that utility function is somehow derived otherwise, like the autonomous pursuit of that is different than us being cyborgs and using tools and so on. So I'm curious whether you guys think the current state of inference is able to get us there anytime soon.
Sorry,
Okay, go ahead.
A couple of thoughts spring to mind. And also kind of borne out by something you also said on the panel a second ago, Lex, which is that we're all becoming brilliant at kind of providing context to these different chatbots and other pieces of AI as humans. And I think, there's recent developments going on, and obviously, there's memory, but broadened context windows that are going to drive the performance of AI on our behalf. And I think, as you play it out, the context play is totally critical. And it's that context, obviously, that then informs inference, and that inference hopefully should not be a kind of proactive activity, but rather kind of, by us, it should be something that is happening as a kind of background activity to kind of and then we'll work out how to serve our kind of purposes. I do think actually, and I don't know who on the panel has looked at this in kind of more detail, we obviously, if you look at economic activity, I think it's like 85-90% is on the generative AI side at the moment. And the reality is, of course, the inferences we're getting are still not fully deterministic. As in, you can ask the question 5 times and get 5 slightly different
And that's
answers.
like, it goes down to the bone because you're running on a GPU. The GPU itself, because of associativity of floating point operations, like fundamentally that computation can diverge.
The whole thinking machines.
It's really interesting, and for us, like with our sister project Somnia, at its core, it's an EVM blockchain. But one of the things we want to add to it is, LLM execution and having consensus on that output, at like a hash level, rather than it's sort of the same thing, really requires that to be solved. And that's to your point about allowing truly self-sovereign AI agents, where you can actually verify what their intentions are and verifying that they've done it in the way as intended. That's something that needs to be solved.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely where inference has got to go.
100%.
It could be deterministic and confidential with respect to that massive context we're going to be continuously giving them.
And that's why it's really difficult to invest in crypto AI.
Well, Lex, to that point, you've written about the machine economy as an investable thesis. What makes you so bullish on that trend?
I'll give the first company I founded in 2009 was a robo-advisor in New York. And it was one of the first robo-advisors, and I was really excited about automating what financial advisors do. And it was this robot for money management. And then we've had neobanks and paytech, and we've had DeFi, and we've had all these DeFi protocols in every part of finance, and now we've got AgentFi, and we're back to robot money. And it's like, I've just been doing robo-advisors now for 15 years, and the technology changes, but the direction is the same. And if you kind of abstract even up a little bit, like technology is just human ideas written into code. So they're not really robots, they're just expressions of what people want in a repeatable structure. And I think that's kind of really basic to the human economy and where we're going. Like there's only one direction, whether we like the direction we're going or not, like taking off the doomer hat, like maybe it's the sad castle or the happy castle, we don't know, but there's only sort of one direction, I think, that this stuff flows. When we look at the machine economy, which is just that sort of realization that most GDP is going to come from new tech, not, fixing the NHS, or like, it's a joke for those of you that live in the UK, like, I guess it's not funny.
Yeah.
It's not funny. So I think when we look at the machine economy, there's kind of categories that crypto's playing in. And I think some categories are more helpful than others, although I think there can be successes in all the categories. So the first category is, isn't that a nice Web2 AI industry you have there? What if we just did it in crypto? So like, we're just going to do that better. And so you see a whole bunch of people and projects saying, evil big tech, let's decentralize inference. Evil hosting companies, let's decentralize GPU clouds. Evil data companies, let's crowdsource the data. And that's sort of like a very, not basic, but like a core crypto motion. And so doing AI with crypto incentives is kind of one big category. There's extremely little evidence from an investor perspective that crypto people have been good at anything at all outside of financial markets. We're going to do gaming with crypto, we're going to do social with crypto, et cetera, et cetera. So I've got my skepticism about that category, but I think there's a lot of valuable and interesting stuff in there. The second category is we're going to use AI to distribute crypto products or financial products. And that follows a pretty long trend of you're going to buy a bank account from a person in a suit, or you're going to buy an investment from a person in a suit, then you're going to buy an investment from a website, then you'll buy an investment from your mobile phone, and then you'll buy an investment from your AI agent. So, and the investment underneath might have been equities, and now it's crypto assets. So I think that's a very real category, but in fact, it's competing with Robinhood, it's competing with Fidelity's website, it's competing with ChatGPT on the distribution side.
Yeah.
And I think it's a difficult category.
Okay.
And then the third sort of place where we focus a lot is the idea of, if you do have this new machine GDP, what are the financial systems that are necessary for that to function well? And I call it robot money as a caricature, but theoretically you would have new payments processing, you would have new capital market systems, you would have much more programmatic sort of interactions between your money, and it's hazy, it's wide. I think Base is doing some really cool stuff there. And so, when you're looking at the space, you got to pick your lane and decide what you like.
Okay, yeah. Any other views?
Yeah, I agree with that categorization. I'd argue that the decentralization of AI is important and fundamental, and I guess people who have been in crypto for a long time believe that. I mean, Bitcoin is decentralized, stateless money. Ethereum has made a lot of trade-offs to enable itself to be decentralized at the expense of competitors who are more centralized. So I think it's possible to build decentralized systems. I think it's really hard, and we've had success in finance. I'd like us to have success in other areas. I do think it's fundamentally important. In the middle area around like robo-advisors, yeah, we're seeing a lot of that on Base. I think it is helpful. It's basically taking stuff you want to do but automating it quickly. Stuff like launching a token, like Bank is a good example. Yield optimization through something like Giza. Launching tokens like with virtuals, like agents connected to tokens. And many other products which are enabling you to do stuff you would do anyway. But Bank is an example where you can just ask the agent on Twitter to buy some crypto for you or move money around. So I think that's an investable category. I think we've seen lots of projects doing decent in that area. And the third area of actually making the payment rails and the infrastructure ready to do this sort of stuff at scale, enabling robots, AI agents to work, I think it's the most interesting area. And obviously Coinbase has been working on things like X402, which is a protocol chain agnostic to enable people to move money around the internet very easily with just one line of code. We built AgentKit on Base, which enables you to give your agent a wallet to enable it to go do stuff on your behalf. I think this is the most interesting category and a lot of room for exploration. Before we get to the dystopian area that you're describing where the robots take control, I'm optimistic. I think we can. I believe in a very human-focused internet, and actually, I think it'd be good if we stopped using the internet so much ourselves, just let the robots do it, and just focus on being in real life. Honestly, I think we spend too much time on internet.
And
let it be like a voice-interacted interface. Let the robots do their thing, and just hang out here.
Yeah. And what's your experience with the Base blockchain? Are you seeing, is it more people, more AI agents, and then also perhaps what is Coinbase doing with AI?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that Base's philosophy is very human-centered, actually, really human-centered. We invest a lot in community, a huge amount in community. I just spent 3 weeks traveling around the world in Asia, working on growing the Base network. It's all about in-person meetings, in-person community. We've hired leaders across the world, physically, in over 16 countries. By the end of next year, we'll be live in 20, 30 countries, growing real communities. So yeah, the way we think about it is very human first, and using agents and AI to optimize what we're doing already.
And I can attest to Base being a fantastic partner, because we're have launched and have got underway an accelerator called Residency. We're going to talk about more tomorrow, actually, in partnership with Coinbase and Base and Animoca and Founders Factory. And we've already had a whole bunch of applications, and I don't want to, actually I do want to shill the program, but somewhat unintentionally. We've already had a whole bunch of applications, hundreds and hundreds of applications, and people are going through and sort of doing videos and stuff. And so, although actually I've not been on some of that first sort of screening, I've already seen the quality, and they relate to the different investment areas that we've been talking about. And so to quickly respond a little bit on Lex's side, I mean, of course, there's no debating that the crypto community has been stronger on the world casino side than the world computer arguably. However, kind of going up the stack a little bit, we, I guess, at Fabric are still optimistic that the coordinating power and the kind of almost financial engineering that is possible when you provide incentives to people to provide things like GPUs can actually, which we obviously have seen has delivered something around Bitcoin and around Ethereum and other proof-of-stake networks, can be applied to the resources required, say GPUs, and possibly other resources, maybe coordinating better electricity grids, for example, that are required, the immense resources like 5, 10, 20 trillion, God knows what it is, required by AI. So we're still optimistic at that layer. Zen sort of mentioned it, but like that, the payments component, we have a kind of an extensive portfolio already around the kind of stablecoin sandwich thesis and how that will become central to the rails upon which the machine internet will operate. And I think within that, the application of cryptography in a clever way to solving not the KYC, KYB, know your transaction, KYT, KYA, know your agent problem, which is maybe the critical, well, it's a critical bridge to the human world, because we want to entrust actions to agents and have them make payments, but we do still need to check at the fringes that this has not been co-opted for something that it's bad for humanity. I think that's another area. And then you talk about robo-advisors and starting to kind of take decisions about what crypto to buy. Again, ultimately, I believe that there's a context play or there's going to be a world in which we provide a huge amount of our context. So things get hyper-personalized, and hopefully we can sit back and have agents operate on behalf, but not just in boring financial transactions, let's hope, but rather to think about our days and our personal productivity and the things we need and don't need at different point in time and lay that up for us. I think that's the optimistic view of where I think we can get to.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, a follow-up question? Do you mind? Sorry.
If you're really quick, we haven't got long.
It'll be super quick. It'll be really quick. But it will be to disagree. I'm not sure with whom or about what. So the question is, and we're invested across all three categories as well.
Yeah.
I've been extremely surprised the speed with which Stripe, OpenAI, and the group of companies affiliated there have launched their agentic payments protocol, and the speed with which Coinbase and Anthropic and Google and the group of companies affiliated there have launched their agentic payment. No, one is payments, one is commerce. So there's, for us, we thought there's like this big white space of like AI agent finance stuff that's going to be available for startups, and then immediately all the air out of the room was sucked out through a straw by two extremely powerful incumbent groups. So how are you guys like thinking about that and what are the companies that you can invest in if the sort of like core AI agent finance protocol is actually built by folks who already have the footprint?
In that middle section, kind of the stable sandwich, payments, sort of thing. What's the defensibility for someone who's a startup?
There's no space for like X402, for BitTensor to be X402, right, for example. Like X402 is great, and it's fantastic. So what kind of companies are investable on the venture side on top of it?
Look, of course, that's the $1 billion, $10 billion question, and each time it's normally actually beyond the pay grade of a venture investor, I'd say, to work out what it is, but rather to find the founders who might be able to crack it.
Dodge,
I would say that it probably is married to this question of confidentiality and context, and I can bring it back to your point that there's kind of no point in chasing an investment area that isn't the highest priority with the quickest return. And so that if we have to prove that, for example, treating personal data confidentially to provide context creates outcomes that are markedly better than anything else. So creates, it's not philosophically better. It's kind of actually materially better in terms of the insight you get and the actions you get, and hopefully even the economics you get, perhaps. And so I think that's where if founders are applying themselves to doing that better, there should be some edge in there versus the clear, centralizing force of these existing players, the existing, and maybe the other way I look at it is, but there's maybe we have reached doomsday, but there's always been these behemoths who have that advantage, but there's always been the upstarts who manage to find an edge, and we get turnover ultimately. So I'm optimistic on that basis.
Can I be a bit provocative
Point
about
taken,
this?
though.
So I think, again, I've done sort of fundraising for the companies that we've been doing. Everyone wants to be the platform. Everyone wants to be the horizontal layer that takes that little tax. Everyone wants to be the Stripe. And I think with this whole area, we have to be asking ourselves, what are the actual use cases? What are the actual companies that are going to start, that are going to actually solve real problems for people, rather than presupposing that there is going to be this big rush and try and sell picks and shovels. And I think there's often that kind of world of essentially all of us kind of pointing at each other, building protocols on top of protocols. But somewhere, someone has to build a consumer-facing application that's going to get a lot of use and mean something to people and add value to them. So
yeah. I think it's a brilliant point, which is start with the app, then build the platform. And that's how you get under the radar. You build something that looks totally innocuous, actually gets some proper traction.
And Tim is so uncomfortable.
And then you crush
it.
We are running out of time. Over time. The final question, you're now down to a yes-no answer due to the time situation.
No.
Can AI agents and humans, can we find a way on the internet that we all live in harmony? Yes, no?
Yes.
Is that cyborgs and humans? No.
AI agents, humans, can we all find a perfect harmony on the internet?
To be determined.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. That's a positive, exciting vision.
No further explanation necessary.
It's up to us.
All right. I've been Tim Copeland, Head of Growth at The Block, your favorite crypto news site. Give a warm thank you to all of our panelists. Excellent. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well done, guys. That was brilliant. Lots of really interesting insights there. I especially love what you guys said about the dead internet theory, which brings us to the next panel for today. I'm very pleased to introduce Luke, Courtney Smith, Alex On-Chain, Emily Lay. We're going to be talking about dead internet theory and crypto Twitter, signal or simulation. I love that title, by the way. Take it away.
Where's my sponsored drink gone? There it is. Just going to enjoy this delicious wreck. Right, hello everyone. Good to see everyone here. I'm Luke, I'm the MD of Flight 3 for Zebu Live. We're here today to talk about crypto Twitter, dead internet theory. Is it just becoming bots, talking to bots, algorithms, playing algorithms? And with me, I have some people that are luckily much more expert on this than I am. Would you like to introduce yourselves? Alex.
Yeah. Does this work? Yeah. So hi, everyone. I'm Alex. My made-up job title is CT lead. Basically just means I do stuff on Twitter all day. And yeah, just wanted to say thanks for coming and listening to us talk shit for a while. Emily.
Hello, my name is Emily. I'm the CMO of Hype. We're a crypto-native marketing agency. Also have done a few things with Alex regarding Twitter and roasting people's Twitter, so excited to be on this panel and talk even more about Twitter.
We're not doing any live roasting, but we could do a live roasting if you wanted. If someone wanted to be roasted, we could. Let's start off, I guess, straight to the jugular. Crypto Twitter, it as a marketing channel, is it dying? Is it dead? And if so, why?
Should we pass that one to Wab?
Let's pass it to our brother who's not here. Obviously, Wabs is absent, but shout out to Wabs. No, let's pass it to you, Alex. I think.
You say again. I forgot the question.
Is crypto Twitter dead? Is it dying? Is it still an art form?
Okay. So we've got 25 minutes to fill, so I'm going to give a longer answer. In short, I don't think it's dead. I think it's regressed since the early days, but there's still a lot of fun to be had on there. So the reason why I think it's regressed, there's a lot of different factors, but basically boils down to money and the platform. So on the platform, they haven't done a great job of removing bots. In fact, it's got significantly worse. And with constant algorithm change and I guess the TikTokification of social media and bringing in the For You page and all of that kind of thing, initially changes the kind of content that you're recommended, and then in the longer term, it changes the kind of content that people create because they're trying to be discovered. So the things that you wanted to get discovered previously, the things you actually wanted to see, they don't really get pushed to you anymore unless you're like very intentional with how you curate your feed. And then obviously the other part is money, and that's probably the bigger part, at least in crypto Twitter. Probably the most interesting point for that is on KOLs, and maybe between like 2017 and 2021 was when people started realizing the financial upside of having a following in crypto. And that's when you started seeing a lot more LARPing, a lot more like intentional groups of people trying to grow followings and sell things. Some of them, you know, more ethical than others. But as more and more people started trying to take advantage of that, it just became like a race to the bottom in terms of the type of content that you're seeing, basically. And then obviously there's a number of other monetary factors like monetization on Twitter also incentivizes engagement farming. You've got things like airdrop farming and then later InfoFi. That obviously changes the way that people post content. My opinion on that is that the worst content that's trying to farm airdrops or farm InfoFi isn't actually doing a good job at it. So like the content that actually works is fine, but the people that are trying to do it and don't understand how to do it is probably like the 90%, and that's what's clogging up the feed with people trying to chase these things that doesn't actually work. And I mean, that's pretty much it.
What do you mean they're trying to do it and they're kind of failing to do it, just on that point? You mean they kind of just copy pasta post about?
Yeah, I mean, it's an attractive thing to try and get onto a leaderboard and get a few $1,000s just for posting stuff on Twitter. So, and it's also obviously not clear exactly how it works. And it's also quite hard. Like, you do need to create genuinely good content to try and get on those leaderboards or to get monetized on Twitter or whatever. So I think the majority of people are trying their hardest, or some of them are just posting AI slop and trying to do it, and it clogs up the feed, but that's not what actually is ranking and getting money. But that's what people associate with InfoFi and stuff like that, because it's obviously related to it, but it's not actually being rewarded, even though they think it might be.
Yeah, I was going to say Twitter is more alive than ever with a lot of bots. I don't know how your posts go on your personal page or on Coinbase, but anytime I post something, it's instantly like self-validating bots, and they're all really positive, so they tend to agree with everything you say. But I think to sum up what you said as well, the last year I've seen an increase of automated bots, and then also with the Kaito leaderboards and other InfoFi products to ensue, kind of this new age of airdrop farming where you are expecting it to get an airdrop. You're essentially just writing anything positive about any project, and that fills up the feeds a lot. I think when Kaito's first leaderboard came out, that's when I saw it become really heavy with just constant shilling of these projects. But I think to answer the main question, is crypto Twitter dead? It's still the predominant channel for the industry. We are testing other channels right now, like TikTok and LinkedIn, and Reddit. But right now, crypto Twitter isn't completely dead in the sense of you still need to be on it if you work in the industry.
Do you think that, like, it's interesting to talk about the incentivization layer, and I agree, by the way, it's still like a critical channel for a lot of brands, not just
my whole job. So
it is his whole job. So yeah, no. But do you think it's still, does it have any kind of impact beyond its own, the echo chamber of the channel, right? Because things can pop up, they can trend, they can disappear. Like, I suppose from a marketing point of view, most people try and use these social channels to result in something else happening on a product side, in real life, whatever. Do you think it has impact, these kind of trends that pop up or things that happen on Twitter still, or is it all just the echo chamber?
I mean, absolutely, or else Alex wouldn't have his job. Like, right before this panel, I came up to him and he shooed me away because he was on Twitter writing an announcement. So I definitely think there's impact on Twitter still.
I mean, I have to say yes. So actually, I think what you mean is like, is it just an echo bubble, right? And are we growing the industry by spending so much time on Twitter? I think we can, and I think some teams do it well. Like, if you think about, I think the approach should be more trying to tap into internet culture versus crypto culture. They're quite similar, and a portion of every team's social strategy should be figuring out ways to break outside of that bubble and bring new people in. And it can be done, and I was obviously saying some maybe not so nice things about the For You page and stuff, but on the flip side of that, if you do it right, it does give you really good discoverability opportunities. And yeah, like if you understand Twitter, whether it's like the tech Twitter and SF Twitter and all that nonsense, or any other areas, if you understand what's going on in those other subcultures, you can sort of bridge the gap and bring new people in as well. So I think that's what teams should be doing more of.
I mean, let's continue on that thread, because you're both running both your own channels, but also, you know, big brand channels that you have accountability for, right? Like, in a very it's a simple question. I'm sure the answer is complex. Like, how can people be doing it better, right? We hear about authenticity, you hear about like how do you cut through the incentivization, the bot noise, how do you make good, authentic content? Like, when you're writing for brands, writing for yourselves, thinking about it, how are you going about doing that? What's the process to actually curate like interesting, good content?
So I think the tone of voice between brand and personal is different, but when you combine the two, you can reach even more people. So I'll speak to both. Particularly my own brand on X. I only started building a personal brand about 1.5 years ago, and the whole goal of that was to bring awareness to Hype. The first few tweets that took off were really about crypto marketing, and I included a lot of screenshots of data. It kind of built a niche, and now I'm at a point where there's enough escape velocity on my profile where I can include some personal life tweets here and there, or talk about things outside of crypto Twitter, but still within the industry. All of it lends to Hype. And now we're also doing a lot more types of posts where team members get involved to also discuss their niches or expertise, whether that's AI or if they're specifically doing TGE marketing. So you can create different pillars with your team. I think brand marketing on crypto Twitter has changed a lot as well. So this time last year at Zebu Live, I remember the meta back then was everybody was making a mascot. And so many metas have changed since then. You know, it went into founder branding, and then AI agents, and then there's the intern accounts. I think there is a blend of how do you fit into internet culture and crypto Twitter culture while also still having a brand voice and mixing that in. And it also depends on the stage of your brand as well as what lift you have from the team as well.
Probably the only thing I would add is most teams, I think it's only natural, treat social media like a distribution channel. You know, we're doing this, we need to tell people about this, do marketing, post a tweet, whatever. Realistically, it's not that. It's not a distribution channel, it's like a connection channel. You need to actually create, build, foster an audience. So the most simple way to think about it is you don't want to advertise to people, you want to entertain people. And you want to like build up the audience goodwill and bring people in and create and post stuff that they genuinely want to follow. So then when you do have those big announcements, they're actually there and they're actually paying attention and they actually care about you. And yeah, to what Emily said, you know, you need to have a deep understanding of the audience and put in the time and work with your founding team or whatever it is to figure out where your risk tolerance is and how you're going to represent the brand. But yeah, at its core, you need to be creating new content that's actually interesting outside of anything the business is doing, but it's like tangentially related to the space that you're in.
On the audience piece, right? Because one of the things we were talking about earlier is like, does crypto Twitter, even the name, the fact we call it crypto Twitter, does it alienate or kind of welcome in other people that aren't already in that kind of bubble? I suppose the question is like, how are you finding that line given that the audience of our industry is relentlessly evolving, right? And the audience of a Coinbase will be very different to the audience of a, you know, DeFi, Perpdex, on Avalanche or something, right? So how are you kind of constantly adapting what you're putting out, the content strategy you have, the brand voice, when the audience itself is also sort of kind of adapting? And I think perhaps where a lot of people maybe they kind of zero into just appeasing the audience that's already there, right? And like playing into the crowd type thing rather than thinking about the discoverability piece of like, this content has to stand on its own to someone new maybe, someone that's not familiar with the brand already.
Yeah, so I think, sorry, my timer's going off, it's super distracting, hang on.
Have you got somewhere to be, Alex?
No.
It's probably on the stage.
So I think, first of all, like you were saying, is Twitter inclusive or is it hard for new people to come in? What I think is interesting about crypto Twitter is maybe the most inclusive channel that I've ever experienced. Like, where else can you go and interact directly with founders or send direct feedback to billion-dollar company CEOs, and they'll actually listen, they'll actually do it, they'll reply to you, they'll do it very quickly. The way in maybe seems unclear because of that, because it looks like everyone's interacting with everyone else, so it's kind of like, why isn't this person instantly my friend? And realistically, you have to start small, build your circle, and you'll get to that point. And to your question about voice and adapting to the audience, tone of voice is very important, and I do think it needs to be different across every channel that you're on. And yes, it needs to be native to the platform and the particular audience that you're trying to get. So on Twitter, it needs to be slightly less serious, less corporate, matching all of that stuff. But I don't think you should or need to adapt it to what's actually happening. So that's not helpful for building a brand if you're not being consistent with the way that you're showing up. So I found a lot of success in being consistent in how you talk, but it's more about being flexible in what you're talking about. So people don't so much care about the way that you say it. They just want you to be in the moment with them, talking about what they're finding interesting right now. And as long as you're tapped into that, then you could be writing like a lawyer and it would still hit.
Anything on that, Emily, in the sense that I'm sure you see a lot of different brand accounts that you're working across, right? Or the company's working across. Like, is there a process to go, like, especially for those early stage businesses, of which I expect there are a few here, like, how do people go about identifying that initial brand voice that's not just reactive, that's not just kind of jumping on a trend, that whatever that trend might be? How do you see people kind of going about doing that in a way that's meaningful and effective for them to then distribute?
Yeah, specifically for our clients, and this applies to if you're a project or if you're a personal brand, there is a main thing you want to be saying and you want to be repeating it. And I think similarly to what Alex said, it's repeating in different ways, whether that's a form of media or it's aligned with the current trend, like AWS recently went down, you can tie your narrative to that trend. So there are ways to show up on the timeline with timeliness, depending on what people are actually discussing. But the important thing is, before you even get to brand voice, what is your brand? What are you talking about? What is your narrative or tagline or your purpose or why or positioning statement? And being able to repeat that in different ways that are native to that channel is how we see success. And it takes consistency and time.
On the point of success, and I'm sure you get this as well a lot, what do you see, or how do you kind of combat the whole, we want 50,000 Twitter followers, we want 100,000 Twitter followers, that's the success metric, right? We want this much engagement on this, when you kind of know that that can be botted and it's optics, right? It doesn't really mean anything. Like, where, A, how do you measure success, and B, what are the kind of indicators of that? And maybe some of it's kind of harder performance metrics, some of it's more feel. Like, what do you see as the kind of success line?
Yeah, coming from an agency standpoint, so we've grown many accounts, which means we have historical data and we also know what is possible or realistic. So typically we can look at competitors in their category or vertical or projects similar to their stage and show them this is how much these companies have grown, reverse engineer what they've done, and use that as a benchmark. So a lot of it is educating. We have had certain projects on board and say, oh, we want X number, we want X goal. And it's also understanding, why do you want that? What is the reason? Is it because you need to get a certain listing somewhere? Or is it because you just think this number looks great compared to your competitors? So it is a conversation to have. I think there's a lot more projects and historical data you can use today versus a year ago or 2 years ago. And that makes these conversations a little bit easier.
Do you think there's a frequency in trends in the sense that there's more of them? I mean, you were just saying, like, last year, right? This time last year at Zebu, it was like, everyone needs a mascot, get a mascot kind of thing. And that trend maybe lasted, I don't know, a quarter. Do you think things kind of come and go quicker than ever across all channels, right? Not just, I mean, Twitter is maybe the fastest out of all of them, but do you think things come and disappear quicker than ever across all social channels?
I'm really curious Alex's take on this, since I know you traveled for a year and took a break, but I personally think all of our dopamine receptors are shot, and I think trends and the life cycle of trends are happening way faster than ever before, not just of crypto Twitter, just the act of social media, news, having an abundance amount of information, and now we even have AI-generated information. I'm not sure if anyone has used Zora yet, but it's basically TikTok and it's all AI generated. So yeah, I think life cycle of trends is happening a lot faster. Something I find really interesting when I travel now is, for example, fashion. you see people dressing a lot more monotonous worldwide, and it's coming from like Instagram For You pages. So that's just an example outside of crypto Twitter of how trends and information moves more quickly because of the internet.
Yeah, I mean, trends move ridiculously fast now. I don't think they move quickest on Twitter. Twitter normally has like a 24-hour life cycle. I've seen stuff go a lot quicker than that on TikTok. And I'm personally a big fan of TikTok, big user of TikTok. So I'm also aligned with Emily on that, of how that's like their new exploration channel, and there's a lot of opportunity there. But so my thought on this is there's so many trends now that before the challenge was like being tapped in and being aware of them and being ready to take advantage of them. Now it's actually, the skill is really in saying no to most of them, and probably no to all of your team members or friends that are recommending you to do them as well. And having a clear strategy, or however you want to say it, to take advantage of the right ones and do the 1% really well instead of doing the 50 or 20% mediocre, because there's so many of them. You need to find the ones that are right for you and the ones that like are actually a hit for your audience as well. And as always, the earlier you are to the best ones, the better.
How do you take a read on, I mean, I suppose it's the brand voice, right? But how do you take a read on stuff that feels, I guess, synthetically kind of pushed versus like culturally significant, right? And maybe this is an art rather than the science, but in the sense that, and again, something you said earlier, it's like tying it into internet culture and culture generally, not just crypto Twitter or this particular channel, whatever. Like, how do you take a view or take a decision on something when something's culturally relevant and you think it's going to have some legs as a movement versus something that's synthetically incentivized, right? Like maybe it's financially incentivized or whatever. Like, I mean, yeah, how do you take a view on it, on what to do with it?
Yeah. So probably the first thing is knowing that you're not going to get 100% hit rate. Like, not every single one's going to be a banger, and that's fine. So as long as you're like genuinely being intentional with which ones you're picking, not all of them are going to be 10 million views or whatever your all-time high metrics are. So that part's fine. The art of it really is spending too much time on social and just like seeing these things develop, and you do kind of develop a second sense for whether people will find this fun when it becomes bigger, and also whether the right people are getting involved in this as to where it's becoming high signal. So yeah, generally it's stuff like the type of accounts they're engaging, like are they high influence or are they connected, and maybe like the volume trend as well. So, you know, if it keeps accelerating and more people are doing this thing every hour, then that's a good signal as well. But yeah, I don't worry too much about that. Like, at least from a privileged perspective of representing a big brand, it's more about finding the right fit rather than finding the moment that's going to be the biggest, because we think about it as like taking that and making it our own, like finding a different spin on it that makes it the Coinbase way, and it's slightly different to the way you would have seen other people approaching that trend. So as long as we can do that, it feels safe, it feels on brand, then yeah, I would prefer to pick something like that rather than one that's absolutely running but just doesn't fit our normal style.
Just to expand off that, I think that's a really good point to bring up, especially for anyone that is building on socials or looking to grow their socials, is that it's really forgiving. Like, the fact that all our dopamine receptors are shot and our attention span is so short means that if you post something and it doesn't get a lot of reach, you can try again tomorrow or in a few hours. And like, what was the drama last week? I think it was Redstone CMO.
That was yesterday.
I don't even.
That was 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, but that was taken over by Kobe and Up Only. So the point is, these things move so quickly. To your question about if it's an art or science, I was trying to think if there is a way to codify it or if there's a framework, but I think similarly, you just need to lock in and scroll the timelines. I will say there are certain trends that you just instinctually know the audience of crypto and crypto Twitter. And for example, like, I don't know, when Taylor Swift's album came out, it's not really a narrative that would work on crypto Twitter, for example. So just understanding the audience clearly helps too. And that comes from interacting with your users, being on crypto Twitter, coming to these conferences, and also seeing what are voices on the timeline that get a lot of reach.
Let's talk more about the fact that we're all kind of dopamine addicts / deficient / developing kind of ADHD and all this kind of good stuff, because I agree with you, across all channels at all time, we are bombarded with either completely meaningless information or very significant information, and we can't really tell the difference anymore. Like, without playing the futurologist game, what is the end state of that, right? So if we're on this kind of like arc of increasing speed, I mean, you're saying, you know, trends come and go under a 12, 24-hour window. I mean, A, that means it's surely very hard for new entrants, new brands to kind of cut through that kind of noise. But then B, where does it take us? Like, where's the end state? Are we just constantly consuming information that we can't differentiate as important or not important, or where are we heading, Alex?
Good question.
Are we going to be okay?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm technical enough to answer this. I don't know where the social platforms are going to go. I definitely don't know what the trend of AI and how it's going to be used is going to be. So in that end, it's a non-answer. Simplified how I think about it is it's going to get worse before it gets better. I expect at some point there's going to be some kind of innovative social solution that will be able to filter out a lot of the nonsense and feel more real again. In the short term, we're going to have to keep fighting against the increasing amount of low-quality content, bots, AI, whatever. So just got to hang in there and, you know, keep finding what our edge is, which is genuinely being interesting and still having the creativity and uniqueness, I suppose, because, you know, AI hasn't caught up to us on that yet.
I think we should talk a little bit on what is good versus bad content, because a trend I noticed, for example, is when different mediums pop up. Let's just use Twitter, for example. So when Spaces became a trend, everyone's doing Spaces, and now we have videos and live streams, and now everyone's essentially, a lot of people are making video-related content. But the way you really stand out is the substance of the content. So for example, if we just talk about airdrop farmers, they're typically always posting positive reviews about projects, and right away that removes the critical reasoning and it also removes the lack of trust. So I'd love to hear you expand on what good content means. But to answer your question, I think I'm personally, like, the things I invest in are health tech, so I'm really bullish meditation. I think more people should meditate. But at the same time, I've invested in projects like Euphoria, where it's gamified options trading, because I know these things will be extremely addicting. So I think we actually go down two paths where we're seeing it now. Like, the more screens there are, the more people are spending time online, but we also see in real life communities being built. So I'm just a person that believes in having options and exercising free will, whether you go down the path of meditating or being fully locked in on Twitter, or maybe both. That's up to the person. But the way technology is progressing is more time being spent online is expected, unfortunately.
Yeah, so just to answer your question about what is good content, I guess it's easier to think about a specific example rather than give you like high-level thoughts on what it looks like. So I think there's been a number of breakout creators over the last year. One of my favorites, ICO Beast, he's obviously been running it up on Kaito. And without mentioning any specific projects, leaderboards, but he did a really good job of topping those leaderboards all the time, and while posting content that was neutral, sometimes positive, sometimes negative, and it was just like, you knew that that was genuinely what he thought, and you knew that he was genuinely using those products and like giving them feedback and just actually taking part in the ecosystem, and it just came through as super refreshing, and that's why he ran up a following so fast. There was obviously other elements into it as well, but like for me, that was the core thing, is that he was actually a real person, and people want to connect with people, and if your posts don't feel real, or if you're not posting pictures of the food that you ate last night, or any of these things that help give people an insight outside of you trying to promote yourself or trying to promote your business, then it just doesn't really land. So I think good content is very, very subjective, but it's mostly about it actually being real and true to you if it's personal, or true to the brand if you're doing it on behalf of your company. And you know, I think you have to be relentless in testing to get to the point where that actually works, and keep fighting yourself to try and avoid posting stuff that's very generic and doesn't have any kind of like intrigue or edge to it.
Can you leverage AI at all and still be human and retain that kind of human voice? Like, is there, you know, because I think a lot of people go, I'm going to get AI to write me whatever, 40 tweets that I'm going to just schedule out, and I'm going to get some images made up and whatever, and that's kind of my job done, which is a volume game, right? But can you leverage the tools of AI and remain that human kind of personality piece?
Yeah, so I kind of have a useless perspective on this to some extent, because so enjoy this.
The more useless, the better, Alex.
Because, like Emily said, I just got back from taking a year off, so I kind of missed the massive rise of AI and content, and I wasn't in the arena, so to speak, when that was happening, so I wasn't riding the learning curve and really getting plugged in on how I should be using AI and how I shouldn't. So hopefully Emily will have a much more nuanced take, and I can learn some things from her. But I don't think you can output good, like, start-to-finish content with AI at the moment. I personally haven't found it. I've seen some solutions that are quite useful, but it's not my preference to try and use them. So generally how I use it is early stage or to get past blockers. So I use it to help me brainstorm, basically. And, I'm just trying to find the areas that I get stuck on or I struggle with, and use something else to help me get past those has been super helpful. And yeah, other than that, I like to do all the writing stuff myself.
So I'll speak about the use of AI in context of, do I use it personally for my own account, and also how we use it with clients. So for me personally, I've tried using AI, but it just doesn't fit my own brand voice. And also the time spent prompting AI, I rather just type the tweet out. So for me, it's just easier to just write the tweet and post it. I don't schedule my tweets. I've tried before, and it just doesn't land the same way. And I think it comes down to the timeliness of how crypto Twitter works. When I did a 10-day meditation and left, I scheduled everything, and it was a very different feeling than typing in the moment. Now, how do we actually use AI at Hype? So we've used AI for some of our creatives. We also use it as brainstorming, and AI LLMs are a really good pattern recognition tool. So if you put in a lot of the documents, it can help you with brainstorming or learning about a project, but you always need to have discernment. So whatever output it gives you, if it's text, like copy you're gonna use for socials, you still need to have human discernment to that. When it comes to actual creatives, so things like videos or images, we have used AI as output, but then there is a creative team that goes in and polishes it, whether it's professional sound design, typography, making sure that the storytelling, storyboarding, and prompting and scripting is all correct. So it's really still using it as an extension to, I guess, having taste. And it really comes down to having discernment when you're using AI. It's really obvious. We see it in applications. I also see it in my AI reply guys when it's 100% AI and there's no extra human touch there.
How do I get some of them AI reply guys? So this is
How many followers do you have?
Not. You can't turn the tables on me, Alex.
No, we'll start asking you some questions. Yeah. Tell us the secret behind your Twitter, Luke.
My Twitter is very real, very human. Very no. Twitter is a channel that I've only started using a couple of years ago, meaningfully, and started posting on. Yeah, I think I'm a believer in I think from a personal point of view, if you're not doing it from a brand, you do have to sort of pick a channel that you're going to lean into. And Twitter wasn't initially, despite working in the industry I do, Twitter wasn't initially that channel for me. And not because of the audience that I was particularly kind of more interested in getting in front of, basically.
What's your handle?
You're not going to live roast me, Emily.
No, everyone's going to follow you. It's going to be good.
Oh, my handle. I think it's OXLCS, something like that. Yeah.
I just see a row of people here on their phones, and I'm assuming they're all on Twitter because I know it's super addicting. So just reply to his latest tweet. So when he gets off stage,
so I can get the endorphin hit.
Yeah, you
and
have
then
some
tweet more and then create more content that's just meaningless slop. That's what I'll do. Right. Okay. Good. Are you on that? Do you guys curate your feeds in the sense that you're trying to do two things, both of you, right? You're trying to have your finger on the pulse in what's going on in the noise of this industry, but also you want your feed to be actual people that you know and like and follow and whatever. So how are you curating, or are you kind of keeping it open?
So I have two specific folders. I'm mainly on my own feed because usually the people that I interact with, I think it's curated where I tend to get what's trending. But I do have two additional folders. One is called Crypto Whistleblowers. So it's just all of the most critical voices of crypto, and there's probably 9 people on there, and then another is just a trading list.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I actually need to do a better job at this. I think I've been kind of lazy, and as the algorithms deteriorated, I've lost a little bit of signal, which hasn't been particularly helpful. But yeah, like Emily said, I'm mostly just actually almost totally just live on my feed, and I think it optimizes like based on what you're looking at, who you're replying to, stuff like that. So I'm very intentional with who I follow, who I reply to, what tweets I like, which helps optimize it to an extent. But Elon keeps pushing me his own tweets and a bunch of other nonsense, which doesn't help. But more recently, I've had to turn on notifications for a few different people just to stay in the loop a little bit more, which is kind of annoying because you get pinged all the time. But I haven't designed a better solution yet.
Have you got notifications on for me or Emily? Or?
No.
Right. Final piece. We've got 30 seconds there. Final piece of advice to the audience of people trying to, well, it could be anything, right? Meditate more, do this brand strategy. Final piece of advice to people kind of trying to survive, push through, create brand voice and impact in an increasingly, because I think we're all aligned that it's still very, very important, all of these channels, particularly Twitter, but it's increasingly saturated with volumes of noise. So final piece of advice to people trying to stand out in that kind of sea of same.
Yeah, so the best thing is define the risks for you and what you don't want to do, and then experiment a lot in all the other areas and just genuinely have fun with it and try things and be intentional with what you're posting. Like actually look at the data. You don't have to, look at graphs and stuff, but have a general pulse on what posts are working, what posts aren't, and keep optimizing towards the things that do while maintaining your character. And yeah, just be real, have fun with it.
Yeah, I think if you're building a business, you're taking a bet. You're taking a bet that this is something the world needs. So very similarly, just taking that bet and starting to post on Twitter. So even posting your hottest take on why your business deserves to exist is important, and from there you need to be consistent. So it's not a one-time thing. You need to post consistently, and then maybe also engaging with people that are working in your vertical or even against your vertical. I think that question though of defining your risk, who you want to attract and who you don't want to offend, is also important.
I love that. So everyone should send a tweet now. Why does their business deserve to exist? It's great. Love it. Amazing. Right, Emily, Alex, thank you so much for your time. Audience, thank you. Cheers. Enjoy the rest of your time.
Good job.
Well done, guys. Thank you so much. I'm very excited to introduce our next keynote of the day. Is Dimitri in the house? Dimitri, are you here? Hello. Guys, Dimitri from WireX. Let me get a large round of applause, please. He's going to be giving a talk about not everyone wants a bank, so why are we still building them in Web3? Very legitimate question.
Thank you. Yeah.
Take it away, Dimitri.
Thank you. All right, guys. It's great to be here. Thanks for coming. And I am starting then. So I'm Dmitry Lazarev, a co-founder, co-CEO of WireX. We've been around for 11 years already, and we've been focusing on bridging blockchain and traditional payments. But today it's an interesting question for us to discuss. Not everyone wants a bank, so why we keep trying to clone them? That's the big question. And a hint, you can see it, we just need to focus on building what banks cannot or won't. So if you check the roadmaps of many teams, you can see that a lot of attention towards we need to build like the payment capabilities, credit, the payment cards, the bank accounts, etc., which looks like a bank. And but essentially, when we do this, and I understand why people are doing that. It makes sense because we would like to go and get as much adoption as possible. And in order to do so, it's better to introduce some products that like similar to the products from Web 2. But here we also have a risk, right? Because if it looks like a bank, we also inherit all the problems from that, like the working hours, the customer queues, and customer support queues, and lots of other things that we would like to avoid. And more importantly, is where you have limitations going from one country to another, so it's not purely global. So let's talk about the three potential agents. that may not need a bank account. So it's a freelancer, so he's interested in getting paid as fast as possible, as cheap as possible, as often as possible. And there is a DAO treasurer who needs to manage the treasury funds. And again, they don't want to do the PDF and the policies. They would like to rule in code. And the third one is a machine or an agent. So if you were wondering when we start talking about AI, it's on this slide. At the same time, let's be mindful that the banks are doing quite a lot of things relatively well. One is payments. Local, international, cross-border, credit and lending products, investments. They do the advice as well. And these things are very important to a lot of people. And so we also need to kind of understand it. And maybe some of the things we can copy, and we'll talk about this a little bit later. Let's proceed. Web3 has its own superpowers. Number one, it's self-custody. So what the self-custody means, I guess you all know, but essentially you have the full control over your wallet, over your funds. You don't need any third party to impose any limits, any limitations, or limits per transaction on you. You can do whatever you want with this wallet. And this is unavailable with the banks and never probably going to be available. Open liquidity, the markets are open for everyone, available 24/7 without any issues. Programmed settlement. So if you look at the traditional payment, essentially, if you receive your funds on your Revolut account, for example, you see it immediately, but on the background, actually, the payment is happening a lot later. So it splits into parts, actual payment initiation and the settlement. With blockchain, you don't have it, and it's great, right? If there is a payment, it settles immediately. And the interesting things, I can't really imagine how AI agents can work with the traditional Rails, but with on Web3, with blockchain and self-custody wallets, actually, there is a limitless opportunity there. Some of the things here look very, very similar. So we've got payments on both Web2 and Web3. We've got the credit. You can get a loan on Web3 as well. You can do the payments, and you can invest in order to get the yield. Although the functions are the same or look the same, the form is completely different, right? Because with banks, it's very regulated, very much safe to some extent, whereby on Web3, it's open market, right? And it's global, it's programmable, and it's very transparent. So the things we can borrow from the banks are the following. So first, it's if you make a mistake, it's not a big problem with the bank. Usually, you can still get you can regain access to your bank account. You can call the call center and try to fix the things. With Web3, it's not the same, especially with the legacy wallets. If you lost your seed phrase, you may lose access to your funds, unfortunately. So this is the thing that shouldn't be there and it should be fixed. And there are a lot of wallets already removing the seed element from the wallets, and so those are completely seedless. The ecosystem in general should be regulated at the edges. On and off ramp stays regulated, but what's happening inside the container on the Web3 space, that's where obviously only KYT can be applicable. Everything else is free and really only limited by your imagination. And we need everyday utility for the payments, especially for the merchant acceptance. That's, I think, where we are lagging a lot at the current time. So you can't really go to a corner shop and pay in stable coins from your wallet, unfortunately. I know a lot of firms are trying to build something around this and solve this problem, but we are not there yet, and I think there is a good potential for some of the startups that can really solve it, or we all together as a community can solve it. And so we can pay with stable coins with merchants. So that'd be like a game changer, I think. So what Web3 can offer and do differently, it's a lot of use cases that you can see. So the payroll, you can get your payment every day, every hour if you want. Obviously with banks it's not possible. You can settle again immediately. You can add AI agents here in order to help you to build the product that you want. So a couple of examples of the products that, from my perspective, make sense to build at the current time. Again, it's the payroll, it's treasury that can be very much be managed programmatically. Open liquidity, AI agent with wallet, so you can integrate AI agent to your wallet, give them permission, and the guardrail should be there, and manual override if needed, but essentially you can do whatever you wanted. So that's an amazing opportunity. And so in this case, the infrastructure, we don't want to replace the banks. We just want to be focusing on the areas where banks cannot build anything or they won't. So the coexisting would be looking something like that, whereby we have the edges on and off ramp under licensed and compliant. Inside, it's only KYT, but basically what we have inside is just a green field, a blue ocean for us to build something valuable. And a couple of notes, we need to ship responsibly, especially when it comes to the risks. We often think, okay, this risk is understandable as DeFi, as blockchain, can be hacked, a smart contract or a wallet or the Oracle, but we need to explain these risks. So people need to understand before they use it what the risks are, how they can make sure that they are safer, and what they do if something wrong is happening. So yeah, and that's essentially like the main message I'm trying to send to you guys. Don't build another bank. Focus on where the banks cannot or will not do anything. And that's a very exciting time. Finally, if you want to check out it's Wirex Business, we give you access to all the payment trails as well as the self-custody wallet, so you can integrate it to your AI agent and give it a try. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Great thank you to Kylie this morning. She's a super presenter. I'm delighted to be here also. I'm a long-term fan and colleague of Zebu Live and Flight 3. And I was just saying to some friends, when I first joined this sector in 2017, it's not that early, all my friends and family thought I was mad. And now in 2025, I think everybody out there is mad, and we're the sane ones. So anyway, building on that chaos, we have a very interesting story coming up next. Marcus Horsley is going to talk about should crypto market makers go to jail. It's quite a provocative comment. He's a CTO and co-founder of Lowtech. And before I get him onto the stage, maybe I could just ask, in advance of his talk, do you think that crypto market makers should go to jail? Hands up, perhaps? Okay. Oh, one. We'll see how it changes afterwards. Anyway, I would like to invite Marcus to come up to the stage to talk about should crypto market makers go to jail.
I think we're running a little bit early, so might just hold for a minute whilst all my adoring fans come in. Tough crowd. Is the thing up? Slides? Does this button work? Oh, there we go. User error. Okay, so the question of the talk is, should crypto market makers go to jail? Personally, I would not like to go to jail. I think I'm much too pretty for that. At least that's what my mum tells me. Anyway, but as a crypto market maker that occasionally does frequent crypto Twitter, it's hard not to feel like the rest of the community is out for blood. In fact, according to a report that we commissioned earlier this year, 70% of the crypto community want to see market makers put on trial for their behavior. That's different to the percentage in this room. Maybe we've got some selection bias going on in here. And to be honest, let's be frank, is it really that surprising when we see that there's a constant stream of damning stories from across the press? A cursory search for market makers on crypto Twitter shows a whole lot of people with their pitchforks out. Now, why am I qualified to talk about this? So, my background is I've got a PhD in maths. I've did about 10 years working as a quant at various funds. As you can also see, I'm a dad, which I'm led to believe qualifies you to speak with authority about anything. But more importantly, I'm the CTO, as mentioned, of Lowtech, and we are a London-based market maker. And so every day I'm at the coalface out in market trading. So market making is one of the foundations of modern finance. It's been around since the inception of markets. At its core, market making is about quoting both buy and sell prices, creating a live, two-sided market that others can interact with. We're all acutely aware, if you've ever bought and sold a house, you are acutely aware of a market that doesn't have a market maker. Yeah, you've got to wait, you've got to find a specific buyer for your house. There's no one to immediately transact with. Of course, in stocks or in crypto, where market makers are common, you get immediacy of execution, and that is what the game is about. So how can something as benign as providing liquidity generate so many presumptions, misconceptions, and criticisms? To find out, in June 25, we commissioned an independent report. We surveyed over 2,000 crypto community members, including founders and VCs from 98 countries. And we wanted to understand what their view on crypto market makers was. So we asked a lot of questions, but one of the simple questions we asked was, what do you think market makers do? And this was where some misunderstandings began to reveal themselves. So I am pleased to say that 60% of respondents were correct, and they recognize that providing order book liquidity is at the core function of market making. Beyond that, it starts to get a bit worrying. Over half of respondents think that market makers exist to create volume. A third believe that we manipulate prices. These are bad things, and it's bad that this misconception exists. And it begs the next question, why do people think this? At the heart of it, it comes down to the nature of the most visible role that market makers play in crypto. But to understand that, it's necessary to make a distinction between firms that trade their own capital in a market-making style and those that are engaged by token projects to act as a market maker on their behalf. It's this latter category that are the most visible market makers in crypto. These are the names that you know. And it's this latter category that attract the bulk of the community's criticism, particularly in relation to manipulating prices, dumping tokens. But why are these market makers needed or so prominent in the space? Well, when it comes to listing a token, most top-tier centralized exchanges will will require a token to bring a market maker with them. This is because the exchanges want functioning markets. They don't just want to list assets. They care about tight spreads. They care about deep books. Good market makers make that possible, quoting across levels, smoothing out volatility, absorbing flow when things get busy. As such, token projects will engage a market maker on a commercial basis for them to provide liquidity for the token. Now, here is the crux of the problem. Here's the reason why market makers cop so much flack from the token communities. The relationship between a token project and a market maker, the access that it gives them, and the perceived control over a large portion of the token that it gives the market maker is why fingers start getting pointed very quickly when the price charts start to take a dip south. And one of the reasons that this exists is because at the heart of the problem is the dominant fee structure that exists for how market makers are paid by token projects at the moment. So for years now, the most common way for a market maker to be paid by a project has been granting them a call option on tokens. These tokens that are loaned to facilitate the service. You need tokens and fiat to be able to make a market. Well, not necessarily fiat, could be a stable coin, but you know what I mean. Some sort of quote asset. The project lends tokens to the market maker, and in the return, the maker gets the right to buy some of these tokens later at a fixed price. In other words, it's a call option. These option plus loan deals became standard practice in our space because they look cheap. There's no upfront cash, it's just tokens. On the flip side, there's a newer approach, which is a retainer model, which is where the project pays a flat monthly fee in fiat or stablecoin, and the market maker provides liquidity as a service, much like any other subscription service. A loan of tokens is, of course, still necessary to be able to perform the service. There's just no right to buy the tokens at a later date. At the root cause of this issue, in the dominant option plus loan model, the market maker is being paid with a financial instrument. And this financial instrument incentivizes the market maker to regularly trade the token in ways that might not be in the best interest for the token project. So if the majority of market makers are proactively trading their clients' tokens to monetize the options they've been given, is it any wonder the community is quick to look at them when things go awry? Now, it's also not just the deal structures that cause issues for the reputation of market makers. There still, unfortunately, are plenty of bad actors in the space who self-label as market makers and then use the privileged access that this relationship grants them to profiteer for their own ends. That this is part of the perception of the community is evident from the answers our survey got in relation to how market makers are reported on. You can see the stat there. I think, as YK Peck from Govern said, literally no amount of legal documentation is helpful if somebody wants to just straight up do crime. So what happens if you choose the wrong partner? The dangers aren't always obvious from the outset, because many of the bad actors in the space have slick pitch decks, they have sales reps at every conference, and that may make them seem credible. But beneath the surface, the incentives they operate under and the behavior those incentives encourage can be fundamentally misaligned with the long-term goals of projects. So if you want to understand some of the red flags that should warn you off, so what we've got token dumping via loan models. As discussed, market makers take token loans and immediately sell into the market when delta hedging the strike setting of the option. This collapses the price, damages early momentum, and this is most often tied to poorly designed loan plus option structures. Wash trading. So this is artificially inflating the volume by trading with themselves to simulate market activity. This is often described and sold as volume generation. In TradFi, you would go to prison for this. In crypto, people walk around with T-shirts advertising it. Price manipulation. Attempts to hold price levels up, walk prices up, create directional moves around events. Any guarantees around price targets or growth are serious red flags. Again, TradFi, go to prison, straight to jail. Volatility engineering. So when you hold, as I mentioned, when you hold a call option or similar exposure, the market maker may induce volatility. Multiple ways to do that, but pulling liquidity would be one way. Of course, everyone remembers from Options 101, if you've got a delta hedged option, your option is more valuable the more volatile your asset is. This is not directly tied to what the project's long-term goals are. They generally don't want volatile assets. Of course, there's kickbacks and bribes. I don't think they need any explanation. Undisclosed conflicts of interest, self-dealing, trading against the token, allocating capital to competing assets. And of course, finally, front-running announcements, trading ahead of listings, unlocks, or other events using insider knowledge. That distorts price discovery and damages long-term trust in the project. Again, insider trading in TradFi, you go to prison. So it's been a bit all doom and gloom, but there are some good actors out there in the space. And so when it comes to choosing the right crypto market maker, there are some things that you should look out for. I think you can distill this down to 5 questions. Do I understand exactly how they're being compensated? And is that aligned with the long-term goals of our project? If you don't understand how your market maker is being paid, or it's a complex financial instrument, that might be a red flag. Are the KPIs concrete, measurable, and enforceable? And if they're not, how are you going to hold your market maker to account? Can you monitor performance in real time? If you can't, how do you actually know in real time where your assets are, what the market maker is purportedly doing? Are their legal entities and operating jurisdictions clear? If they're not, what are they trying to obfuscate from you? And big one, have you spoken with other projects that they've worked with? Have others had a good experience? The amount of clients that talk to us and say, I've had a terrible experience with X. It's a wonder how they can get any new clients with that sort of Google review. Now, of course, to get this to work, the token projects have to put effort in. But the result of that effort is a partner that helps you and your token succeed in a sustainable, compliant, and community-aligned way. Now, it's not just tokens that need to do the work. Market makers need to do the work as well to go into some way to repairing the trust. So as part of the survey, we did ask what would make you trust market makers more. So as far as repairing this trust is concerned, I think transparency, public declarations, compliance with regulation remain the most promising routes forward. 10% never will, so I think they're a lost cause. And yes, so 67% say more transparency about fees as well would help them trust the market makers more. So to wrap up, the TLDR of this talk, I think that if you want to remember 5 things, these are 5 things to remember. Crypto community has a deep trust deficit with market makers. The widespread misconceptions still define how market makers are perceived. Misaligned deal structures, especially in option plus loan models, create systemic risks. There is need for a more transparent and accountable crypto market maker model. And founders can protect themselves through deal structure, transparency, and KPIs. If you found this interesting and you want to dive further into the findings, there is a very comprehensive 70-page report with loads more data, loads more questions and insights, more recommendations. It's available for download at our website, lo.tech/state-of-market-making, or there's a QR code. Or if you're old school like me and prefer something more tangible, there are a load of physical copies that we've printed out, and they're available at the Low-Tech booth, which I think will be here for the entirety of the conference. And finally, shameless shill. As mentioned, I'm the CTO of Low-Tech. We're a London-based market maker and digital asset trading firm. We built our market making service to directly address some of the criticisms that have been outlined here. When we work with projects as a market maker, we're raising the standard for how liquidity is delivered in crypto to make market making fair, transparent, and accountable. And hopefully our clients don't want us to go to jail. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I guess we should ask the audience, should Marcus go to jail or not? No, that's very exciting. Thank you. Very interesting. And I do pop by his stand and pick up the report. So we're now having a break, coffee break. We're back at 1:30 when Tom Duff-Gordon, Vice President of Coinbase, is going to be interviewed by Alex Pell. So see you back here at 1:30. At 1:30. Thank you.
Afternoon, but who am I to even try to make a difference when the world is probably ending soon? Everybody's saying they're an individual, but all of you is hiding out to be invisible. We're doing dances, trying to find the love we never could. Wanna look at it a little more critical, cause we're the generation who can make the pillars fall. What are the chances? I'd say they're pretty good. You say they're pretty good. I say they're pretty good. I say they're pretty good. Feel the ember burn, heating up my skin. Let the fire rise, let it encase me in. It helped me get this far, it got me pushing through. I keep these flames alive as they keep me alive too. I came too far to make a mistake here. I'm ready to fight for the win. It drains me all out and crashes me to the ground. I keep on fighting, cause I feel these flames within. Please keep the fire burning, fire burning. Just keep the fire burning, fire burning. Just keep the fire burning, fire burning. Just keep the fire burning, fire burning. Please keep the fire burning, fire burning. Just keep the fire burning, fire burning. Yes, please keep the fire burning, fire burning. Yeah. Keep this fire burning.
dark would cover up my heart. Don't wanna fight again, I'm not a kind of man. Seems like you are in my room. No way I can't escape from you. My soul is so confused. Without change I will lose you. And I don't know what I'm fighting for, or why I have to scream. But I know that I feel insecure when you're rather with me. Should I keep going? Should I believe? My heart is still locked and I'm missing the key. But I know that I feel insecure when you're rather with me. Running through my mind, but I couldn't find my role in our play. Doesn't make sense to stay. Seems like you are in my room. No way I can't escape from you. My soul is so confused. Oh, without change I lose you. I don't know what I'm fighting for, or why I have to scream. But I know that I feel insecure when you're rather with me. Should I keep going? Should I believe? My heart is still locked and I'm missing the key. But I know that I feel insecure when you're rather with me. When you are not.
She's a mystery. She's a real live wire. Make you fall in love. Be your one desire. Everybody wants to know her name. They want a piece of her to claim. Thinking what is hers is theirs to take, so they don't hesitate. She's supposed to be. From the skin she shows to the words she speaks. Yeah, everybody wants to know her name. They want a piece of her to claim. Thinking what is hers is theirs to take, so they don't hesitate. you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice. I'm here when you need my voice. When you need my voice, I'm here. When you need my voice, I'm here. When you need my voice, I'm here. When you need my voice. I saw it in a dream. In the middle of the world, it was just you and me. It all happens when the sky falls. When the sky falls. When the sky falls down. When the sky falls. When the sky falls, I would give it all just to be the two standing. Never hit the wall if we hit the ground running. Answer every call just to be the one there with you. Oh, I saw us in a dream. You were staring at the sky, there was nothing between. Everything that we had, 'cause when the sky falls. There was nothing but time, there was nothing but time, there was nothing but time, there was nothing but. I would give it all just to be the two standing. Never hit the wall if we hit the ground running. Answer every call just to be the one there with you. Oh, just when the sky falls. When the sky falls.
Don't you hate it when time stops? 'Cause I'm there for you. Don't you hate it when time stops? 'Cause I'm there for you. Sound there for you. Sound there for you. Sound there for you. Don't you hate it when time stops? 'Cause I'm there for you. Don't you hate it when time stops? 'Cause I'm there for you. Sound there for you. Sound there for you. Sound there for you.
I keep dreaming, but my dreams keep flying away. A song we're far beyond. Keep chasing them, and I never rest for a day. There's something I don't do. I feel the wind blowing my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. It's been a while since I ran into you on a street. I wonder if you moved. Hope everything is going amazing for you, and you're not feeling blue. I feel the rain pour down my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. I slip to the door, bind it to the blue. I slip to the door, bind it to the
welcome back. Welcome back to the main stage. I hope you got a coffee or a bite to eat. We're continuing on our fast-paced afternoon. The next topic, the far side, is called Licenses, Liquidity and London. It's a far side with Tom Duff-Gordon, Vice President of International Policy at Coinbase. And it's been hosted by Alex Pell, who is a tech editor at Standard London, and who's also the founder of the Bionic AI Awards. So please come on stage, Alex and Tom. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Zebu. How are you doing? You ready for the afternoon session? That's what we like to hear, a bit of whooping.
Yeah.
We haven't even started yet. Imagine where we'll be by the time we finish.
Well, I was enjoying that music. I thought that was good.
Fantastic. Well, look, it's brilliant to be here, everybody. And I am super excited to be having this opportunity to chat with Tom here about quite a few topics that, I think you'll get some real value out of in terms of just general reflections on the direction of travel for Web3, but viewed through a sort of a policy lens, really. We've got some interesting topics ahead of us. I don't think there's really much need to sort of go too deep into the introductions. Everyone knows who we are. So shall we just crack into it?
Let's do it.
Okay. So I think the first thing I'd like to talk to you about is trust and resilience. Especially after the sort of turbulence of recent weeks and the sort of big sort of futures unwind incident happened in mid-October, where a lot of exchanges froze. Not Coinbase, I have to say. I wonder, sort of, after that sort of shock, what's the sort of single biggest lesson that you think people should take away in terms of protecting ordinary investors and keeping that confidence and trust alive?
Good question. Well, it's great to be here. Hi, everybody. Look, this morning I came from a trust conference, actually based on travel rule compliance. So this is not as sexy as Zebu, I'm going to tell you. But it reminded me that as an industry, we've got to do the basic things right. So we've got to do AML, we've got to do travel rule compliance, et cetera, because that gives us legitimacy. And if we have the legitimacy, then we can kind of like build the trust. And we can get into those conversations about how do we take crypto mainstream. So today, for me, has already been about kind of like trust, about protecting the retail consumer, and it's super important. But to go back to your question about the flash crash, what does it tell us? Well, look, it tells us that crypto remains volatile. I think there's good evidence, and on the trend line, when you zoom back, crypto is actually becoming less volatile. If you look at the biggest tokens, you look at Bitcoin, et cetera. But the smaller tokens in the industry itself still kind of remains quite volatile. It also reminds us that this is quite a young market structure, and that we're still trying to kind of like grow and adapt that market structure. But when we think about, what did it actually tell us? Actually, we had an idiosyncratic problem at a single exchange that created a ricochet of kind of like liquidations. But look, here's the good news. Nothing broke, right? No stable coin kind of, or protocol. I mean, there was a depegging on one platform, but no fundamental issues. So DeFi actually performed kind of relatively well through this kind of like crisis. And actually, we still had net inflows into crypto during that week. So I think 3.2 billion of inflows into the US kind of ETFs. So look, we have kind of a volatile market. It's getting less volatile, but it is punctuated by these kind of episodic incidents, and we have to learn from them. You asked about particular lessons from this one. I think we need to look at ADL. I think we need to look at auto-deleveraging, and we need to make sure that there's transparency about who's being liquidated and why and where. But I think more or less, particularly you mentioned Coinbase, we did have some liquidations. No one wants to see that, but that's part of a market that's running effectively. And most of that was happening kind of in an orderly way. So I think we may continue to see that volatility, but stepping back, I think DeFi was resilient. I think the overall market was resilient. And I think if we learn the lessons, we can continue to build from there.
Okay, so you feel like by leaning into this ADL concept that that will help to protect ordinary retail investors particularly, or institutions, or both?
Well, look, I think both. I mean, if you're trading with leverage, right, then you need to understand kind of how the liquidation process is going to work if you find that you can't make the margin call. And we have auto deleveraging kind of processes. I think more or less they work well, but we need to make sure that people who are trading, particularly retail, that are trading with leverage, they understand the risk that they're taking, and they understand what that risk waterfall looks like. So if that is the case, we should continue to allow that. And look, trading with leverage and perps are, for retailers, illegal here in the UK, but we're hoping as the market matures, that position can and will change. We think having access to derivative markets on crypto is an important thing, and we see that in multiple other markets, really important for price discovery, amongst other things.
Okay, great. So that idea that of earning trust, I think it leads us naturally to sort of where does the sort of power sit in a market that was meant to have none? That was the whole idea of sort of decentralization initially, right? So I'd like to talk a little bit about centralization versus the sort of DeFi ideal, because obviously crypto came out of the decentralized movement. As it's matured, obviously we have new centers of gravity that formed around the sort of trusted players. Now, obviously Coinbase has done a fantastic job of becoming the custodian for sort of a lot of Bitcoin ETFs, especially in America, and has become the sort of done an amazing job of becoming this sort of symbol of trust and concentration. But I wonder, sort of just taking a step back from that, as the industry scales and regulation kind of becomes more prominent, how do you see these new centers of gravity, and can the idea of decentralization still hold?
Yeah, look, it's a great question. I think at one level you can say the industry still remains kind of very centralized. You've got about 75%, 80% of kind of liquidity moving through a handful of kind of centralized exchanges. We've got just two kind of major US dollar-backed stablecoins, so Tether and USDC, that are the kind of the settlement assets for most of this market. You've got just a handful of custodians, so that's very centralized. On top of that, you've got regulation which is coming in. So MiCA is a really good example, which is the European markets in crypto assets. Effectively, what's that? That's creating a moat, and it's creating a barrier to adoption, and that is centralizing. So by the way, we think MiCA is good, but the point here is that where there were thousands of registered kind of like VASPs in certain countries, so take Poland, for example, I spoke to their finance minister a year ago, they have 900 plus registered, AML-registered VASPs. Like, they're not going to have 900 MiCA licensed entities. So concentration will also kind of increase as a function of regulation as that comes in. So those are some reasons why the market is centralized right now. But I'm pleased, and I think as Coinbase, we're pleased to see that actually there's a growing force and trend towards decentralization, right? Which is where we're going to see the major benefits of this kind of underlying technology and get back to the ethos that you, Alex, were talking about beforehand. So I don't think anyone has the precise figures, but we're seeing now decentralized, kind of perp dexes trading anything between 10 and 15%, right, of the total kind of like, perp volume on a daily basis. Like, that's a lot, okay? And they've come from kind of nowhere. So I think that's really positive. We're also seeing dramatic growth of self-hosted wallets. Think of the MetaMask, think of the Phantoms, et cetera. More kind of like self-hosted wallets than there are kind of custodial wallets. So that's also kind of pushing in that direction of decentralization. And then the third point I think I'd raise is, look at the US, for example, and we'll talk a bit more about this perhaps, but the US now has a sense of how do we bring DeFi as a concept, i.e. removing intermediaries from the process, not just in crypto markets, but into TradFi markets, into capital markets. And so introducing this kind of concept of, how do we fundamentally delayer kind of equities trading and bond trading in the US to make it more decentralized? For example, how are we going to allow, US stocks and then hopefully global stocks trade on decentralized exchanges? How can we have people self-custody some of these traditional market kind of securities themselves? How can we use verified pools to arm's length KYC? So there is a vision that the SEC has, which is such a powerful vision, which is pushing in that decentralization kind of direction. But I will just kind of finish with kind of one thought, which is, I think if we as an industry want to move further and into that kind of decentralization, I think we've got to learn how to talk about that in a more compelling and persuasive way with regulators. So like my sense is that crypto is not anti-institution, it's just post-intermediary. And kind of what I mean by that is that we are going to be able to redefine intermediation, right? But you've got regulation that is going to re-intermediate, unless we're able to think of a way of describing accountability for the regulators such that they can allow for the decentralization to happen. So we need to kind of explain to, whether it's the FCA or whether it's the SEC or others, that kind of we are not rejecting accountability by saying we want to move towards DeFi, but we want to reinvent accountability and have accountability in the code and in other places. But I just touched on that, and I know that was kind of complex and a lot of jargon, but I think the point is we're centralized at the moment. We're becoming less centralized and more decentralized if we want to really deliver on, I think what is the promise, and I think what the US is doing right now. I do think there's a lot of kind of serious conversations and work we have to do with the industry to get regulators more comfortable with DeFi.
Okay, interesting. I mean, it's encouraging to hear that you feel that the two ideals can coexist in the real world in practical terms. Before we just move on, just quickly though, just to take one practical example of that. You mentioned stocks and shares, etc. But I'm interested in the idea of price discovery. So, especially if you have kind of large institutional investors with, ETFs that are sort of creating this kind of new center of gravity at the center. I'm wondering, where does kind of, price discovery or the true price of crypto assets happen these days? Is it happening at the center? Is it happening on the edges? Is it on chain, in the exchanges, or somewhere in between? If you could just briefly give some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I'm a humble policy person, not a trader, so the traders in the audience can correct me. But look, I think there are multiple different places that we're getting price discovery from. I think from Asia in the perp markets. I think from the centralized exchanges, kind of on the spot side. But I think increasingly, and I think this is a bit where the question comes from, we did see a problem in price discovery from a centralized exchange last week. And I think the question behind your question is, will we see more price discovery happening in DeFi? And I think that's absolutely going to happen, particularly as I talked about the growing kind of market share that you're seeing the decentralized spot, but also perp, DEXs begin to have. I think my other kind of thought on this is just to say price discovery will depend on the underlying asset. And so if we're talking about tokens that are brand new, it takes a while for Coinbase, for example, to kind of go through the process of figuring out, are they robust enough? Can we list them on our centralized exchange? And so price discovery for those tokens that kind of come out and get traded immediately will often be on the decentralized exchanges before they come back to the centralized exchanges. So I think there's a few nuances here, but certainly we'll probably see more decentralized kind of price points for price discovery. But we will continue to see, I think, really important price discovery from the spot market, from the centralized exchanges like Coinbase and others.
Okay, great. So I really want to talk to you about the UK and in particular, London's position, obviously being from the London Standard. But before we come to that, so I just wanted to just quickly touch on policy and whether it can be an active growth engine in itself. So, because people's perception of regulation is that it's kind of acts like a brake. And I think that that's a somewhat naive view in that it can actually be the accelerator if framed correctly. But obviously the race is on to see who can actually sort of deliver the ideal balance between the freedom that Web3 can bring and the need for regulation to give people confidence to operate in those markets. So just briefly, because I'm mindful of the clock, do you think that smart regulation can actually become a competitive edge? And which territory do you think is actually doing a great job of that or proving that case right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think this was the easiest question when I saw the list because there's no kind of doubt in my mind when you look at what was happening in the US, right? So we had a very difficult, challenging situation, I think, as you all know, under the previous administration, right, described by some as kind of lawfare against the industry. And as a result of that, we saw the offshoring from the US of a lot of innovation into crypto. And actually, the UK was a beneficiary of that, as were the Middle East and some other kind of like Asian markets. You've now seen the reverse of that, now that there's a new administration in the US, and they are regulating and legislating. So it's both happening at the kind of Genius Act level and the clarity level, but also really interesting advances in crypto happening, conversations with the SEC and the CFTC. And so that is created, that is completely taken the handbrake off on the US side. So investment and activity has moved back to some extent from it kind of being offshored. And almost a day doesn't go by in the US now where you've got a new stablecoin project announced, or you've got more traditional banks and neobanks talking about how they're going to move into the crypto space, as well as the crypto space moving in the other direction. So it's super clear to me that good regulation and regulation in the space correlates with adoption. Like maybe that correlation isn't totally linear, because there are some markets around the world where like the economic imperative to adopt crypto because of like the high inflation rates that you might see could be the bigger driver. But most of all, I think you will see a correlation between adoption and innovation with a clear regulatory framework.
So just dwelling on that just briefly, I'm fascinated by the idea of the different approaches to regulation around the world. I sometimes think of Europe versus America as almost like fire and ice. They have all this energy, and on the other side of the pond, and in Europe rather, it can often move at a kind of somewhat glacial pace with the sort of prescriptive regulatory approach that they take. I'm curious as to whether you think that we will end up with a kind of a patchwork of different approaches around the world, or do you think we will see something along the lines of what we've had with GDPR, where the sort of the baseline of principles of GDPR have become adopted, even in territories where that regulation is not applicable, like the rising tide has lifted all the boats, not to throw too many metaphors in here. So the question is, do you think that we will see a sort of a patchwork effect, or do you think that we will see a new global standard emerge?
Look, it would be great if we could have just a single kind of quilt without the patchwork, and we could have similar kind of rules everywhere. I'll give you an example of the problems that we're having right now from the patchwork. So if you look at stablecoins, arguably one of their biggest use cases is cross-border payments. Right now, you've got USDC, which is regulated under MiCA in Europe. It's also regulated in the US. So it's got dual issuance. It's issued in both different places, but it's a single token and it's fungible. And you've got the EU, though, worried that you've got a fungible token, but it's not regulated in precisely in exactly the same way. And so there are questions about whether it's legal or not to have that fungibility. And so, if the rules are more similar, then it's more likely we have that fungibility. I'll just pause on that for 1 second, because I do want to say this. I think it's important. The EU's concern about the Genius Act is a bit of a kind of enigma or question for us, because if you back a stablecoin with short-dated US Treasuries is the deepest and most liquid market in the world. It is they are the reference point for the global financial system, and it's not clear to us that using those assets, those strong assets, is in any way somewhat more risky than putting the reserves in a bunch of European commercial banks that introduces kind of credit risk. And so that's just a question that gives us pause for thought at Coinbase, and we're hoping that in actual fact that this thing will die down. But to come back to your question, look, and I remember this from my previous job where I worked in traditional finance, you're never going to get 100% alignment between rules across different countries. It's just not going to happen. It's not realistic for us to want that. But what we do want is, fundamentally, we want everyone to be speaking the same language. Like, there's going to be different dialects, and like different kind of expressions and other bits. But so we need the rule sets to talk to each other. That's vital in order to have this kind of global market operate. But I think the best is the enemy of the good, and there are idiosyncrasies in each market that will need to be kind of like accounted for. So I'm really hopeful that we'll get a global consensus, roughly. Everyone will start to speak the same language, but we'll have to kind of make room for some regional variations. And by the way, India and some other massive markets, have legitimate concerns about, how stablecoins and how other innovations are going to impact if your currency is not free floating.
Well, just briefly, in terms of inadvertent implications, I'm just curious as the sort of, about the sort of inherent tension between the need for policy regulation in the sort of Web3 space, but also the need for privacy. And I wonder, things like, the EU travel rules, for instance, have sort of introduced a whole layer of inadvertent transparency in terms of, but even not necessarily specifically about those rules in particular, but just generally, do you think we can find a balance? Because if Web3 cannot offer that level of privacy for people that regulators perhaps are seeking, then how will it ever sort of get real mainstream traction in fields such as healthcare or microtransactions?
Yeah, look, it's a great question, and this question has evolved, and I'm glad you asked it in the way you did, because I think 2-3 years ago the question was all about, hey, crypto's pseudonymous, no one knows who anyone else is, and this is a kind of these are rails for kind of illicit, kind of dark, unidentified money and people to kind of move. Whereas actually, I think the more nuanced question and sophisticated one is the one you asked, Alex, which is actually everything is transparent. These blockchains provide immediacy and immutability. And if someone knows your wallet address, they can track everything you do. So at Coinbase, for example, I could say, hey, pay me. I wish I'd done this. Oh my God. When I joined Coinbase, they said, would you like to receive your salary in Bitcoin or kind of in sterling or whatever? And I needed a mortgage at the time. Anyway, bad mistake. But if I'd said Bitcoin, then I would have had a wallet. Coinbase would have known what my wallet address is, and they'd have paid me in stable coins or Bitcoin or whatever. And then whatever I do, whoever I send money to, wherever I go shopping, unless I was super sophisticated, which as you can probably tell I'm not, and set up an array of different wallets, there would have been that extraordinary level of transparency that my employer would have had over me, and I would have been lacking in privacy. So look, I think things like whether it's ZK proofs, whether it's decentralized ID, whether it's kind of people getting smarter with how they use their wallets, I think there's a lot of things being kind of engineered and developed right now, which make me feel confident that we'll be able to hopefully strike this balance between actually kind of the transparency, but also the privacy that people need in order to trust and adopt, this technology more wholesale.
Okay, brilliant. So let's use the last few minutes to bring it back home a little and talk about the UK's position in all of this. So the UK government says that it wants to lead in this in this space. But is it bold enough to actually prove it? And for instance, this the sort of FMI sandbox idea for stable coins, sounds to me more like a classroom experience than an actual marketplace. Is it a bold experiment, a sign of hesitation? And can the UK actually take a leading role in this situation?
Yeah, look, we hope so. We hope so, but I will say that the next 6 to 12 months, I think, for the UK are absolutely key. So I think we've seen the US, for example, go from kind of zero to past regulation, and I think they'll get the market structure done as well as stablecoins by January, February next year. So the UK's been doing a lot of thinking, super sophisticated regulators. I'm sure tons of you in the room like us are in kind of almost daily or weekly kind of like dialogue with them. But there is a massive difference between saying, in the UK, our rules are going to go live at the same time the US is, so we're not behind, which is a little bit the narrative that we're beginning to hear from our kind of friends in Threadneedle Street and elsewhere. But I would say it's great that you're thinking, it's great that we're moving, but we can't kind of like miss this opportunity. And there is a difference between knowing what the rules are, but they haven't yet entered into force, which is the US, because there is a tremendous amount of energy and investment happening in the US around this. In the UK, we're not seeing that. We haven't got a sterling stablecoin, and we're not seeing yet, I think, the levels of energy and investment. Hopefully Zebu is a moment where we kind of galvanize the animal spirits.
This is the moment, guys. This is the moment.
This is the moment. But look, Alex, final thing with 2 minutes left, I will say a big opportunity for the UK right now that we cannot squander is this opportunity for this task force, right? This transatlantic task force on the future of markets between the US and the UK. It's time limited. It's 180 days. We've already lost 20 days, so it's 160, 150, whatever. Mm-hmm. But this is an opportunity for the US to explain to the Brits, this is what we're doing. This is our vision for how we can decentralize and disintermediate massive parts of not just the payment ecosystem, but kind of capital market infrastructure. And this is an opportunity for the Brits to actually link up, join hands with the US and go on that journey together. The Americans will do it anyway. I think this is a terrific opportunity for the UK to like bootstrap and accelerate its efforts to go on that kind of radical journey.
But do you think it can be done? Do you think London can leverage its history of being a global centre for finance, and actually that there can be enough tangible steps taken to make some of these things actually happen, or is the UK at risk of turning into a flyover zone for investment?
Look, I'm an optimist. I think the UK can. Look, we have one of the deepest and most competitive kind of like capital markets and financial centres here in the UK. The rule of law, the talent, etc. So the UK is well positioned. We've probably missed the first wave. But we can take second mover advantage. But again, like now is the moment. In the next 6 to 12 months, we need to get Parliament to lay the statutory instrument. We need to get the FCA to bring out their rules for caps. We need the Bank of England and the FCA to deliver clarity on stablecoins. If we start to get that, and if you all can look at it and say, okay, I can roughly see where this is going to land, then hopefully we'll see, you know, that kind of energy and investment that we're seeing in other markets where they've produced that regulatory clarity. So I'm going to end on an optimistic note, because I know Zebu is an upbeat, optimistic conference, and say, yeah, I think the UK can do it.
Fantastic. Second mover advantage. I love it. I'm going to finish with just a very real quickie, which is, you've been in the policy trenches for a long time now, but if we meet again this time at Zebu next year, what is the headline that you would most like to see in terms of the progress that we've made over the next 12 months?
Okay, I wasn't expecting this one. Okay, headline would be something like UK markets rebound based on tokenization. Something like that.
There you go, guys. There you go. Well, look, I thank you so much for your time. It's a pleasure to speak to you, Tom.
Thank you.
You just raise
And
your
to
hands.
you guys for listening as well. Hope you've all found it interesting.
Thank you very much indeed, Alex, and thank you, Tom. That special relationship with the US and the UK, I can see it coming to fruition again. Thank you very much. We are hurtling on again today. It's a day of lots of conversations, very fast. The next one is going to be a fireside with Joey Garcia, Executive Director of Zappo Bank. Just as an interesting point, Joey is one of the top 12 lawyers in blockchain tech, so it's a pretty good award to have. And the moderator, the Farside interviewer, is Daniel Porritt, who's with Market Across. And the title is From Regulation to Real Adoption. So adoption is obviously a theme today. Thank you very much. If you raise your hands, please put your hands together for our next guests.
Don't be shy, everybody. You can show us some love for sure. Thank you. Great, happy to be here. Joey and I have been preparing for this panel now for a couple of weeks. We decided ultimately the best thing to do would be to have just an open, candid, and hopefully fun conversation. So we'll start really quickly, a few introductions. Thank you for the warm intro. I've been working in PR in the blockchain world for about 6 years, kind of seen it all. And I'll just give you a couple minutes to introduce yourself, and then I'll start firing away with questions.
Sure. So I've been involved in the space for a long time. I head things up on the strategy and policy side of things at Zappo. Zappo was, in the olden days, the biggest Bitcoin custodian in the world. We sold our institutional business to Coinbase in 2019, around 1 million BTC, I think, back then in custody. And I've helped sort of develop frameworks and regulatory standards all over the world, really. So I form part of interesting think tank, RegTech initiatives in the US, where I've advised different parts of different authorities. And I've also acted as a specialist consultant to the United Nations. So I've trained and assessed probably about 18 countries around the globe, similarly on developing infrastructure and frameworks. So on the Zappo, wearing the Zappo hat, I did also form part of the Libra DM initiative, so we can talk a lot about stablecoins and some of the problems faced. On that side of things, that was pretty interesting. Yeah, I've been sort of progressing standards. So we are a bank, but a Bitcoin and blockchain native credit institution. So we call that a kind of convergence of standards in lots of different ways. So when we talk about some of them, it was interesting listening to a few things on the previous panel, and hopefully we can talk a bit about the UK and the rest of the world and what's happening, because I have a slightly different take on that stuff.
We will, for sure. I want to rewind just a sec. I want to kind of to ease everyone in, because you've been in crypto since before a lot of people even knew what it was, quite frankly. Some people will consider being in crypto a long time, like a year or two. And of course, you've been in much longer than that. So, what drew you in originally?
Look, I mean, I met the founder of Zappo, who, if anyone is involved in the Bitcoin ecosystem, Wences was sort of one of the true OGs. And he was very inspiring in terms of describing to me what this ecosystem could develop into. At the time, there was no such thing, or law or regulation, so this was like 5 or 6 years before the FATF mentioned anything. So it was a bit, very, very different times. But I will say one thing, like, you know, when anyone talks about technology or, you know, the development of technology in line with sort of the development of whatever regulation and legislation. It's the same playbook that we've seen happen again and again through the whole of history, right? So at the beginning of the file sharing sort of music world, you had the Napsters and you had the Pirate Bays and the sort of illegal concept of sharing data files across the world so people could listen to music infringing copyright all over the place. And that developed into Spotify and Tidal and the Amazon Music principles. And that is now a regulated, controlled environment for using file sharing as a concept. It started in one way, like the internet. The initial adopters were, it was porn and illegal gambling, etc. And it merged into me hitting a button and ordering a sofa to be delivered to my house. And that happens with everything. So, I don't know, the Skype guys, didn't apply for telecoms licenses in 150 countries. VoIP was a concept. No one really quite understood it. And I see the same in the blockchain universe. So in the crypto world now, there are lots of frustrations that people still have with authorities. Back in the day, I mean, that was not the same conversation. In the olden days, in 2013, 2014, if you wanted to have an interaction with the regulator, they might bring a police officer to the meeting with them. Wow. Because it was just, you are literally trying to facilitate something illegal. And those conversations have migrated and moved a long way to where they are today. There's still a long way to go, though.
So that's my next question. Would you say, like, from this time where it was, 4 or 5 years before any type of regulation, like you said, and things have significantly changed, would you say that we are past this kind of wild, wild west narrative, or not quite? Like you said, there might be a ways to go still.
I think in the olden days, the crypto bros would answer questions by saying, "Look, land, like our regulation isn't going to exist in a year. Governments aren't going to be here, and this will all evaporate." And people have gone a long way beyond that. For me, finding the balance between innovation, supporting a new technology, and creating a real ecosystem and environment, and balancing that with regulation, creating a secure environment, or thinking about consumers and all of the good stuff, those are two different things. And finding the right balance is the critical focus point. And I always encourage the industry, and we've done it across countries, we've done it all over the place, but if you have a conversation with a set of authorities and you listen to them, listen to the risks that they're identifying, and show them how you can control that risk or use the technology to monitor and manage that risk, that's a constructive way to get into a secure output. A non-constructive way is saying, this is all nonsense and it shouldn't apply to us, and we need to operate outside of any perimeter. It's just not going to work. And I think that's a kind of more of a winning conversation now, especially as you see the bigger guys come into the space and institutional markets, counterparty risk and all of that stuff. So
from crypto bros to the Bank of England now, like opening up their appetite to stable coins and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, yes. Yes. In the UK, and this is going to sound a little bit critical, there's been a big song and dance around ETNs going live or retail access to Bitcoin ETN products and massive sort of celebration. For me, that is like ABC catch-up. So that's not anything innovative or breaking. If the BlackRock platform has issued the IBIT and raised $120 billion, and you're now going to suddenly finally get over the line of accepting a debt instrument to be accessible to a retail investor on a regulated market, that is not progressive, changing the game. That's just basic catch-up. And I think some people celebrate stuff a bit too much. The other, same argument, but you've excluded retail markets from accessing regulated instruments for the last 7 years. What's happened in the market over the last 7 years? What those retail investors want is secure access to a regulated product to gain access to the market. So it's, and same, because I mentioned, because you mentioned the Bank of England, the position the Bank of England took originally was, they would offer a Bank of England account to hold the asset backing the issuance platform of the sterling stablecoin. Sounds great, but the condition would be that there was no interest paid on that deposit. So if you tell Tether to put $100 billion into an account that is zero interest bearing, it literally destroys the model. So it just doesn't commercially work. And then now, more recently, there was a sort of discussion around caps on stablecoins. 10,000 pounds, I think it was, for an individual, 1 million or something for a corporate. And now that's being reconsidered to an extent. I mean, that's also basic catch-up. Like, even when we went through the Libra initiative with every central bank probably in the world and almost every regulatory authority in the world, none of them raised that as a control point, the sort of cap numbers. So the fact that they're considering now removing that is not like a really progressive, like, wonderful thing. It's sort of, look, guys, we're in major, the term, second mover advantage was, and I agree with that. There can be a second mover advantage if you learn from errors and correct them, but there's not a 35th mover advantage, and that's sort of the sensitive balance as well. The stablecoin stuff, I mean, when we talk about the caps and everything, again, people maybe don't fully realize this. Why has the Genius Act got the traction that it's got in the US? Why was it such a big push for the president, etc.? Because what it does is regulate an issuance platform for digitized US dollars. So imagine the US government with a big sort of debt number, again, all public information, becoming like a massive global exporter of USD to the entire Web3 and digital ecosystem, so that it becomes the currency of the blockchain, the currency of the internet, the currency. It's massive net exportation of US dollars. There's a very clear strategic alignment with accomplishing the exit and the Genius Act, because every regulated platform that issues the token is under reserve requirements to buy US treasuries and all of the good stuff. So that's commercial thinking. Like, if you start introducing all these caps and the sterling, same with the EU. Like, if the ECB, who've started now sort of progressing the CBDC discussion or whatever, if they issue like controlled closed net environments for a euro currency in a digital format, for me that's like saying, let's create an intranet to compete with the internet. So let's create a closed programmable money system for euro-denominated assets with cross-border currency restrictions, balance restrictions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's going to off-shelf the volumes of USD trade. It's not going to happen. So all of that's a long-winded way of saying these are positive things, but there has to be a bigger realization of what's happening in the world. And it's not just the EU, the UK, and the US. People forget about, Japan and Singapore, and how Hong Kong adapted to the Singapore development by introducing the framework that they did, and how aggressive they're being now. And there are many, many jurisdictions around the world looking to develop. And it's a global, online, digital environment. So, people will always conduct jurisdictional assessments, and they'll want to have a home base. And many of them want to do that in the City of London. But if it takes too long and it's too restrictive, that does cause headaches, I think.
Amazing.
Yeah.
You just answered like my next 4 questions. So that's cool. We can skip forward a little bit.
No, but to add then that, because we're talking a lot about regulation and all this stuff, I think what people sometimes also need to realize, that there's a big advantage of being domiciled in a secure environment. The City of London and the FCA carry a lot of weight. There's a lot of value to that, for sure. But it's not just like regulation. So a lot of platforms in the space, aren't like super aware of the positions that Apple are taking by, adapting their App Store terms and conditions, or Google Play, or even Reddit to an extent, or some of the advertising stuff. So there's an advantage to being based in the UK and facing the world, being based anywhere and facing the world. There's also considerations that all those platforms need to have in terms of the triggers that, you have advantage to access the world. You have disadvantage because you're you're falling within scope of lots and lots of different things around the globe as well. So that's also something I think that groups need to think about and consider a bit.
That's the trick, right? You have companies that are kind of desperate to innovate and push these things forward, and then on the other side you have compliance that's kind of putting a ceiling or boundaries on these certain products that are being developed.
I agree, and also like it's another difficult lesson. You know, if you think about, I've used the Libra example, but Libra was like a platform people, everyone could be as anti-Facebook as they like. It wasn't just Facebook. You know, we had Visa initially, we had Uber and Spotify and Zapp were there and Coinbase were there, etc. You know, you had a very solid group of companies coming together saying, we want to do this properly and we want to do it in a proper regulated environment. We took hundreds of open college meetings and central banks, and every single piece of feedback was taken on board. So it went from a basket of currencies to the USD 1-to-1 and et cetera, never got over the line because the law didn't exist. At the same time, there were other platforms, USDT and others, that weren't trying to do it that way. And they just went full tilt. And now I think more profitable than Goldman Sachs or something with like 200 staff or whatever it is. And that's the other balance question. When people talk about regulation, sometimes if they go like super weighted to being ultra cautious and careful, whilst the ecosystem goes through this lightning speed development and adoption, they almost kill themselves. And that, the balancing of risk is a difficult one. But that's the biggest difference that I see between the US and the UK, or the US and most of the world, to be honest. Because the attitude there is more, it's more along the lines of, I mean, firstly, do you understand what you're doing? Do you have the capital? And you've got to go for it. And businesses fail, and that's okay. In the UK and some authorities, it's more a kind of like, you've got to be sure that there's as close to 0% chance of anything going wrong that can exist before you're going to get over the... And it's a different mentality. It's a different way. So the US wants there to be 10 unicorns and 100 failures is okay. And the UK also wants 10 unicorns, but they don't want any failures. And when you're developing this kind of ecosystem, that's very difficult. So the risk control systems and mechanisms have to be thought of a little bit differently, I think.
So are there, in terms of things being thought of a bit differently, are there like specific lessons maybe from your work in Gibraltar or something that we can like plug and play or take away from?
I think,
or is it too far?
No, look, I think places like Gibraltar, small territories have big advantages because they're so adaptive and fast. And especially in this technology, you need to have frameworks that can adapt and emerge and evolve and develop and act quickly. That is no doubt. But you've also got to compete with the world. And today, the position that the US has taken, remember, they haven't actually developed any framework. I mean, the Genius Act hasn't actually really come into effect and been implemented. It's been adopted, but it hasn't been implemented. So there's still, even in the Genius Act, there are learning pieces. The market structure and the Clarity Act, etc., that's a bill that still has to be passed. So I think they're pretty way behind, but everyone still today assumes the US wants to be the center of the world for crypto, and that's attracting a lot of businesses to build their global-facing, core domicile in the United States. But it's that never-ending balance. Like if you weigh too far towards supporting innovation, and you're too supportive, and the standards are too low, you end up supporting like certain blow-up environments, bad scenarios that can, and that has happened. There are jurisdictions in the world, even within the EU pre-MiCA, that adopted frameworks, issued at 1,300 licenses, then like retracted 700, then retracted another 700 while they restructured the actual law. I mean, that's a disaster. Like, then you end up with like class actions against the regulator and all that. But then if you go MiCA and you go super rules-based, super specific, it's very weighted towards the existing incumbent financial services world. That's too restrictive. So the UK in the quasi second mover advantage, ideally would be learning and adapting. But I think it feels like it's gone almost like as or more prescriptive than the EU in some cases. So that's going to be a difficult one.
By the way, like working in PR and seeing news headlines all the time, you'd never guess that Genius Act still hasn't passed. It seems like it's history.
Yeah, and it's the same with the Transatlantic Task Force. So again, it came up in the previous panel. Will there be a global standard for regulation and cross-border acknowledgement of look, it's not going to happen. Like, it hasn't happened in the history of regulation. It's happened to a light degree in the context of GDPR, but not fully. But in the world of regulation, there isn't even alignment with what the definition of a virtual asset is. So if you look at virtual asset definitions, region by region, there are like, in the EU, there are 4, quasi 6. In the UK, there are almost 3. In the US, they have the sort of, security commodity, non-commodity alternative class now. Every part of the world is defining the asset differently, let alone the regulated activity. So when I read about the Transatlantic Task Force and this sort of EU, the UK, USA alignment, within 180 days, I thought, wow, that's incredible. I'd love to see that happen. So then I did a review, and I did it for the Senate Banking Committee in the US, and I assessed the proposed bills and frameworks that are being produced in the US against the UK consultation and outputs and etc. And then I assessed them against each other. And it's so misaligned, it's just so completely misaligned. I would love to dream that workforce in 180 days could literally reformat the entire legislative infrastructure for 2 giant financial centers and regions. But I don't know how realistic that is. I mean, that's a...
Are you talking to specific regulators about this? You don't need to like name names or anything, but these types of conversations, like, do you find, first of all, are you having them? And second of all, do you find that they lean more towards like, they view crypto more as a high risk thing still? Or are these conversations becoming more open-minded?
Yeah, I definitely have a lot of conversations with all of them. It's complex sometimes because you have, I don't want to get too technical, but you have the FATF, and they defined what a virtual asset service was, and there are 5 definitions. And then you have to look at each country and see how they're defining the perimeter of what they want to bring within the ecosystem, within the regulated perimeter and not. And I've done like literally gap analysis assessments in about 20 countries, the amount of activities that are out of scope. So they're all kind of like learning and adopting. I would say on the second question, they're much, much more progressive and want to understand. A lot of regulatory authorities have a lot of very, very smart people that are doing great stuff. I don't think sometimes they have the capacity. I think they also, in some jurisdictions, have nowhere near the capacity or expertise. Then they also have, they get worried because when you carry the stamp of approval of, let's say, the FCA, I'm just making up a name, but it carries a lot of weight, and that carries a lot of responsibility for them. So the cautious ones are very nervous about granting that stamp of approval to a business that they don't fully understand. The other metric, or the other end of the scale, if you look at like the FTX blow up and things like that, I also ran fake FTX blow ups in lots of countries to show the authorities what would have happened and what they would have caught and not caught, and etc. And sometimes, so to use the FTX example, not to go sort of regulator bashing or anything, but the rules around like the segregation of customer assets, off balance sheets, insolvency remote, etc. That was in the law, but sometimes you have situations where there isn't enough regulatory understanding and capacity to enforce blockchain-based segregations and monitor that on an ongoing basis, because it takes time and effort. So sometimes they can bring an expert group of people in, develop a really solid framework, but then not actually be able to run it properly and then you end up with an FTX scenario. So that's also been a steep learning curve lesson for lots of authorities. So yeah, it's a tough one. I think the UK has a lot of really smart people. They have a lot of, it's a huge finance center. You know, everyone says the same thing. Also, like, people forget common law as a principle, like a form of law that is live and emerges, quasi-develops with technology is so much better than the strict civil coded based rules. That, you know, the EU is one example of that. So there's lots of positives, plus there's the people, plus there's the infrastructure, plus. You know, I do sometimes have like meetings, you know, even with parliamentarians, and I find it a little bit frustrating because it's almost like too much arrogance of like, well, one comment that I won't forget was literally, Joey, look, we created the internet. So basically, everyone will always want to be domiciled in the City of London because, you know, we're the most advanced like nation on the globe, and everyone's going to want to base themselves here. And I'm a bit like, well, yeah, I mean, they do want to base themselves here, absolutely, but they're not going to wait forever, and no one is going to sort of sit here, you know, for another 2 years thinking about when the UK get this right, we'll eventually go live. So I think there has to be a bit more. Not aggression is the wrong word, but a bit more sort of, yeah.
Well, I mean, you also soon, if not already, have a generation of people that take things like the internet for granted. You never think about when it was created or a time before it. So they might be asking for credit for something that's not up for the grabs anymore. But I know we're running out of time. When we were preparing for this, you mentioned that we could talk about this stuff for days. But I guess we'll just try to wrap up. Like, if we're talking about the next generation, or if we're talking, I guess would like us to leave off on, if there's one thing that you're the most excited about in terms of regulation, let's say in the next 5 years or even beyond, if you could put a pin on it, just because I know we only have a little bit of time left. But
wow, excited about regulation. I don't know about
I know
about that.
know.
But no, look, I think I'm still excited about the capacity of like open networks properly working in the world. And I think that frameworks and standards that allow that to develop in the right way will be like absolutely game changing. I'm nervous about the sort of open network versus closed network development that's happening, you know, where lots of institutions are coming around now saying, you know, we'll create a closed loop system of 5 companies, and it's the intranet versus internet example they gave before. We are Bitcoin native, blockchain native, fully integrated to open networks, and that's the way that it should be. And that competition is going to start to fractionalize the way this industry moves. So I want the regulation to support the right open network approach to, you know, what the technology can achieve.
Very cool. I'm glad we got to do this. I know we're out of time, but if you guys could one more time give it up for Joey Garcia. Thank you for joining us. This was awesome. Thanks for having the time. I appreciate it, man. And enjoy the rest of your time at Zebu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Daniel and Joey. Very interesting. I love a crypto bros to the Bank of England. Work within the system, leave police at the door, and get a move on, I think is basically what you're saying. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It was very entertaining. So the show continues. Next up now, I'm very happy to introduce Lord Culver Ranger, who is a member of the House of Lords. Last week in the House of Lords, he asked the first ever leading oral question about stablecoins. So this man is ahead of the game. His focus is on digital transformation. And as befits the conference here in London, he's going to talk about the future of the City of London. And Lord Culver Ranger is going to speak a little bit, and I might ask a few questions, time allowing. So if you give it up, please, for Lord Culver Ranger, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Ahead of the game from the House of Lords. A lot of people will think that's quite an oxymoron. But it's great to be here at Zebu Live. It feels almost like a kind of rock star conference type thing, especially if you come from the House of Lords. Right now, I should be sitting in Lords Questions. It'd be a very different atmosphere. But things have changed. Before I start, I was quite interested listening to Joey. Is he still here? Is Joey still here? Oh, Joey, yeah. Arrogance of parliamentarians, I heard you say. I think what you might feel is that and you touched on it, the lack of knowledge from parliamentarians, and that might be converted into arrogance, that we don't understand, or they don't understand this world. And I think you were saying that. They don't understand the technology, they don't understand the innovation and the business models, and therefore they don't understand the operations. And that also can probably be said for maybe regulators as well. But that's the challenge when you're at the bleeding edge of things that are changing. And I'm very fortunate I have this huge, huge privilege of sitting in the House of Lords. It's not something I ever envisaged doing, but I am. But for the last almost 30 years in my career, I just happened to be a bit Forrest Gump-esque in the right place at the right time when certain technology evolved. And what do I mean by that? Well, in 2000, yes, the year 2000, I joined a program that was dealing with upgrading the infrastructure around tickets and ticket offices and stuff on the London Underground. And I spent 3 years on that program. And eventually, we delivered the Oyster card, the first ever contactless technology in the Western world. The only other city in the world, the only other place in the world that had something like that was Hong Kong. It had octopus. Don't ask me why the nautical themes, that's just good marketing. But what we were doing was bringing together, yes, this new form of technology, but we were bringing e-money to the fore. First time ever. And that started a chain reaction to probably one of the places where we are now, where the world as we know it and digital money and digital finance is changing dramatically. But let's go back a bit. The City of London, and by the way, in the middle of that, after a few years, I worked at City Hall. I worked for a man called Boris Johnson. I was waiting for that. When he was Mayor of London, there were a lot more cheers, and I worked for him when he was Mayor of London. So the bikes, the buses, Crossrail, now the Elizabeth line, getting electric vehicles onto the streets of London, these are all things I was involved in because I led the transport brief. But what was equally, if not more important to me, was the technology behind all of these initiatives, which is why in 2010, I convinced the mayor then that we should set up the digital office for London. We could see what was emerging in Shoreditch, what was then called the Silicon Roundabout. We worked on making that tech city. We worked on getting investment into London. We worked on setting up the London data store. These were the foundational elements in around 2010 to help drive that sort of ecosystem of innovation and change and creativity. But even before that, look, London has been the heart of global finance for centuries, right? From the shipping and coffee houses of the 1600s to, the latter-day legal infrastructure, was mentioned earlier, and the financial district of the city. We have been preeminent, and yes, probably slightly arrogant as a city in terms of our global position. But guess what? The world changes. And nowadays, we're standing at a defining moment. And I'm sure most of you understand this. But the city's center, or the city's global positioning is moving. This year, for the first time, the UK slipped from second to third in the global fintech investment hierarchy. Overtaken by, who are we overtaken by? Does anyone know? Dubai, yeah, UAE. And why? Why? Because they did a massive single $2 billion deal by Binance. Now, that one-off deal shifted the tipping point between us. Now, I wouldn't say that's a cause for despair. It is a wake-up call to us because the money markets are becoming truly borderless. We always say that, all that stuff, money never sleeps and money moves around. Well, guess what? The reality is that money doesn't care about borders anymore. And there is an absolute race in leadership in this new money economy. So where does it take us now? We're talking, the world of, and I'm sure you guys know this probably even better than I do, programmable money, what's happening with crypto, tokenized assets, digital currencies, CBDCs, you name it, there's a new model of money around there for it. And what is it effectively trying to do? We're trying to be ever more efficient in trade. Frictionless is the critical thing that we look at because for decades, centuries, we've had these wonderful banking systems. Wonder's doing a lot of effort there in that heavy lifting, wonderful banking systems because, when you want to move that money, how hard is it? How difficult is it into a traditional world of money? And there's this sort of pent-up frustration, which is now being coupled with new technology that's enabling change to happen and almost bypassing that traditional world. But let's be clear, technology alone will not define who wins and who loses in this race. What's going to be defining? Anyone know? Regulate. Who said that? Clever man, yes. Regulation. Now, do we want loads of regulation? Not so clever man. Well, look, it's not about, that's actually, it's a really important point. It's not about the amount of regulation. What is it about? It's about having the right kind of regulation, smart regulation, appropriate regulation. What is the point of regulation? It's to protect people from if there's a failure or if there's undue risk. But that shouldn't mean that regulation should stop risk happening or should stop innovation. Yet that sometimes gets lost in the noise of regulatory models. So that's why in Parliament, and I say this, I am, a rather new peer. I'm still finding my way around. I'll make mistakes. I'll get things wrong, lots of them. But if you're not there to shake things up and you're not there to change the system, what are you there for? So in Parliament, I am now co-chair of an all-party parliamentary group called Digital Markets, Digital Money. Why? Because I believe in the future of digital markets and digital money. And what we have to do is really understand how are we going to transform our approach to the regulatory environment to take advantage of what's happening in the new world of digital markets and digital money. And for that, I look to all of you. And this is actually a plea for help, because parliamentarians, we need your help. Coming back to that earlier point, it's not arrogance, it's about being uninformed. We need to be better informed. We need to spend more time with businesses, entrepreneurs, innovators, those risk takers, those people who are developing the new platforms, the new technologies, so that we can understand where the opportunity and the advantages for UK PLC and the City of London in the future, and establish regulatory frameworks that support it. Now, I have to say, our regulators, and I do talk to them quite regularly, are trying to do the right thing. They are trying to establish a sense of opportunity that can help. But they don't have all the answers. They will need your help. Because without this, that slipping to third place is only going to continue for the City of London. And that's not the best thing for this country or for innovators and developers here. We have the deep history, we have the assets of our legal infrastructure of common law that everywhere around the world is looking to utilize. But this world is fleet of foot and can move to any jurisdiction. I was in Dubai last week at GITEX. Anyone been to GITEX? Yeah, and then the North Expanded Star blockchain conference there. Wow, the scale, the opportunity, the interest, the energy, immense. And it's going to be very easy for these industries and these businesses to move. I want them to succeed here. I want UK PLC, I want the future of the UK to be, the UK economy to revolve around the digital markets and to enable them, because we have all the other assets. We definitely have the talent as well, I have to say. We have the universities, the skills, the young people, the people with the innovation to succeed here. We don't want people to be having to go somewhere else to do that. So, the vision for the future of the City of London, it's not about out there. It's about you guys here helping us guys, the regulators, the parliamentarians, and everyone else shape a worldview in the City of London that can help us succeed. And I hope you'll all play your part of that. Thank you very much.
So I was asked to ask a question. We got 5 minutes, and I said I would jump up. It meant I had to listen very carefully and not just daydream during your talk. What I think what's interesting is that Joey Garcia previously said London needed to get a move on because it's no advantage being like your 32nd mover. You have to be first or second. So how do you view, given the fact that London has a deep, deep history in finance, huge talent, as you say, huge innovation, huge interest, you're outside of the EU and you're outside of the US, what can London learn from the mistakes that the EU is making or that America is making? Or what can you learn from the things that they're doing right?
Yeah, look, great question. And actually, I was in Washington for President Trump's inauguration, because I could see the winds of change coming through what he was trying to do and the messages that we've seen coming out around the world of crypto and digital assets in the US. I have a lot of friends, and I've worked in Europe around some of the regulatory approaches that the EU has taken, particularly, say, around AI. And they have not got it right in Europe. We are all blissfully aware of that. I've been saying this for quite a long time. I heard from even people who actually wrote the EU AI Act pretty quickly realizing that the heavy burden of regulation that they were placing, though welcomed by some of the big organizations, was taking the wind out of investment, taking the wind out of those innovators that were still trying to achieve something. And yes, we're not absolutely first movers, but we can learn from these two major environments about how to establish our own framework. And I will say this, in terms of, say, for example, AI, I do congratulate the government for not going quick and fast on regulating. There are lots of people calling for more heavy regulation around this. But we run the risk of stifling those new opportunities. So it is about finding that balance, but from a financial services perspective and a fintech perspective, I think we're a lot further on. There's been a lot of groundwork done in this world over the last 10 years already. The question is, how do we convert that into the use cases that start opening up the market in a way that people feel confident? Actually, I'm going to ask a question. How many people have a crypto stake in this room? I thought there'd be more. Come on, this is Zebu Live, right? I thought
There are lots of new people.
there are, yeah. Well, actually, in the UK at the moment, I believe 15% of the population already have a crypto stake. So this is something that's growing, it's happening. But if you did honestly walk down the street and talk to people about crypto, they really wouldn't have an understanding. And I think we have to make that transition from a technology and a niche area of a market to something that is available, understood by the mass of the population so they can feel they can have part of it. Just because that happened with ChatGPT for AI. November 2022, that switch flicked. And we've been working in AI for years and machine learning and developing it. But that interface, that opening of the market to the public and them feeling, this is something I can use, that needs to happen for digital currencies.
And a second question, sort of follow-up. You compare Europe, which is very methodical, and I live in Europe, as in the EU, and then you compare London, which would also be using the rules. What are the benefits of the more maverick approach in the US, where it's led by Trump and his sons? And is there? I mean, he's captured the imagination. So perhaps the people on the street might be more positive towards stablecoins and crypto.
Yeah, look, there's undoubtedly a sort of litigation view, a risk-based view that the US has taken, but it's turbocharged their ability to get US dollar stablecoins out there. So, at the beginning of this year, I think 200 billion were out there. By September, 280 billion, and we're seeing that only go up. The number's 1.9 trillion potentially by the end of this decade. So the question we have to, and that's why I raised the question in Parliament last week, was, well, what's our strategy on this? How do we want to play? And I could probably share with you guys, there was a lot of mixed views in the chamber around stablecoins. A lot of my fellow peers sort of hearing the term for the first time. The minister himself acknowledged he'd had to learn a lot about a new topic to answer the question. But we have to get on with this. Right. We do have to pick up the pace. We have to understand what's happening in the rest of the world. We have to understand what agility, why corporates are leveraging stablecoins to be able to move money much quicker with a lot more freedom, 24/7, all the advantages it's bringing. And it's being backed by US dollars. So where does the UK want to play? We need to nail that question down.
Well, I think what you're doing is very important because there are many stakeholders in this business in moving adoption forward. There's like people here today who are keen, and they're entrepreneurs, they're founders, regulators, and parliamentarians. So I think I'd like to send a vote of congratulations and thanks from the community here, saying thank you for bringing it up in the Parliament here. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hello again. Sorry, I'm getting a bit starstruck there. Back to my job, my day job. So the next panel coming up is the ownership economy, a founder's guide to building a successful or to successful businesses. And this is being moderated by Ariane Murphy, who is a CMO of Flight 3, who is the host here today, of course, with a very august panel, which I'm let her introduce. And also, well done to Ariane, who is a new mum with a baby just 1 month old. So Ariane, well done.
Good afternoon. Please take a seat. Oh, God. Yes, I'm a new mum. My baby is in the building. He's 1 month old. The youngest attendee of this conference. Thank you. I was speaking to someone earlier, and they were like, oh, there's a lot more crypto people now having babies. I was like, yep, we're getting older. Fantastic. Do we have everyone? Almost. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our panel, The Ownership Economy, a founder's guide to building a successful business. This is a topic that is actively reshaping how founders are building businesses and communities in Web3 and beyond. So before I open up the discussion with our panelists, I would like to frame the conversation and the topic and why it matters to talk about this today. In just Q1 of this year, Web3 funding hit $7.7 billion across 600 plus deals, signaling growing investor appetite. According also to Coinbase's 2025 institutional survey, 350 plus institutional investors are increasing allocations in digital assets and are expressing rising interest in our world, in tokenization, DeFi, and so on. DAOs are scaling too. As of last year, there were about 13,000 DAOs and 11 million governance token holders. However, we still face a lot of challenges. Low participation, concentrated power are all showing that scale doesn't equal sustainability and begs the question, what is true ownership? What we're going to explore today with the panelists is what it really means to build a business in this space and how to make users and contributors not just participants, but actual co-owners. And it's no longer about just dropping tokens, which we've seen in this industry. We drop them, we hope for the best. We need to stop doing that, and instead we need to focus on designing systems that align incentives and really think about long-term commitment. So I'm going to start with you guys and open up the floor. And the first question is, maybe Declan, I can start with you. What does it mean to you a true ownership economy in practical terms, and how does it differ from traditional equity or community models?
Yeah, so hello everyone, afternoon, hope you're doing well. So I think for me, like true ownership in terms of like these Web3 business models that we have is obviously being able to participate in the upside of the value that you bring to a network, right? So you take the traditional networks that we're all very familiar with, you open up your phone, you have, social media platforms, financial networks, trade networks, and the issue is that when you bring value to that, either as a business or a creator or a consumer, you don't actually get that value back in return. And so when you actually co-own the upside by participating in, token models of Web3 nature, you actually get to receive the value back that you bring and others bring as well. So it kind of pushes the innovation and creativity to the edges, right? The value at the edges of the network, and that's where many of us today want to participate in. So that's enabled obviously through tokens, which is a very specific thing for decentralized networks and protocols. We see very much, in Web3, obviously as part of Linear, we have a developer platform that people build on. So not just the network itself, but the protocols built on top. Anyone can participate permissionlessly, get involved, and that obviously can give you things like governance rights or the ability to decide where the platform goes. I think everyone, maybe not everyone, but those familiar with building on, say, Facebook back in the day, platforms like Zynga, they were building on Facebook, and all of a sudden Facebook decided to change the rules, right? And Zynga effectively got rugged, so they weren't able to participate in deciding where the platform was going and how it treated the people who were actually bringing value to Facebook. So I think when you look at exactly how people can participate, it's you can own a stake and help decide what happens, so you're not sort of rugged or changed by the rules of some central entity deciding what happens.
Okay. Does anyone have a different take on the ownership economy or want to add to that?
I mean, I would like to maybe add one aspect. It's like I agree with him in every aspect. One thing is like I represent a Web2 cloud service provider, right? And it would be easy to say, okay, let's create a shared ownership economy for cloud. And what that would means, okay, are they paying for the stake in the infrastructure? Are we sharing profits with the community and so on? There are a lot of, let's say, concepts like a cash network or like Filecoin and so on, where it's sort of almost connected to the decentralized physical infrastructure networks where, yes, you're using their hardware and you're giving the profits back. But one thing that we saw at OVH Cloud is that you can't really do that because that's not enterprise grade. And where we all need to go is Web2 adoptions and selling to enterprises. And so we kind of spinned it a little bit by creating a big ecosystem for every part of the user group. But I'll talk to you maybe a bit more about that later.
So tokens are a big part of ownership, right? Handing over those tokens to the community or developers or any sort of stakeholder. There is this constant question from founders, and I'm sure many of you in the room have this question or have thought about it a lot, but at what point, when it comes to token issuance, when is the right time to actually launch a token? And is there ever a right time for certain projects? Maybe Phil, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. We've seen a lot of different phases of crypto. Some projects used to launch tokens like right at the beginning, and the token was the way of bootstrapping the community. Now we've seen a big rise in points campaigns, and then the token comes a little bit later. I'm a very pragmatic guy. I don't think there's one right answer to any one of these single questions. What I think is that it depends on the product that you're building. I think that if, for example, you want to launch a meme coin, then you just launch the meme coin. Like, there's no point in doing anything beyond that, because that's the product, and you just launch that. That's what you need to get out as soon as possible. I think if you're building a network, and obviously at EZA, we are onboarding developers. We work with world's leading networks like Ripple on the XRP ledger, like Solana. And what we have seen is that there's lots of different ways to skin this sort of cat. So you have networks that have been around for a while, and they have a big token holder base that they can tap into. I think recently what I feel is doing really well for projects is where they understand where they can pull those levers, because at the end of the day, the token is going to be an accelerant, and when the token's out, everybody gets really excited because, of course, it's money. But I think that it's when you understand what that product is, and then you can really use that as an accelerant and pour fuel on the fire for the vast majority of projects. On the extremes, you've got meme coins, and that's just a product, and then some products just never need a token in the first place. Yes. But I think for the sweet spot of those where there is a need for a token, it's once you know what you're building, you know where it can add value, and then it's not just, as you said, a waste of money.
Mm-hmm. So just a follow-up question to that. Those projects, a lot of the time, and I think it was Camilla McFarland that mentioned this recently on an interview, that many cases, maybe 80–90% of users come across the token first, and that is the product in many cases. What do you think about that? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing?
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think it can be leveraged. I'm a big fan of leaning into things. Mm-hmm. If we know that this is what users want, then let's lean into it and use the token as the marketing, and then draw them into the product afterwards. It's sort of like how a lot of supermarkets have loss leaders, where they say, come in for the free or cheap this, like, IKEA, you come in for the hot dog, or Walmart, you come in for the hot dog as well. Exactly, the meatballs, yeah, at IKEA, the hot dog at Walmart. And that's what gets users in the door, and then they can explore everything that happens in the ecosystem afterwards. Yep. So I think that, yeah, there's different approaches to it. But I think it's like there's not necessarily a bad thing about spending a lot on the token.
Mm-hmm. And question to you, Tommy, coming from a sort of music background, music artist and producer, what do you think? Is it necessary to have a token? You're probably dealing with a lot of people that want that music IP ownership, but don't necessarily have to deal with all of the faff in order to become co-owners. What's your take on it?
Yeah, I think it's kind of ironic, really, that we talk about the ownership economy
given that that's been the basis of all economies for hundreds and hundreds of years, if not thousands of years. So suddenly, whoa, owning something is back in fashion, yay. Apologies, I've got a bit of a cold, so you can probably tell. I think when it comes to creativity, you know, I'm a music producer. I've been in the music industry for 40 years, and I came to this space 10 years ago for this very simple reason that I could understand that there were some real opportunities to break down some of the gatekeeper problems that are inherent within the music industry and the wider creative industries as a whole. And, you know, tokenization is fundamentally a part of that. It is a technology that allows you to share your ownership within something. But fundamentally, there has to be a reason to want the people to actually want to own something. That, you know, most people are, particularly when it comes to music, they're completely happy with the situation that they've got, you know, which is that they can stream anything for free, they can listen to anything wherever they want. And so bringing the idea back that you can have some ownership in this is actually quite a kind of foreign thinking to most people. To my generation, we bought records, we bought CDs, it's fine. But to most young, you know, particularly below the age of 24, the idea of owning something is kind of a bit weird to them. But if you say to them, would you like this exclusive access to an artist, then suddenly their eyes light up, and that is something that is inherent. And I think fundamentally, you know, I was here last year and I did a whole talk on what the music industry can teach you about fans, with the Web3 community can teach you about fans. I think fundamentally you've got to find that thing that people want first and foremost, you know, actually cultivate that first. And then if you want to bring in some kind of tokenized mechanism around that, that will appeal on some fairly abstract level. I think most people, when it comes to outside world here, they're not really comfortable with this idea of buying something or a token that gives them something. But if you say, would you like to go to this Coldplay gig if you're a Coldplay fan, and would you like to be taken there in a BMW, and it's going to cost you $2,000 or whatever, they'll pay the $2,000. The mechanism that's underneath it is a tokenized mechanism. What they don't need to know that. We build at Token Tracks that it's exactly that infrastructure now. So the infrastructure we build is completely abstract, and most of the users don't realize they're interacting with blockchain. They don't realize they're interacting with tokenization. I think over time we'll see what the benefits of that actually is. And I think it's still a bit abstract at the moment what the benefits of tokenization actually is. Apart from all of us in here, we all understand it.
Yep, kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Declan, I actually want to turn the mic to you because you have recently, Linear's recently launched its token. I think it was September 10th. And I'm actually not sure how long it's been since you sort of inception to the moment you launched the token, but I'd love your take on A, the timing of that, and B, how has the industry sort of taken we can talk about it in a second, but the dual sort of burn mechanism that seems very novel, maybe first in kind.
Yeah, so we actually started the research behind building the tech 6 years ago. So we spent, pretty much 4 years just purely in R&D, building the best zero-knowledge way to prove the EVM bytecode, and then launched the mainnet of Linear 2 years ago to help kind of scale Ethereum. Linear is a part of Consensus, or bootstrapped from Consensus, which, again, co-founder of Ethereum, Joe Lubin, also is the founder of Consensus. So very much in our DNA to help that mission of making Ethereum the global settlement layer. In terms of the token itself and the timing, what we recognize is that when you look out on the landscape across different layer 2s who are helping to scale Ethereum, again, Ethereum is the most decentralized layer 1, but it doesn't scale. You need layer 2s like Linear. A lot of the other layer 2s that we're launching have tokenomics where 50% on average was going to, quote-unquote insiders, right? VCs or team allocation. So these very much look like corporations with CEOs behind them. These aren't, incredibly neutral networks that the internet has been built upon for the last, 20, 30 years. And so we said, right, we're going to have to preserve what makes Ethereum so great, which again, you might have seen the news, we're talking to Swift, we're talking to other banks. They don't want to build on a platform that can be co-opted by someone else. It needs to be a level playing field. As I mentioned earlier, no one can change the rules without them being involved or having a sort of equal footing. And so we built Linear to have, again, no insider token allocation. It mirrored the distribution of Ethereum and ETH itself, so 85% to the community, 15% just to help bootstrap the network. And then what happens when each transaction takes place on the network, any profits that are made, like, so again, it's like hard to accurately estimate transaction prices, but anything that is surplus gets burned, right? So 20% actually goes to burning ETH. So as Linear grows, and again, like very much the security of Linear depends on ETH and the L1. As Linear grows, it actually burns ETH, provides value back to the L1 that secures it, and then 80% goes to burn the Linear token, which is used to help bootstrap the Linear network and grow it, and again, bring more people on chain. So very novel, and I think everyone that we've spoken to really appreciates that, because it really contrasts from the tens or even hundreds of other sort of layer 2 ecosystems, which again just look like Web 2 businesses rather than incredibly neutral platforms that, again, like we built this thing, again, almost like as a public good, so that it's here for 10, 50, 100 years now into the future, and we can't do that if there's any single sense or smell of a central entity having control over that network.
And for you guys, I guess that is what true ownership means. And
exactly, true. Yeah, if someone owns 50% of the network, it's not like co-owned, right? It might be as a facade. I think many DAOs, so we actually didn't go with a DAO model because we felt lots of DAOs get co-opted. It's all a bit of a facade where the VC and the team actually owns the majority of the token, so you can vote, but if there's a vote they don't like, they'll jump in. That's not like co-ownership. It's a facade, it's theater. So we actually wanted to make sure that this has the potential to be properly distributed and co-owned, and the only way to do that is to build credibly neutral platforms that others will then build on and benefit from. And this isn't anything original. This is exactly how the internet works today. Thank God it became an internet and not an intranet. Sorry, Bill Gates, But yeah, that's what we've built, and I think the feedback has been really positive.
Fantastic. If we look at other potential token mechanisms, Phil, I'd like to ask you, since you're so close to the developer community through EZA and the platform you have built, have you encountered sort of any resistance from developers who prefer, let's say, open source ethos versus financial incentives? Is there any particular feedback that they're giving you in terms of the models that they prefer?
That's a really good question. We have over 1 million developers at EZA, and they're building on the world's leading networks, and they've created startups now valued at over $10 billion. So something we get to see on a pretty much daily basis. We just had a big hackathon together with Algorand this weekend. We've got another one with Stella this weekend at Harvard. And each of the networks we work with takes a different approach. I think that when you look at developers, there's different strokes for different folks. It depends on the type of developer that you're trying to attract. Some genuinely really don't want to have anything to do with a token, and that's fine. I think there's some networks who say, we don't really want to give grants to founders, and the token is something that is slightly apart from it. Mm-hmm. It's built on this. I think that's very much in line with some of the more Web 2 open source ethos. It's like, just build on it if you like building on it, and go for it. There's others who are very heavily using the token in order to incentivize developers. There's the grants model. A lot of developers really love that because it allows you to bootstrap your startup. It means that you don't have to go for very dilutive funding. It means that you can also build on ideas which are just public goods. And I think that developers really, really like that. What most networks end up doing is a little bit of a combination of both. There's been experimentation on the retroactive grants. Mm-hmm. I think that's one that's very popular recently, because from the network's perspective, it means that they can reward activity that's already been done. But I think that from a developer's perspective, even though it seems really good for the foundations, it's actually something that's quite difficult. Because as a developer, it's like, do the work first, get paid later. Obviously, that sounds really good for a foundation, it sounds really good for the network, and it avoids some of the problems with grants, but at the same time, it's very difficult. If another chain is offering you X amount, and you get paid upfront to build, and you get funded up front, then it's very different. It's like getting funding from a VC, but saying, okay, you're going to get this 100 mil in milestones once you hit these phases. It's very different to saying, okay, you've raised the round, you get that money. I think what I want to see is a combination of a little bit of both. I love that developers can, in this ecosystem, which is unique, completely different to Web 2, is that you can get that funding equity free, and that means that you can actually be more flexible in terms of what you do. You can actually build things that are more public goods. You can contribute to the ecosystem like that, and it's not extremely mercenary, maybe like it is in some Web 2 models where you have to go to VCs. It's very dilutive capital, pushes you towards different incentives. But I think where retroactive grants is going is nice too, because it means, I think what I like to see about that is maybe there could be this asymmetric upside for a developer who's building a public good, where they provided a lot of value to society, they have had their costs funded, but at the same time, they get to share in that sort of VC-like upside without even maybe necessarily launching a token.
Who's, in your opinion, doing retroactive grants well? I know Nomada, I think, are doing it, and obviously Optimism as well. Yeah,
there's been a lot of noise around Optimism. I think that there's interesting work as well within the Polkadot ecosystem with regards to some of this. That's more of an open governance approach. I think nobody's quite cracked it yet, and again, it's a matter of different people's attitudes to different things.
Yep.
And there's also not necessarily anything bad with taking a more centralized approach as well, from foundations saying, look, we're tracking these teams really well, they're providing value, and then we're giving a lot back. But I think one thing that's key is that not everything's going to fit every developer, and it depends on the kind of culture that you're trying to foster within that ecosystem that will reflect in the type of grant system and token incentive structure that you want to create.
Okay. Just want to zoom out for a second, because obviously this industry is very seasonal. Bear markets, bull markets shift the focus for founders. In a bear market, we know communities tend to shrink. Are there any levers that people can pull or founders can pull when it comes to sort of weathering the storm and maintaining core contributors? Is there any specific examples that you'd recommend to founders to do? Maybe, Omar, do you want to take that?
Just build good shit.
Huh?
Just build good stuff.
Okay.
Right? I mean, really, it's not difficult. If you build things that people want to use and engage with, they'll stick around. I think, you know, everybody's obsessed with making money in this, particularly in this space, and that's great. But really, we're providing services here. We're solving problems. So what problem are you solving? What are you building that is going to really solve people's, you know, problems? And I think you stay focused on that. And actually, I think the bear market is the best time to really focus in on that, because a lot of the noise is taken out, a lot of the froth is taken out of the market. I kind of welcome the next couple of years when people, you know, get rid of the Trumps and the Farages. Fuck knows what he's doing here. But, you know, get rid of them all, right? Get rid of them all, right? Because then we can get our heads down and build for the future. And that to me is what we're doing here, is we're building technology not for me, but for my kids. And particularly when it comes to things like creativity, which I'm very passionate about. Where does that go? Where are we going to take that? How are we going to protect that? And I think tokenization is a real great example of how ownership can be used in really positive ways. So, you know, build in the bear market. Focus on people's problems.
I couldn't agree more with what you said, Tommy. But I like the approach which you said, okay, let's build in a bear market. But kind of what Phil said as well. If that makes sense for you to tokenize right now. Why are you waiting for? Okay, I'll put a bit of a Web2 spin in it, okay? Because from my perspective, I run a big blockchain and Web3 business unit for a cloud provider, European biggest cloud service provider called OVH Cloud. Now, in order for us to get to that level where we have a big blockchain and Web3 business unit, it took me 5 years, all right? And I can't be more appreciative to the teams and to the vision that we had and where we are at the moment. But, you know, in that process, in those 5 years, I've incubated probably more than 2,000 companies, okay? And I know this seems crazy, but I've been blessed with a position where I joined as an inside sales, where I was banging this call on and off with the blockchain Web3 companies as well as tech, and I've seen probably 1,500 business plans, okay? And one thing that I can see in blockchain and Web3 is the shift between bear and bull market. And this is actually an economy that you need to embrace and you need to understand how to navigate in order for you to be successful. It's not only, okay, when should I create a token? Well, yes, we should build in a bear market, but if your token has utility and your product should be gaining the biggest amount of traction to attract clients in the bull market for you to be able to fund the next generation of R&D in the bear market, right? So that's one. But then, okay, you have that, but then from the underlying infrastructure part of it, it's invisible. Cloud is invisible, and it's powering all of it, right? So what I can see as a very big trend is, and especially with the companies that are very successful tier 1 blockchain companies that we're powering, is that they've been smart enough to push, even at the idea stage, projects to the market with automated public cloud, automated products, which give them quick go-to-market access to the clients. But then when it shifts from bull to bear market, they are smart enough to take the ownership back to the technological ownership back to their in-house teams, right? And build it on bare metal, for example, and continue the R&D for them to be interoperable. They can seek funding not based on a wrapper around something, but they own the technological. And so that's the advantage of choosing the timing right. And as well, runway, if you do it right, it's going to continue. It's going to last you. Maybe you don't need Series B and Series C. Maybe you can finish at Series A, right?
So basically you're saying, in the bull market, just go with solutions that are ready-made almost. Tap into those, integrate to those, so you can get an MVP out really, really quickly. And then when it's the bear market, bring it back in-house and take ownership
with the revenue stream, start building R&D.
The only thing I would counter that a little bit is obviously if you've generated money on a token in a frothy market, and then of course the bear market, the token goes down and people start to go, So you have to, in the same way that you have to manage shareholders with equity, you have to manage token holders as well.
Oh, yeah.
So I think you've still got to be going out there and being very public about what you're doing, what you're building, what your investment, what the token investment is going into, in exactly the same way as you would with shareholders and managing their relationship.
Absolutely. I worked on the IPO of the first crypto company on the London Stock Exchange myself, and all that shift from being private all the way to having shareholders ask you 100,000 questions every single day. You're like, this is a completely different business model now. What do you think about that, Declan, now that you have token holders?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier to build in private, right? Because not every decision is judged and effectively played back to you in the market, real time, 24/7. So it's like, raising on the public market. It's great for capital fundraising, shared ownership, but there's a lot of accountability that comes with that and a lot of additional community of investor relations that you have to do, right? You now have a whole new portion of user who may not even sometimes be actual users of the protocol itself, which is kind of something that's quite unique, I would say, to kind of like decentralized protocols. And yeah, they want to understand like what's the roadmap for the token, like, why should I buy or hold this, like, what is the sort of like the value that it's bringing to me. So yeah, that's a whole another area that I think a lot of teams, especially teams that do come from a more product background, like they focus on building a product, going to market, starting to get traction, they then launch a token. And then a lot of these teams have to kind of quickly reorient themselves into a new skill set, which is, okay, now how do I do investor relations to, a global market base of like people who are very, very keen, like in real time, in a sort of crazy, sometimes irrational, exuberant market of like, okay, what's next? What's the token doing? And yeah, I think as a founder as well, like, yeah, when obviously things happen, we saw the liquidations, $19 billion wiped, thanks Binance, but like, then you things you can't control, and all of a sudden, like everyone's screaming at you, like, why is the token going down? So, yeah, I think it's important that people also don't get distracted by things they can't control. It's important, and tokens are great, but you also need to be, some people, the token is the product, I think you mentioned that earlier, but if you're still building a product and it's sort of like a complement, then yeah, make sure you don't get too distracted, is my advice.
Absolutely. And also it's important that your token has actual real use case in what it is you're building. I think as you said at the beginning, we've moved on from that.
Utility.
It could do this, it could do that, it's going to be this, it's going to be, if you go to market with could-bes, and it will do, forget that. It's not, no one's taking you seriously. It has to have a real solid use case. There's a reason why, pretty much all the top 10 tokens in the world, have a use case. They're a blockchain or some kind of utility that's really inherent, right, built into the token,
Absolutely. Just going back, we've got a few more minutes before we finish off, but going back to building that guide, that founder's guide to building a successful business, is there one example of a common pitfall that leads to community disengagement or stakeholder disengagement that you've seen that founders in this room can spot early and try to avoid? If anyone wants to take that.
From my perspective, as I told you, like we have accelerators at OVH Cloud that we're incubating blockchain Web3 companies, and it's been happening for years that we have a startup program where we incubate those companies. And one thing that I see, and I'm a technologist at heart, right, representing cloud provider, but I can see one big pitfall is that companies often focus on technology where they don't have a real adoption. So focus on understanding the data drive, like try to find the use case and make a data-driven decision-making. Where are you actually solving a problem and what's your market size? And try to hit there, even when your product is not perfected, and try to sell before you start scaling. And I've seen that over and over again. People are wasting their runway on getting the product right. And it's easy, for example, for Declan. They've been bootstrapped, but their technology started hard, bootstrapped by a big technological provider. But where like small startups or scale-ups appear, that's not often a very...
It's a very good point. And Phil, I'm looking at you now. How do you have that conversation with developers? Because they are obviously very technical and sometimes struggle to sort of see the need for being very nimble and very speedy. How do you explain that to them?
It's a really good question, and something I always try to emphasize to developers is that they need to focus on the story. I think I've got a couple of gigabrains in our community here in the audience, and we talked about this just a couple of days ago. You need to focus on the story. That's one of the most important things in building this out. If I think to my personal experience, why did I get in, start mining Bitcoin in 2013? It was because I read the white paper, and it talked about this huge vision. And then same thing at university when I was at Cambridge, I stumbled across smart contracts. And all the engineers were talking about smart contracts. And it was this incredible thing. And it was because of the vision. It was because of the story about what they could do with real examples. And you look at the Ethereum white paper, it's got a lot of examples about what you can do. We're seeing many of those actually start to come to life today and actually gain real product market fit. And I think it's the same. I think that for a developer who's launching something, who wants to get real adoption, one of the most important things is that story, what they're going to do, why they're going to do it, and also something personal about why they're the people to do it. I think that there's a ton of founders in the space who sort of, maybe they just want to get a token out quickly, or they just want to create some buzz, or they're following this other startup and copying it, or they've seen this blockchain do really well, and they're just trying to do one other spin, like, I don't know, I don't want to mention any particular names, but they're just like, I think there's quite a few that are, just trying to copy what the other person is doing. Yeah. And I think that it ultimately, if you want to build up a real community, if you want to build something that's long-lasting, you need to find out what resonates with people and where that story is.
Yeah. And music is probably a very good example where we can draw learnings from, rather than just thinking of tokenomics as something that's going to solve our issue or make our business successful. Actually building that very key core fan base is key, right?
I think what you just said is absolutely spot on. There's a reason why Taylor Swift is the biggest artist in the world. It's not because, she has great songs or she's a great gig. There's lots of people that have that. It's because at Christmas time, she sends out personal handwritten messages to over about 10,000 different people. And those 10,000 people then go on and spread that message to millions and millions of others. To this day, okay, she's got 300 people working for her, and who knows whether they're actually handwritten by her or not. But the point I'm making is this, is that personal touch. It doesn't matter whether it's token or we go back to shareholders again. It doesn't really matter what it is. It's about feeling that you're part of a community, that you're part of something much bigger, that you're all in this together, that you've got skin in the game, and I'm helping you and you're helping me. And that's the whole basis of the ownership economy, is actually that we are sharing this responsibility, this exciting thing that, maybe I'm in charge, maybe I'm the football manager or whatever, but you're all my team, you're all my strikers and my goalkeepers and my defense. And you guys we're all working in this for the good common cause. And the token thing just keeps us all together. That's the sort of, coded providence that you need. But the reality is that we're in this together. And that's the difference, because we're coming from a space from Web 2, which is all about gatekeepers And what we actually want is more gateways. We want more ways of being able to connect with each other and work together. So music is it's just a great example, but actually it's just a microcosm for how the world really is, which is that we all work together. So what we need to do is build an internet where we can all benefit from us owning a part of it and working together for the common cause of the good, not just for individuals like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. That's your TED Talk bit there.
Last question I wanted to ask very quickly. Suppose you go back to sort of day zero with your respective projects. Would you do anything differently when it comes to ownership? And if so, what would it be? Just very quickly.
Yeah, I would find ways to try and give people skin in the game financially earlier on. I think you have platforms now like Echo, which I think Coinbase just bought. Ways to actually give people that ownership through participating with financial stake.
Fantastic. Omar?
I don't think I was able because I needed to move Web 2 into Web 3, and I have a lot of stakeholders outside of OVH Cloud, but as well we had a lot of stakeholders inside, and the fact that we were able and succeeded to create a blockchain Web 3 business unit is already a great achievement for me, and I couldn't wish for more.
Yeah, for me it would be coming back to the story, just making the story a lot clearer for people and helping them to understand what it is that we're building, because when you're early on it's not necessarily the clearest to explain, but I think just being clearer on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for us it was, we went with the token too quickly. And I think everybody said on here, when the timing of when you deliver the token is absolutely spot on. And I think now I would much rather build some of the business, build some traction, get some people using it, blah, 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 and then release the token. We did it the other way around. We released the token first. We raised a load of money on it, and it was great. And I'm very thankful for the people that bought the token. But at the end of the day, yeah, I think in retrospect, I would have preferred to have waited a bit of time before we did the token.
Okay, amazing. Well, thank you so much to my panelists today. I think I'm just going to end with, we're all in this together. And we need to support each other, support the growth of this community, and hopefully, yeah, you found this panel insightful. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Very, very interesting. A big takeaway for me from the conversation today was the token is a product for sure, but people are not necessarily buying the token. Sometimes they're buying the experience, sometimes they're buying the letter from Taylor Swift, sometimes they're buying the meet and greet, or sometimes they're getting the chance to be photographed at a Coldplay concert. Who knows? Anyway, before I introduce the last panel, I haven't actually introduced myself to you guys today. It's not the last panel, it's the last panel for me, I should say. My name is Gillian Gotzel, and I'm the editor and co-founder of provocateurs.io. You can find me on LinkedIn and Twitter, and I'd be delighted to connect. Anyway, so this is not the final panel at all, but the next one, it's Sound Money or Just a Good Story, Bitcoin's economic reality check, and it's going to be introduced and moderated by Kyle Reedhead, who is the owner of Milk Road and the co-founder of Impact 3. So Kyle, if you may bring your guests onto the stage and take it away.
Thank you very much. Very nice. Can they hear me? On? You guys can sit and I'll introduce you when you're sitting down. All good. Come on. All right, hey everybody, how's it going today? We'll get the panel here to sit for a quick second. So we've got five of us here. I'm Kyle, as she's already mentioned, owner of Milk Road, a crypto media company, as well as the founder of Impact 3, which is a marketing and PR firm for crypto companies. We've got an amazing panel here today. So we've got Gabriel here. Gabriel, I'm going to try and say his last name, he told me not to, but Cara Giorgio. Something close to that. He's an investment strategist at XBTO. We've got Rob Gaskell, right here, the founder of Appold, a blockchain advisory company, and COO of Sundial, which is a programmable layer on Bitcoin. We have Benjamin at the far end. He's a protocol lead of Governor, which is a Bitcoin DeFi company. And we have Rocio Jimenez, head of sales at Banksa. So round of applause for the panel that we're going to get started here. Thank you. Before we start, just a quick question. I want everyone to put their hand up if you've been in crypto since 2020, 2021, that era, or longer, if you've been in longer. Okay, so most people, maybe like a little over half. What if you have been here for 2016, 2017, that era? Put your hand up, or before. Nice. What about the 2013, 2014 era? Anyone? Two up here. One or two down there? Okay, cool. Good to know our audience. We just want to see how long everyone's been into the space for. Let's start this conversation off on markets. We're all investors here, I assume, if we're in crypto. And so why don't we start talking about the markets just a little bit here. So Bitcoin has obviously done amazing over the years, for those that have been in it for long enough. But over the last year, I would say gold has kind of stole the show, especially recently. I think gold last week hit an all-time high of, what was it, 4,300 or something like that. So it's been on an absolute tear. And Bitcoin, really, if you look at the chart, since December of last year, has been kind of around 110,000. Now, that's nothing wrong with that. Obviously, we're up a lot in the last few years. But why do you guys think gold is having such a big moment and Bitcoin is kind of just chilling out? Why don't you start us off, Ben?
First of all, thanks for having me. Zebu Live is amazing. It's a great venue. Why has gold taken off? I think gold's more real for a lot of people. People have had a history of having this asset in their family, in their mindset for so many different generations. Crypto is really something that's quite new for people. We saw the hands go up in the room. 2013, 2016, 2020, the funnel gets quite narrow. So it's still really new for a lot of people.
Okay. Gabriel, you got something you want to add there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the main reason is because you see over the past few months that the main concern of investors is primarily around the debasement of the dollar. And because of that reason, gold had always been seen as a safe haven kind of asset. And that is true. And let's not forget that Bitcoin, yes, it is the digital gold, but it is not there yet. It is very much a risk-on kind of asset. And when you look at the correlations between gold and Nasdaq, that is quite low. When you look at the correlation of Bitcoin with Nasdaq, it's quite high, which tells you that it is primarily more of a risk-on and technology play. It is getting there, but I think for the dollar debasement kind of questions that we are having over the past months, that's the reason why you see this kind of flows to the gold over the past few months.
We've seen the debasement trade be named now a few times, even on mainstream media. I feel like Bitcoiners have been saying this is a debasement trade for well over a decade, and it seems to just be catching on. I don't know if you have anything else you want to add around the gold debasement trade, Bitcoin side of things.
Sure. I mean, what's already been said around debasement is what may be driving a lot of that, but there's also market uncertainty, tariff uncertainty, other things that are, I think, feeding into that narrative that is making people go out and buy a lot of gold. Gold has issues. I don't want to go into that today because that's a topic for another time. But certainly, if you're investing in gold, make sure you actually have the physical gold, I would say. Don't buy certificated gold. But what we've seen with Bitcoin is that Bitcoin was on a good trajectory, but then we had this sort of big market correction and market manipulation, which caused it to, I think, to really kind of stop in its tracks a bit. Now it's back to where it was, as you said, so it's not had that run up the same way that gold has had, sat behind it. But that said, and I think the panelists will agree, Bitcoin has a solid future as internet money, as a store of value, which gold is a good store of value, but doesn't have the same transferability and movability that Bitcoin does.
So you said Bitcoin store of value, but you also mentioned that it's very correlated with the NASDAQ. So when you guys speak to your clients, whether these be funds, institutions, et cetera, why are they buying Bitcoin, and what are they seeing Bitcoin as? Is it a store of value? Is it a technology play? Is it something completely different? What do you guys hear mainly when you're speaking to institutions or funds and et cetera? Gabriel, you can start.
So to answer that question, I think it is important first to define the different types of clients, yes?
Sure.
So you have the big institutional investors like asset owners, pension funds, et cetera, who are just starting to get exposure to the asset class in general. Then you have the more risk interesting, let's say, institutional investors like family offices who already had a little bit of exposure and they want to manage it better. And then you have, guys like me and probably a lot of people in the room who want to have exposure to the asset class. All of these three, they think about allocation in Bitcoin and digital assets in a different type of way, depending on their risk profile and risk appetite. So when we are talking to pension funds and institutional investors, it's all about making them understand that not having an exposure to digital assets, it's actually an active bet that they are taking against the asset class. If you do just a back-of-the-envelope calculation, the 4 trillion market capitalization of crypto at the moment translates to about 2% of the total money circulation out there. So if you, theoretically, if you do not have 2% of your portfolio in digital assets, you are shorting the asset class. Is that a bet I would take personally? Absolutely not. If anything, I would take the opposite view. But how you get exposure for these types of investors, risk is of paramount importance. And you need to make them understand that by adding exposure to digital assets, not only they are introducing an asset that has an asymmetric profile, and what that means is that your 1 or 2% allocation will contribute significantly more than the 2% that the allocation suggests because of the asymmetricity. But more importantly, the other thing that it does is that it is diversifying the sources of risk and return given how it is interacting with all the other asset classes. And then you can go to the other end of the spectrum and you can explain that mathematically you can justify a much, much bigger allocation, again, depending on your preference. So it's all about educating people how the asset class is interacting with the other assets that they have in their portfolio and the benefits that it brings, but also how the risks can and should be managed.
Right. I want to come back to you afterwards and talk about portfolio allocation, because you said 1 or 2%. Mine's a lot higher than that. It's the Bitcoin. Rob, I'd love to get your take first, though. When you speak to institutions around the world, is it a store of value? Is it a tech play? Is it a bit of both? What are they? Why are they buying Bitcoin?
So institutions that are already interacting, they've already defined it as an asset class. What we're finding sometimes when we talk to large institutions, they haven't even got as far as actually defining it as an asset class that they can actually put on any client books or allocate into any portfolios. What do I mean by that? Well, they have asset classes like FX or commodities or equities, but they really struggle to put it into any of those buckets.
Yep.
Some institutions are saying it's a commodity, some are saying it's FX, but it has other properties, and those properties need to be understood. But what we're seeing, though, is a genuine interest, really born out of what's happening in the US, the change in rhetoric towards the industry as a total, what's happening with President Trump and his family office now having Bitcoin inside the family office is a real indicator that institutions should be looking at this. And we've seen some large institutions, hedge funds, moving into spot Bitcoin rather than just what many people perceive as they're going into the ETFs. And there's issues why they're not going into the ETFs.
Right. And it used to be 0% exposure to Bitcoin, and then it was maybe 1%. And I feel like, at least since Trump has come in, it's now getting higher and higher percentage. What kind of percentages are you seeing that institutions are looking to hold? Is it still 1 to 2, or are we getting up higher there? Or what do you notice, Gabriel?
If you take some of the examples, like, for example, Mubadala's public information, they had already started allocating about 500 million. You have Harvard Endowment that made the announcement. Obviously, the percentage allocation is quite small. And last week, we had also the news about Morgan Stanley now also suggesting to their RIAs to target an allocation of 2 to 5%. What I can tell you is that, and this is going back to an analysis that we did for a big asset owner, if you look over the past 10 years, mathematically, you can justify an allocation of up to 30% in Bitcoin.
How much, sorry, can you say?
30%. 30%, so 30.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, this is looking back over the past 10 years, yes? Of course, you can make the argument over the past 10 years, you had a realized annualized return of 70% with a 70% vol, blah, blah, blah. And also the fact that it is justifiable, it doesn't mean that people should do it because it is coming with a quite big spike in terms of the volatility and the drawdowns. So you need to have the stomach. We are saying and what we are discussing with our clients is that something is better than nothing. That is for sure. And when you look at all the different risk-adjusted metrics, the way that you see the curve changing is that effectively the moment that you go from 0 to 1, this is where you have the curve to be the steepest. Then the steepness of the curve is kind of flattening out, but it takes you all the way to 30%. So looking back, mathematically, anything between 5 and 10% actually contributes quite nicely in the portfolio. But again, you can tell me, look, over the past 10 years, you had these very, very excessive returns. What happens if you simulate a very environment that it is not beneficial for Bitcoin? And then, when you are stress testing all these great things about Bitcoin, the very high returns, and you bring them down by 2/3, you keep the volatility the same, you stress the correlation, still, because of the inherent characteristics of the asset class, you still can mathematically justify an allocation of 5 to 10%. I think, and that's my very personal view, and I think looking at the risk metrics of the portfolio is just one thing. Understanding the contributors to the risk and the return in the portfolio is the next big thing. And when you see how the pie changes, the moment that you have an allocation of about 5%, I mean, it is quite obvious why people should be doing it. So the question then becomes, why are you not doing it?
Right.
But we have moved away from that. And now the question is not if, but how much.
Right. It's a risk to not be holding Bitcoin at this point. I don't know if anyone else wants to add to this topic. We'll move into some more things around the Bitcoin ecosystem in a second, but did either of you have something else you want to say?
I mean, just 30%, that's wild. That's the first time I've heard a number as high as that on stage. That's a big number. So.
Nice. So Bitcoin, it's funny, it was first made as a, if you read the white paper, it's made for payments. And it didn't really go that way. It's now a store of value. It's called digital gold. That was never really its plan in the beginning, but that's kind of what's worked. It's what Michael Saylor has gone around the world teaching everyone that that's what Bitcoin is. And so I'm curious what you guys think. There's a lot of experimentation on Bitcoin. There's been the Lightning Network for God knows how long. There's Bitcoin DeFi now. There's layer 2s that are being built on Bitcoin. Do you guys think, a couple questions here. One, do you guys think that any of these are actually going to work and become a very big thing? Because nothing has really taken off fully just yet in Bitcoin, at least compared to, let's say stable coins on Ethereum or Solana as an example. So do you guys think that's really going to take off and it's going to finally find its moment? Is Bitcoin going to become something more than just store value? Was it going to get into payments? Is it going to get into some of these other things? And if not, why not? Why hasn't it gotten there today? So I don't know who wants to start us off, but
I can contribute.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, thank you so much for being here and for inviting me. I'm Rocío from Banxa. We are an on-ramp provider with headquarters in Australia, and I've been in the payments industry for over 10 years, traditional payments, and since 5 years ago, crypto exchanges and Banxa. So I mean, I have to say the topic, I really like it because it's sound money, sound systems, so systems, they have to be also correlated to that. And I mean, the question I think is very interesting because it's a mix between innovation and reality check. So from my personal point of view and my experience, why it has not taken off. So there are 3 main points that I would like to mention. That one is the liquidity and user experience. So I think there is too much to the user, So the users, they don't have an easy experience, to onboard, for example, the Lightning Network and all the payments infrastructure at the moment, as an user experience. I would like to ask, how many of you here are coming from the Web2 industry? And from the Web2?
Throw your hands up if you're from the Web2 industry.
Web2 and then crypto native? Because I think there is something that we need to take into consideration as well for the adoption, is how we translate it and how we transmit it to the Web2 users. Many of them on my daily basis when I speak with Web2 projects, they don't know how to start. They don't trust. I think nowadays also with MiCA and all the regulation is helping to adopt the technology, and I think that is something very positive. But we need more translators, to get to that point. Another thing that I think is very important to mention is the fragmentation. So there are too many layer 2s. So what happened with that is like they are all experimenting, but with different standards. So I think that's why there is a wide diversity, and that's also why it hasn't taken off. And then in terms of payments economics, there are two cases here. Splitting stable coins as daily payments and Bitcoin as a reserve and macro assets. So for example, we have the central bank in Brazil. 90% they are crypto payments with stable coins. For Banxa, we are experiencing the same. So we have, I would say, 51% of the projects that I'm working with, they want stable coins, and at 20% they are Bitcoin. So they're using Bitcoin more as a store of value, as we mentioned. And I think also, Bitcoin, I have to mention the phenomenon of Bitcoin treasuries. I think it's something like very relevant and important for the future. We have, for example, MicroStrategy already holding like 650K Bitcoin. We have MetaPlanet with 25K, or Capital B with 3K. You might contribute more to that, so probably you know a lot about that. I have like, my vision is like Bitcoin, it would be a store of value, but it would be used more for large transactions. So I have a couple of projects that I did in the past that I think is quite important to mention. One, it was with Mercedes, during my time in B2Me, like some years ago. And there were like some players from Real Madrid. I have Bitcoin, I want to use it, how I do it. And then we build the infrastructure, and now Mercedes in Spain, they can, you can buy a Mercedes with Bitcoin. And I think they sold in 1 year like 4. It's not much, but still, there are like people that they use it, right? So it's possible. Saying that, we have also, for example, I had a project like 2 years ago in Marbella, and they bought a villa, a Saudi family, 52 million. So, and they bought it with Bitcoin, so we make it possible with regulation, with legal stuff, with lawyers, but it's possible. So I think regulation right now is also giving, that trust, to people. I just want to finish as well, like in terms of payment methods, we could see like credit cards, 51%, and bank transfers, the rest, and also Google Pay and Apple Pay. But yeah, mainly, like, as I say, like stable coins, they use it more for daily transactions, and Bitcoin as a store of value.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ben, why don't you add to that? I know you're in the Bitcoin DeFi world, so talk to me about why is Bitcoin late to the party, even though it was the first one here? Bitcoin DeFi late to the party, even though it was the first one.
Who wants to spend their Bitcoin, right? That's the fundamental position we find ourselves in, which is why Bitcoin's gravitated towards a store of value. Goes against what the white paper is saying in terms of the transaction fees, taking over from the mining fees. We're not going to get there. We're not going to get there in terms of the rhetoric of the world. One of the first projects I did after leaving HSBC was a swipey card backed by Ethereum. And it was a tax nightmare. Every time you spent your ETH, you had to do a capital gains calculation. Right. So stable coins are definitely the way forwards. What we've got to do is we've got to find a way of making sure that we can extract all of the value, or at least lifestyle liquidity, from the $2.2 trillion of Bitcoin that exists today into some kind of stable coins. And Celsius did that very successfully before it blew up. FTX did it very successfully before it blew up. Yeah. Binance is still doing it. Ledden's doing an awful lot, and Alpha's doing an awful lot. There are an awful lot of loan products that are out there. They all fundamentally, at the moment, revert back into centralized entities, and we've all seen centralized entities fail. We've got Lehman, we've got Enron, we've got Wirecard. DeFi is the only way to do it, and so that's why permissionless DeFi on Bitcoin is really now only going to be available for really the first time, because we've had 12, 13 years of evolution in the smart contract space.
And so Bitcoin not necessarily used as payments, but used as collateral to get
Absolutely.
stablecoins to then use those as payments.
Yeah,
sort of
absolutely.
the future that you're seeing?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we think of Bitcoin when we talk about it within our team as the ultimate collateral.
Yeah.
The ultimate pristine collateral that you don't ever really want to sell. You want to manage your own assets and make sure that you're taking governance over your own assets. So it really becomes everything that the crypto white paper tried to embody.
Right.
But we've got to get transaction counts up on the main chain, on the mother chain.
Right.
We've got things like ordinals, which are coming in, which are going to do pretty great things. The WikiLeaks guys are putting some of their documentation into ordinals. That's driving Bitcoin transactions. But using it as a payment system, as much as I love what Jack's doing with all the stuff that he's doing, it's just, for me, it doesn't work. As a settlement layer, it's too slow. As a payment channel, it's too slow. When you want your stuff, you want your stuff. You don't want to buy a coffee and hang around for 3 block confirmations. Wait, on cold, right?
Yeah. Rob, you're also...
I'm champing at this. I'm going to contest her a little bit. I mean, I think that there are some interesting initiatives going on in the Lightning space, and especially with things like Nostr. It's very nascent. Probably only a couple of people in this room have got Nostr accounts and are using the social media apps. But social media integrated into a seamless, very fast payment system, Lightning, has a chance to get going, I think. The barriers are, and Ben said it, that taxation is in countries where you don't have a huge capital gains tax to pay on a gain in Bitcoin. They're going to be faster adopting these types of technologies than countries where we have high capital gains tax. That's a barrier to entry, I think, of turning and expanding Lightning, which many people in the space want to see success. In terms of where we are with Bitcoin DeFi, I think it's very early stage. And why has it happened in Ethereum and Solana, and it hasn't happened in Bitcoin? Bitcoin has been a very stable network, which is why it's seen as a good store of value. It hasn't had masses of innovation put into the network to allow for some things that, say, Ethereum could do or Solana. Very different network as well. Technically, it's not state channel, which is what the EVM space is. With Bitcoin, the only way you really can scale it, I believe, is with programmable layers, and that's one of the companies that we're founding and building out. And we feel there's going to be huge demand on that because that generates more use cases, like Ben's company, like the asset managers on the panel and banking rails on the panel. When you start to have a programmatic layer on Bitcoin, there's so much more facility for use. And that's where I think a lot of the driving adoption around Bitcoin is going to happen and become a good sort of settlement layer, good collateral layer, and then you will see more transactions as well coming from that.
You guys keep mentioning transactions, and you said you want more transactions on Bitcoin. Is this because, and this is probably one of the biggest, I don't know if I'd call it, I would say risk to Bitcoin today, or at least it's the thing that most people talk about, which is at some point, the miners right now, they mine Bitcoin, and that's how they generate the revenue. That's how we keep Bitcoin secure. At some point, though, there's going to be no new Bitcoins to mine, right? Now, it's a long ways away. I think it's, I don't know,
2040 something.
What is it? 2040 something?
2140.
Yeah, 2140. So it's a ways away. But there's diminishing returns as we go today, and so miners are becoming less and less profitable. And so is this a concern for the security of Bitcoin is the one question, and is this kind of why you guys are saying we need more transactions? Because right now, Ethereum essentially is stealing a lot of Bitcoins. A lot of people are moving Bitcoin to Ethereum and using it there as collateral, right? Coinbase has CBBTC. There's a few billion in that already. There's some moving on to Solana as well. So is this a concern, and is this kind of why you guys are saying we need more transactions on Bitcoin? Is it because of the security, the long-term security of this, or do you think that that's a concern?
I personally feel that's quite a long way off.
Yeah.
We need to really worry about that, but there needs to be the right correction and travel. And what Ben was saying as well, we can't let Bitcoin be just a stagnant network. There needs to be activity on it. You've got to generate activity on it. If you can't do it on the layer 1, then you put it onto a layer 2. But you allow that transactional layer to still keep running, still keep the more activity around the network, the better. And that's where there's a lot of focus from a lot of the development around Bitcoin.
Right. Let's look a little bit into the future of Bitcoin here. And let's just talk about catalysts or things you're excited for in the Bitcoin world in the coming, I don't know, let's call it year, 2 years, whatever time frame you guys look at. I just want to go one by one and just give me your perspective on what excites you in the Bitcoin space, what you think might be a catalyst, whether that's the Bitcoin price or to the adoption of Bitcoin, however you want to take this question. And then at the end, we're going to ask some Bitcoin price predictions too. We'll see if you guys want to answer that. I don't know. But do you want to start us off?
Sure. So what excites me? Well, obviously, I'm biased because I've got a project in the Bitcoin space. So I really feel that that's going to be a very exciting thing going into 26 and 27. But there's going to be a lot of innovation around Bitcoin. And I'm very excited to see what happens with projects like Nostr and Lightning and other really ground up thought and good developers putting their energy into seeing how the usability of Bitcoin. And I get excited about that.
Very nice. Gabriel, how about you?
Quite a lot of things from my side, and I guess one of the main reasons is because, unlike many of you in the room, I joined the digital asset space just about a year ago. So, for me to be finding out all the great things about digital assets in general, it's eye-opening. And I think the main opportunity is for more people like me to embark on this journey. I still believe that we are at the very embryonic stage in terms of adoption. I think there is a huge opportunity not only for institutional investors, but retail investors to understand that potentially this is a generational opportunity to create and own wealth. And I think for me the most exciting thing over the next months and probably years is to see that people change the perception that they have about Bitcoin and digital assets and understand that this is a legit and a very robust asset class.
Very nice. Rosia, how about you?
Yeah, well, for me, I think it would be the real-world adoption, the Bitcoin treasuries, and also the regulation, like MiCA. I think is quite important. And I think it would just bring, positive, views, for the people. Yeah.
Very nice. Ben, how about you?
I'm really looking forward to the regulators getting on our side. We are, as an industry, their last best hope to save their economies, right? So it's going to be really refreshing to have them look to us and look to this industry as something that's going to be really positive going forwards. The last 5 years have been really tough. And yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to most. What I'm looking forward to, and the second most thing I'm looking forward to, is something like JP Morgan spinning up a Bitcoin node to try and protect their ETFs from that concentration risk.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I think regulation is going to be huge, and I think we're getting the market structure bill hopefully in the U.S. at some point by the end of this year, if the government ever goes back to work there. It sounds like it might be until November before they get back to work. But anyway, I think that is a big deal because there's still a lot of institutions, there's still a lot of people in this world, companies in this world that just can't allocate to Bitcoin, can't allocate to digital assets in general. And so we really, it feels like a lot has changed over the last year, but there's still a lot more to come when we get actual regulation in place. And so I do think that's going to be a massive deal for Bitcoin and for the entire digital asset space broader. Let's wrap up with a little bit of price predictions for a little bit of fun here. Why not? Think in the next year, if you want, or if you think there's some super cycle or there's whatever your time frame is, where do you think Bitcoin's going to be in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, however you want to answer this question. You want to start us off?
Sure. So my price prediction in the beginning of January for this year was $140,000 for Bitcoin. I still think there's a chance of that, I think, by the end of this year, because I think we'll go through a bit of a flat cycle right now, and then there could be a bit of a surge, Thanksgiving and other things that come, which always creates a little bit of excitement. It's very hard to predict beyond that. I think beyond that into 26, with what we've already said, huge amounts of potential allocation going from 1%, 2%, 5% up to potentially 30%. If that really starts to bear out, then I would say prediction for the end of 26 is looking at around about $200,000 to $250,000.
Very nice, bullish. We like that. Gabriel, how about you?
I'm not going to give a short-term prediction because we did the same game beginning of January internally, and I am completely off. My prediction of the year was...
What was it? What was it?
My prediction was 220. What I can tell you is that the distribution actually of the internal poll is quite interesting, as most of us were at around 170, 180, yeah? But there are some people that are much closer. So we had a few people at around 120, 130. Anyway, my point is that I don't want to take a trader's view, yes? I want to take an investor's view, and I am thinking over the next 5 and 10 years. As much as I think that there is a good likelihood that we are going to be at around 100K at the end of the year, I think the likelihood for Bitcoin to be at 100K in 10 years, I don't think it is realistic in my view. So I think the upside is there, and I think for a long-term investor who thinks of Bitcoin as a store of value and as a critical component in their overall portfolio, I think the upside will still be very, very high, and I think overall it will be outperforming all the other asset classes. And again, if you take a step back and you think that we are converging towards becoming digital gold, what you have to do is, again, a back-of-the-envelope calculation. What is the market capitalization of gold today? What is the market capitalization of Bitcoin? You could make an argument that the gap between the two is the potential upside of Bitcoin. I can make that argument. I can make other arguments. My point is, as an investor, over the next 5, 10 years, that's, I think, a very solid investment.
Yeah. The higher gold goes, the better it is for Bitcoin. Rocio, I know you're not a markets person, but if you want to answer this one, you can as well.
Yeah, well, I would say in a short-term basis, like within the next 12 months, I would say 150K. So yeah, in a long-term basis, more, but we are still adopting, so I would just
very nice.
Just stay at this.
Ben, why don't you finish this off?
So I think people need to stick around for the macro conversation that Julian and Bradley's going to have following us. I'm pretty bullish. Obviously, I think we're muted in this last cycle. We're coming out. I think we'll be 180 by the end of the year, and then going on to 350 by Q2 kind of next year. Where we go from there, I don't know. But in terms of this asset class, you know, all the ETF stuff that happened back in January, Morgan Stanley have only just announced that and opened that out to retail consumers. The FCA came out with a date of October the 8th to allow people to get back into ETNs in the UK. As far as I'm aware, no ETN providers are actually opening that up to retail providers. It's going to take another couple of months before we really get that institutional bid in. And of course, we've got all the interest rate cuts to kind of come through as well, which is pretty crazy given where we are in the economy at the moment. But yeah, Bitcoin and crypto are the best, fastest horses in the race at the moment. I'm well over that 30%.
Yeah. Cool. The macro looks good, and with the regulation and the adoption coming, together those two can pull these numbers much, much higher. Thanks, guys, so much for this discussion. I guess coming up later is Raul Paul with doing the everything code. So if you want to hear a bullish price prediction, he'll be up, I don't know, probably in the millions or whatever. So stick around for that. But thanks, guys, so much for joining. This was a great conversation. Appreciate all you for joining us here. Let's give a round of applause to the panelists.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. It gives me my great privilege to announce Julian Bittel. He is the head of macro research at GMI. I'm looking forward to your chat. Thank you.
Thank you. I got this. So, hi, everyone. I work with a guy some of you will be familiar with, Raoul Pal, as he presented here last year. And couldn't be here this time, so I stepped in. And together what we write is a macro research subscription service called Global Macro Investor, which goes out to the world's largest hedge funds, family offices, high net worth individuals, institutional investors, and so on. And what I'm going to be talking about today is something we came up with several years ago called the Everything Code, which explains the current backdrop as to why global central banks are all debasing their currencies, something I'll talk about a bit more, to offset essentially bad demographics and high debt levels, which then has shaped a business cycle landscape that warrants a very specific asset allocation. Now, you probably have two questions. The first question is, where is Raoul? Well, he couldn't be here this time, as I said, so I stepped in. So what does that mean for you? You're just stuck with the younger, better-looking version of Raoul Pal. And two, because he was talking about the Everything Code last time, why are we talking about it again? Well, it's because it's that important. So if you've seen this presentation before, I still think it's worth your time. There's, big picture concepts, something that might click this time that didn't click last time. And then if you haven't seen this presentation, I'm going to go as far as to argue that this is probably one of the most important 25 minutes you're going to extract from this conference in terms of content to put in a bottle and ship to your future self in a message in a bottle. Okay, now, this is a much, much longer presentation, generally, as you can see on the bottom. As you can't see, I'm clicking my laptop. As you can see on the bottom there, we did an hour-and-a-half presentation recently on YouTube, free to everybody. I have now 23 minutes remaining to get through 50 or so charts, which I can't, if you know who I am, you know I can probably do it, so we'll do our best to do that. But if you have time in the next couple of weeks to sit down and spare an hour and a half listening to two dudes talk macro, this is definitely worth your time. So the first thing I want to talk about is, or something to bring to your attention, is the fact that diversification is dead. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, the first thing we have to introduce is our GMI Total Liquidity Index. Now, this composites both public and private sources of liquidity. And in simple terms, what I'm just going to say is this is a combination of central bank balance sheets plus the global money supply, so global M2, aggregated together. And the line going up like this and annualizing at 8% represents debasement, okay? Now, what is debasement? Debasement equals the invisible loss that comes with central banks basically printing money, right? Expanding their balance sheet. And that weakens the currency in all financial contexts because it increases the supply, right? So that's one thing to understand. And it's not to confuse with inflation, because inflation, debasement creates asset price inflation. Inflation is the rise that you're seeing in your grocery store bills over time, which I think is something that we can both agree is really accelerated over the last couple of years. But what this means, all of a sudden, is that you have an 8% invisible loss to your purchasing power every year. And then you have a visible, let's call it 2% rise in inflation, which means that things are just getting more expensive. And together, you put them together, you have a 10% hurdle rate on your investments. Okay, so real terms is 8%, nominal terms is 10%. So what that means, in a nutshell, is that if you are not making 10% on your investments, your future self is poor. Okay, so now that I have your attention, let's talk about the Everything Code. So in order to understand the Everything Code, the first thing to talk about is the magic formula. GDP growth equals population growth plus productivity growth plus debt growth. And GDP growth has been in decline over time, okay? And currently it's running at around, the trend rate is running at around 2%. The working age population, so demographics have been in decline, okay? productivity has been in decline. The only thing that's gone up is debt, okay? Now, this can be broken into two buckets. So here's private sector debt as a percent of GDP, and it's moved basically down from 140% during the global financial crisis to 120% today. But what most people don't understand is that this was a forced deleveraging driven by the banks as they tightened credit standards to households, essentially making credit more difficult to get a hold of. But the issue here is that this debt cannot just disappear. So what's happened is that, guess what? The public sector has taken on this debt. So the public sector has jumped from 100 to 120% of GDP in debt. Now, the issue here, and this is where the problems start, is that if the private sector is over 100% of GDP in debt, and as is the public sector, that means that and let's just assume interest rates are at 2%. They're not, they're double that. But let's just say it's at 2%, and the trend rate of GDP is at 2%. That means 100% of GDP is going towards servicing private sector debts, which is an unproductive source of GDP. So then you're going to say, okay, well, what about the government debt? Well, to get to that, I'm going to move these. First, we've got to talk about demographics are destiny, okay? So birth rates peaked in the 1950s and have been in decline. And this is actually really interesting because what happened, just as a side note, post-World War II, is everybody came home from the war and actually wanted to make love, not war. And that big spike in birth rates, accelerated by 20 years, is what drove the 1970s wave of inflation. Okay? But now this is in decline, so that's a separate issue, but I just think it's interesting to think about. And here we are, if we take US birth rates and you advance it versus the labor force participation rate by 16 years. Again, why 16 years? Because people are then coming into the labor force. This suggests that the labor force participation rate is going to come down more over time, and this is only obviously going to be accelerated by things like AI and robotics. The way to think about AI is it's the infinite scaling of human knowledge, and robotics is the infinite scaling of human physical labor. So over time, the labor force participation rate will go down. Now, here's arguably one of two of the most important charts in macro today shaping this landscape that very few people understand, and Raul and I always make jokes about this because no one's copying it yet. Essentially, government debt growth is offsetting the entire demographic decline. Because if GDP growth is debt growth plus population growth plus productivity growth, and those two, and debt and population growth and productivity growth are in decline, then debt offsets that growth, and that's what's happening here. Now, but what happens to all this debt? Well, all debt growth in excess of GDP gets monetized by the central banks. And this isn't just the US. This is a US presentation. This is happening here. We've run the numbers. This is happening in Japan. It's happening in China. This is a globalized thing, okay? So basically what's going on here is that magic money has been paying the interest on all this debt since 2008. And more importantly, that governments are issuing new debt to service the interest on their existing debts, which at the end of the business cycle gets thrown on the balance sheet. And the really, really big picture here is just that there is still a vast amount of interest payments which need to get monetized, which have far, far exceeded GDP growth. So next thing we need to talk about, and then I'll bring this towards what it means for your portfolios, that everything since 2008 has become cyclical. And this is what's created, sorry for these incredibly bright colors, this is what we call the Bitcoin seasons, of course. But it's created this 4-year boom-bust cycle in assets. It's not just crypto, it's also equities, it's credit, it's commodities, right? It's the business cycle. And what's been driving this is the term structure of public debt. Okay, and basically what happened in 2008 when interest rates fell to zero, all major governments reset their debt between 3 and 5 years. And that creates a weighted average maturity of around 4 years, which is then driving this business cycle, okay? Because 70% of the term structure is less than 5 years. Now, this worked until it didn't. Now, why did it stop working? Because post-COVID, the Treasury had been running something called maturity extension programs, whereby issuing less at the front end, when I say the front end, I mean notes, issuing more bond or bills, and all of a sudden, if you look at the way the term distribution today, it's a 5.4-year cycle right, based on the weighted average maturity of this debt. So this is a big part of why we believe the business cycle extends. The 4-year cycle is dead, and this business cycle extends into 2026. And we also know, a comment that was mentioned earlier about the Fed cutting rates, a part of why the business cycle has been held back is largely just a function of rates being too high for too long. But now, if we're setting up in an environment where rates are to come lower, the business cycle should move higher. Now, why is this important to us as investors? Because Bitcoin is a macro asset. Now, this is Bitcoin in its log regression channel. And when I first joined RAL, I had been managing multi-asset portfolios for a number of years, and I was very familiar with asset allocation across FX, commodities, bonds, equities, regionally, sectorally, you name it. And I was looking at, but in order for me to make sense of Bitcoin, I had to make sense of it within a macro context, and that was hard initially. But then I was looking at this chart, and you can kind of see we get to +2 standard deviations overbought. You know, we come down to the middle end of the range. We dip slightly below that, but it looked like a business cycle. So guess what happened when I detrended this? Oh, it is the business cycle. And by the way, for those of you that are not familiar with the ISM, it's what Raul and I think is the best proxy, business cycle proxy. It stands for the Institute of Supply Management. They have them for every country on the planet. They're called PMIs. But what this does is it's asking supply chain executives how they feel about their business, employment, new orders, CapEx intentions. And so essentially, when this is rising, the business cycle is accelerating, and when it's falling or declining, it means the business cycle is slowing. So we bottomed in March of 2023 and have been sort of muddling along here as a function of rates. But the point is that this is a really important breakthrough, because what I had realized at this point up until then, I had heard that Bitcoin was this kind of schizophrenic asset class which bears no resemblance to the real economy and therefore is not governed by the same economic fundamentals as, say, an equity risk premium or a credit spread. That's all wrong. It is. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that's driving the S&P 500, small caps, so the Russell 2000, cyclicals versus defensives, crude oil prices, industrial metal prices. And here's just another way of looking at that. This is why the business cycle is such an important factor, is that once the business cycle bottoms and starts to head towards its late cycle peak somewhere around 60, and when I say business cycle, I'm using that synonymously with the ISM, you can see that start of that black line, and then as it accelerates towards the peak is when the really, really big moves come, right? And this also explains ETH BTC, right, in the sense that as the business cycle accelerates, block space usage is a function of economic activity. So as the economy, as economic activity picks up, as earnings pick up, demand for block space increases. The opposite is also true, which is Bitcoin is by no means a safe haven, but people come closer into the risk curve, which is why, guess what? Bitcoin dominance is also just a function of the business cycle, despite all the stories and narratives you hear out there. And the reason that this works is because, again, from a very high-level asset allocation perspective, when the business cycle is accelerating, you tend to prefer small cap equities, let's say, versus large cap equities, or value versus growth, or cyclicals versus defensives, or cyclical commodities as opposed to defensive commodities, you know, whatever that is. But that value rotation as the business cycle picks up also plays out in crypto in what we call a crypto risk curve. So essentially what's happening is once people get orange pilled, which is essentially the gateway drug to crypto, when people start to see other tokens go up, whether that be in the top 10 or whatever it is, you can't really help yourself once you have a wallet set up to buy a little bit of Doge or whatever it is that you fancy. But that's what drives this Bitcoin dominance. And the good news is that our lead indicators, if we talk about our interest rate model, says that the ISM will continue to accelerate, as does our GMI Financial Conditions Index. Now, this is a regression on commodity prices, interest rates, and the dollar. So here it's advanced by 9 months. And very simply, if you just look at the percentage of central banks cutting rates, and you advance it by 9 months versus the ISM, bar discussions around tariffs and all the other noise out there, the only thing that would really be talked about is this global coordinated easing cycle, which is a huge favorable tailwind for the business cycle looking out 9 months. Once again, why we think this 4-year cycle is finished and we have more returns next year. Now, Bitcoin is also a network value asset. So time is adoption. So you could think about that as Metcalfe's law, right? So the more people who join the network, the more valuable the network becomes. And the rate of adoption is the business cycle as driven by earnings, sentiment, and everything else that comes with a business cycle that's heating up, okay? And so here we are again with this log regression channel. And if I start to put targets here, this is why time is important. Because if we just let time come into the equation, Bitcoin should end the year between 210,000 to 100,000, meaning we somewhere between that -1 fair value log regression channel. But then, let's say all of a sudden we have an ISM. I'm going to flip forward for a second, come back, because now all of a sudden, if I've detrended that log regression channel, I can now loosely infer levels of the ISM required to achieve certain Bitcoin targets. So now if all of a sudden, if we come back here, I know that if we can get to 412,000 Bitcoin by year end, sounds high, right? But what's required for that to happen? The business cycle has to extend until year end, which it will, but then we also need an ISM of 57.6 by then, or around abouts there. If all of a sudden Bitcoin was to go to 800,000, that green's very hard to read, but it says 805,000, we would need an ISM of 63 or higher, okay? That's not gonna happen, right? But then if you start to extend this out a little bit, this is where, again, adoption is interesting, especially in combination with what I presented before in terms of the business cycle picking up further next year, is if we just end next year with the ISM basically where it is, although just a little bit higher, we're already at 370,000 or so. So let's just take that 730,000 thing, and a target, and then we'll move on. What's required, once again, for 730,000 Bitcoin by year end of next year? A, the business cycle to extend into December 31st of next year. B, an ISM of around 58, or a global PMI, however you want to think about that. But that's essentially the framework, right? Because once again, this logarithmic adoption trend is a detrended Bitcoin price, which is why adoption is just time, but then the size of the move is driven by sentiment, earnings, as I say, everything that comes along with the business cycle. All right, the supermassive black hole. I got 8 minutes. Let's do it. Here we are with this again. This 8% real hurdle rate for your investments, 10% in nominal terms. What's the best hedge? Well, tech stocks, Bitcoin. But in order to really understand the value here, you have to put it in a scatter chart, and understand that Bitcoin our GMI total liquidity composite explains around 96% of the variability in tech stock price movements, and around 90% of that in Bitcoin, okay? So what's important here is that tech stocks have actually outperformed our GMI total liquidity composite by 14% per year since 2012, right? So that's you accumulating purchasing power. You're not losing purchasing power. But Bitcoin, so I've got 2 time frames here. The first one is, the bottom one is since inception, essentially. So the annualized return has been around 140%. But if we just compare it versus the NASDAQ, versus at the beginning of 2012, you look at an annualized return of around 94%. Okay, so it's big. And this goes to my point here. Now, this is an asset allocation table to my point that diversification is dead. You've got commodities, you've got gold, you've got EM stocks, EM bonds, investment grade bonds. All of these I used to invest in. But if your nominal hurdle rate is 10%, if you look at that red box, that's the annualized return since 2011, you're not making any money. You're losing money. And this is really important because these things, if you're going to say, but Julian, my large cap equity fund at Goldman, it's making 6% per year. Yeah, you're still losing money. You're making money, but you're not getting any richer. Does that make sense? That's important. And gold's the same thing. But then, as I said, real is 9, sorry, real is 8, nominal is 10. It can be higher depending on where you are. Let's just say inflation's 3, it's 11, but sometimes it's higher. Even large cap equities are pretty much break even. So that means that the only two assets that are really accumulating purchasing power and actually making you richer are things like tech stocks and crypto. Okay, but now check this out. Here's the NASDAQ 100, including dividends, versus the Bitcoin since 2012. It's down 99.93%, okay, which is pretty staggering to think about. Now, this is the last chart I'm going to talk about, which is about right. I've got about 5 minutes. Oh, that's not supposed to look like that. That's weird. Okay, but anyway, these are all boxes which show the market cap of global debt, global real estate, global equities would be that bottom gray box. Sorry, I'm just going to come down here because it's a little bit confusing. And then here, that's Bitcoin. This would be gold. So gold's at around 30 trillion. And so this is that entire space, right? Bitcoin's the orange box, and then crypto overall is those two. But we know that collectively that's about 4 trillion. And so what Raul and I believe at Global Macro Investor is that we're still very early in the early stages of a global race to accumulate as much Bitcoin as possible, driven by institutions, sovereigns, and individuals. And you know, Raul was in UAE. I think that's come up before earlier. UAE a couple of months ago, and it's meeting with some of the larger sovereign wealth funds, and it's very clear there that the ruling leaders have been given a directive to focus almost entirely on crypto and AI, right? And this is across, you know, Dubai, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi, right? And the mandate is recycle all of your fossil fuel profits and put it directly into the future financial system. And so in our view, this is going to be the driving force that takes this space from 4 trillion to 100 trillion over the next 10 years, okay? And if we're right about this, because it's not just the Middle East, I can tell you that. We have discussions all over the world about stuff like this, and everybody's pivoting. But some take more time than others, but everybody's kind of coming on board. If we're right about this, this will be the single greatest wealth creation opportunity any of us have been given in our lifetime, and it'll go down as the single greatest macro trade of all time, right? So this is the Everything Code. Thank you. I hope that I've given you something to think about. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, hi everyone. I'm back again for another intro. This time round we have Bradley Duke. He'll be chatting to us about investing in crypto, considering the changing macro landscape. Welcome. Just a heads up, guys, we have a quick coffee break after this, but if you can all come back by 4:55 for the next speaker. Thank you.
All right. So the title is a little bit different of what I'm going to talk about today. My name is Bradley Duke. I'm from Bitwise. I head Bitwise in Europe. Bitwise is a digital assets, exclusively a digital assets asset manager. So we only do asset management in crypto. We produce research, and we have quite a few products. Hold on 1 second. I'm just waiting for, can you put the presentation on, please? Sorry for this. All right, I'll just talk through the first few slides. So, Yeah, Bitwise is a company. Actually, I was one of the founders of ETC Group. ETC Group was founded in 2019 and was acquired by Bitwise last year. So Bitwise had been doing exactly what we had been doing, but on the other side of the pond in the US. And then we merged last year, and it's been a very, very happy story. Great company, very happy to work at Bitwise. It's just see if we're getting the presentation. Yeah, bottom right. That's the presentation. Yeah. Okay, good. All right. Okay, now we're cooking. Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. So a little bit about Bitwise. We have about 15 billion in client assets. Founded in 2017 by Hong Kim and Hunter Horsley. Today we have over 120 employees and over 40 products. We have a lot of crypto ETPs across Europe, and actually this week was a very big week in the UK because finally we've got the retail ban for products like ours has been lifted, and the products from us and from other issuers are now available on the LSE and for retail investors to invest in as they see fit. I'm one of the 5 execs on the executive team at Bitwise, and as I mentioned earlier, I look after Europe. Just want to mention a little bit about our backers: Stanley Druckenmiller, Henry Kravis from KKR, Electric Capital, Coinbase. There's a lot of big names here, and these investors are very much involved in the company and help us. And I mention that because it's important. Actually, it's important for who we are. As I mentioned, we're a pure digital assets asset manager. We don't do anything else, and we consider ourselves to be experts in the space, so that we can help investors on this journey. And just to get cracking, so this year has been a really interesting year. We've seen gold go on this crazy run, and Ethereum has done incredibly well. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. The actual, just going back to the topic, it's why Bitcoin, why Ethereum, a look at the investment case for crypto's heavyweights and their challenges. That's kind of what I'm going to cover. I've only got 15 minutes. I'm going to fly through some of these slides. So please stick with me. But if you want any of these slides, or if you want any more information, please get in touch. And also, I recommend highly that you subscribe to the CIO memo, which Matt Hogan, our CIO, writes on a weekly basis, and it's brilliant. I don't know, he always comes up with the goods every week. So Bitcoin has had a difficult time. One would have thought, talking about this, the trade that's been, a lot of people have been talking about, and the debasement trade, people concerned about the unchecked expansion of M2, printing of money basically, and the, as we saw in Julian's presentation before, the decline in actual wealth, in real terms over time because of inflation, because of the fact that the currencies are being debased. Gold and Bitcoin have become these sort of safe haven assets, these products that offer protection against debasement. And I think the only reason why gold has really exploded this year and Bitcoin has not is simply about adoption. Gold has been around a long time. People have been investing in gold for really hundreds of years, and there's muscle memory. Things are going wrong. There's problems in the world. We buy gold. Worried about debasement. We buy gold. And Bitcoin, even though in a lot of ways it's better than gold for that particular trade, it hasn't responded in terms of price action simply because of the fact that it isn't as widely accepted and widely adopted in the institutional investment realm. And that's changing, and hopefully we at Bitwise are helping in that story, helping to educate and get people comfortable with crypto. So seasonality is a thing that we see in a few different asset classes. We've seen certainly with S&P 500 actually follows quite a similar chart to Bitcoin. This is Bitcoin seasonality. And October, everyone loves to call it Uptober, has been Downtober this October. There's still 2 weeks left in the, another week and a half left in the month. So hopefully there can be some sort of turnaround. But the reason behind that was really the massive sell-off that happened as a result of a tweet about tariffs in China, and it shows that Bitcoin is still viewed by many as a risk asset, behaves like a risk asset. But however, in the long term, we continue. Our price position at Bitwise for prediction for the year is at 200,000. Which may seem a little bit unlikely at this stage of the year, but really the fundamentals behind it still hold true, and certainly, it's certainly possible. And I'll go into a little bit more about that now. Now, I don't need to talk to this audience too much about Bitcoin, but it certainly is a different animal, and the debasement trade has been it's been super interesting. We have seen that over time that the M2, the price of Bitcoin tracks the lag by 90 days, tracks the Bitcoin tracks the expansion of M2. And so right now we're in a period where it's decoupled and it's actually trading kind of sideways. Bitcoin is the green line on that chart, and we expect at any point now that it will recorrect upwards, and it's a little bit like a coiled spring at the moment, Bitcoin. So we expect to see that change happening. And at the same time, if you look at the chart on the right at the bottom, we can see that now those are showing drawdowns on treasuries. We're currently living through the worst period in the history of US treasuries. And so there is real concern about that, and the place of U.S. treasuries in the portfolio has been questioned. It was always considered the safe part of a balanced portfolio, the less risky part, and that's really now in question. And people are starting to think about crypto and in particular Bitcoin in terms of this portfolio theory. Now, what we have at the moment now with Bitcoin is something that we actually didn't really think about. When we started, ETC Group, way back in 2019, we never ever thought that corporates would be a huge buyer of Bitcoin. That was something that really took us by surprise. We thought they would be there, but we didn't realize that they would be such a big buyer. And so the idea of these corporations holding Bitcoin on their treasury, and some as a pure play like Strategy, and many others, but then others who are just holding it. And so this chart that you see here is is showing you the growth of for listed companies. So that's only corporations that are publicly listed. There are many hundreds of other companies that are holding Bitcoin on their balance sheets, but are not being tracked by these numbers. And on the right-hand chart here, you can see that corporations have over 1 million Bitcoin. So that's 5% of the total supply that will ever exist is currently owned and held by corporations, and they continue to grow. And this has become like a structural bid on the price of Bitcoin. And now these two charts here, the gray box is the same amount for both, but it's just because of the proportions are different. And the chart on the right is showing ETFs. This is flows into only US spot ETFs, so not European or Asian or Australian. And we can see that compared to the new Bitcoin supply that's being mined this year, the ETFs are buying up all the Bitcoin, as are the corporations. And when you combine the two, you can see it's actually it's like 7.5 times the supply is being consumed just by these two groups of buyers, just by the institutional demand, which is the Bitcoin treasury companies and the ETFs. globally. Now, this is now the global number. So it's a secular trend. It's continuing. It's growing. And ETP flows have been one of the key drivers of the price of Bitcoin more recently. Now, just moving on to ETH. So Ethereum is a completely different story. As you know, Bitcoin, it's around scarcity. It's about this kind of the safe haven asset, this global, this reserve that people want to hold on, whether they're sovereign or individual, and part of the debasement trade. Ethereum is more of it's a tech story, and I think a lot of you know it well, so I don't have to go into any of the details, but it's been a remarkable performer if you're viewing it through the lens of a tech stock, insofar as that actually it's surpassed 10 billion in revenues in 7 years. So that is better performance than all the biggest companies in the world, the biggest tech companies, Alphabet, Meta, Zoom, Salesforce, Microsoft, Adobe, and so I think we often in crypto we look at things kind of more insularly and not in terms of how is that, in terms of other companies, and it's really has been a remarkable performance in terms of the income that it's earned in the time that it's been around, which is only 10 years now. And the amazing thing about Ethereum is the total addressable market is huge because it's doing so many things for so many reasons. This platform that has got so many applications from arts and collectibles to gaming to music, healthcare, social media. It's there for everything, and there's stories and there are people who are building on this blockchain. It has the most developers, famously, out of any cryptocurrency, and this is. It's the network value, for those who students of Metcalfe's law, it's been phenomenal, and also it's a metric that can be used for valuing the for arriving at a value for Ether itself, and like Bitcoin, more recently we've seen Ethereum also having a structural bid insofar as the rise of the ETH DAT has been growing. Companies like Bitmine and the Ether machine, buying up Bitcoin and consuming more and more of this of the supply, the available supply, many multiples of the new supply, and it's a super interesting phenomenon. Now. So I'm going to get onto, after these slides, why this is important for portfolio analysis from an investor's perspective. Why include ETH or Bitcoin or anything else into your portfolio? So that's kind of where I'm going. I've got, just a few more minutes, so I need to rush through these ones. So this is really stablecoin market cap. You can see that for stablecoins, this is what's underpinning ETH's growth at the moment. It's dominant in stablecoins today, and of course, whenever there's a transaction, there's revenue that's being earned. It's also dominant in tokenization of real-world assets. That's the chart on the on the right, and really, stablecoin is just another tokenization. It's a tokenization of fiat currency, and then of course there's DeFi, and DeFi, as I mentioned, Ethereum has got a huge network of developers building all sorts of applications. And so those three pillars, and then of course, what's driving Ethereum's incredible performance this year. And then on top of that, you've got these ETH DATs that are buying up the supply. A lot of people say Ethereum is digital oil, and I think that's a great analogy. It's a lot of things to different people, and it's fueling the economy, the growth. And so, and of course the ETP flows as well, also helping the Ethereum story in terms of price performance, especially now, in the US, Ethereum is one of only 2 cryptos that is allowed for ETFs. That's changing now with the generic listing standards that have been approved recently. by the SEC, and also, as I mentioned before, with the FCA lifting the ban for retail investors, you can buy Bitcoin and Ethereum products for your ISA and SIPs, or just for your general investment purposes. Yeah, so what does it mean for portfolios? Oh, well, so just firstly, it has just a comparison of the two. It's quite interesting to see, where's fee capture, token holders capture with Ethereum, with Bitcoin. It's really all about price improvement. The miners are the ones who are winning in terms of the fee capture. But this is kind of the sort of the really interesting part. Okay, so this is, if you look at Bitcoin on those charts there, Bitcoin and Ethereum have really outperformed at an index, this MSCI Digital Assets 20, it's a basket of 20 cryptocurrencies. All three have completely outperformed the best assets out there before. Julian mentioned this in his speech before. And it's been a remarkable period for people who are starting to wake up to the investment potential of crypto, and including Bitcoin or Ethereum or even a basket into a portfolio of assets is super interesting, because what we see is that the performance of the portfolio by adding, this chart shows 1%, 2%, 3%. It greatly improves the performance of the portfolio, but at the same time, the risk-adjusted performance, the Sharpe ratio, increases considerably. But the max drawdown, if you look at that bottom line there, it only moves from 15 to 16.4. So the drawdown, sort of, this is the negative volatility of the portfolio, is hardly moving. So you're getting all this upside potential by just adding, 1% or 2% into your portfolio without, much volatility change. In the second line there, you can see it only goes up 0.5 point. Yeah, and it's fascinating. This chart shows with 5%, the more you put in, the greater the vol, but it's not crazy. It's totally manageable, and the max drawdown goes up, but it's not a lot. It really is. So, even 5% of your portfolio is completely manageable. And look, we see very similar numbers with Ethereum, and as I mentioned before, if you introduce an index of cryptocurrencies as well into your portfolio, the performance is there too, and you have similar characteristics where the Sharpe ratio goes up, your risk-adjusted return rises, your Sortino improves as well, and the max drawdown only increases a little bit, and the vol as well. So I don't know if we have time for questions, but thank you very much. That's the end of the presentation for today. Good. Any questions? I think we're good. Oh yeah, one over here. Yeah. Sorry, who's selling Bitcoin? That's a great question, and it's a question I often think about. But I think there's two groups, right? There's whales, people who are very early, who are sitting, and they selling to fund their lifestyle, whatever it is, Lambos, yachts, new chalet in Verbier. But also the other side of it is I think actually, unfortunately, a lot of retail investors are selling. Because they've got bills to pay, and that's kind of an unfortunate thing. They've bought some Bitcoin quite speculatively, delighted that it's over 100,000, and are actually the entry liquidity for a lot of new investors. So I think that's who's selling at the moment. Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, guys, if we can ask the questions outside, we're just going to break now for a quick coffee, and we'll be back in the next 10-15 minutes.
to forget now. I'm not ready yet, ready to forget. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. Sleep, yeah. Only miss you when I'm breathing in too deep, yeah. Am I just your little secret? I didn't hear the sirens. I didn't wanna see the warning signs, and now I pay the price, yeah. Oh, I should've known. It hits me like a tidal wave every time you say my name. It hits me like a tidal wave. It hits me like a tidal wave. A tidal wave. Tidal wave. Tidal wave. Tidal wave. So blind, waiting patient on the shoreline. Now you're leaving, but I know you got your reasons too. I didn't hear the sirens. I didn't wanna see the warning signs, and now I pay the price, yeah. Oh, I should've known. It's me like a tidal wave every time you say my name. It hits me like a tidal wave. It hits me like a tidal wave. A tidal wave. Tidal wave. Tidal wave. Tidal wave. You're convincing and you know it. Play the game but never show your cards. It's conflicting in the moment, but when you're gone it always breaks my heart. lost in tunes and everything you ooze. The tempo of your beat, you bleed a melody. No one can control that old time rock and roll. No rule of gravity. And hey, can I follow you back to your room, watching you bloom in the light of the moon? Can I follow you back to your arms, wash it all off in the river of your heart? There's a million different songs that I've learned to sing, watching you bloom in the light of the moon. Your loneliness will never be lost on me, so reach out and love and don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger. Turn up the stereo, the sound is taking hold. You dance like no one sees, a private galaxy. The music of your soul, a symphony composed. Your words are wasted on me. Can I follow you back to your room, watching you bloom in the light of the moon? Can I follow you back to your arms, wash it all off in the river of your heart? There's a million different songs that I've learned to sing, watching you bloom in the light of the moon. Your loneliness will never be lost on me, so reach out and love, don't be a stranger. Can I follow you back to your room, watching you bloom in the light of the moon? Can I follow you back to your arms, wash it all off in the river of your heart? There's a million different songs that I've learned to sing, watching you bloom in the light of the moon. Your loneliness will never be lost on me, so reach out and love and don't be a stranger.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Gives me great pleasure to announce our next panel, the title being Scaling Without Compromise, Infrastructure Trade-offs in a Multi-Chain World. So heading up the panel will be Otto Jacobson, welcome. Then we have Sam Golden, Fahmi Said, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Declan Hannon, and Lucian Minsu. Over to you guys, enjoy.
Thank you so much. Can we give it up for the Zebu Live team? They're doing an incredible job. They've been building this for a number of years here in London, and anyone who is running a conference in London deserves our immense respect because it's not an easy job. And thank you all for coming. My name is Otto Jacobson, and I help run Yap Global, the leading PR consultancy in the space. So we work with the leading DeFi, digital assets, and crypto projects in the space. But enough about me. We're here to talk about scaling without compromise. And do you guys want to introduce yourself and maybe what you do in the space?
Yeah, for sure. I can kick things off. I'm Sam Golden, Director of Brand and Communications at Rootstock Labs. We contribute to Rootstock, which is a DeFi layer of Bitcoin that's been around since 2018. It has about $250 million of total value locked in the network, and is primarily used by people across the world and institutions to get loans against their Bitcoin to be able to expand into new markets, as well as interact with all the different DeFi protocols you typically see in an Ethereum environment, now built on top of Bitcoin and secured by Bitcoin.
Great.
Hey, and welcome everybody first. I'm Lucian Minku. I'm one of the technical founders of Elrond, or previously known as Elrond, now Multiverse X. We're perhaps one of the few unicorns out of Europe. Actually exceeded decacorn at some time. But nevertheless, actually, we've been focusing on sharding, which is, in short, parallelized blockchain execution, and bringing and scaling and delivering it to the mass adoption, which I think we did pretty decent here out of Europe. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Hello, London. It's nice to be home for once at a panel and a conference. We travel the world. Nice to be in London. I'm Fahmi Said. I'm president of the Midnight Foundation. We're bringing programmable privacy and identity to blockchains, and how that brings the new institutional adoption and more wider adoption from corporates, builders, and Web3 sort of industry as a whole.
Yeah, hey guys, thank you for hanging around. I know happy hour is at 6. My name's Declan. I'm the VP of Growth for Aurora Labs. We are very much focused around removing complexity from blockchains. So we've built a virtual chain solution, and most recently, the first multi-chain launch pads and multi-chain DEX, where we've actually just done $1 billion in volume over the last 30 days.
Great. Thanks so much. Want to start by throwing this out there for whoever wants to pick it up. But what are the compromises that you're having to make in terms of reaching scalability in today's multi-chain world? What is it that you're really working hard at solving? Anyone want to pick up on that? Yeah, Declan?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing is probably to get consensus on what we actually mean by scalability, because I actually don't think scalability means transaction throughput anymore, right? I mean, just using Near as an example, we now have 1.2 second finality, 600 millisecond time. I actually think scalability is about user experience. It's how do we now abstract away all of the complexities? Most of the networks, including the networks on this panel, have been built in silo, right? They haven't been built alongside all of the other networks. And the downside for users is it means if they want to interact with these networks, they need to make many different changes. They need to swap wallets. They need to bridge assets. And that just isn't sustainable or scalable. But yeah, I mean, I'm interested to hear what other people's opinions are regarding scalability now.
I completely agree with that. We need to abstract away all the complexity. The user shouldn't be thinking about swapping from USDT from Polygon to Solana or whatever. It should be a seamless experience. It should be the same asset. But with that comes helping people understand the trade-off and trust assumptions of the asset as it exists on the different networks. And when we think about security, that comes from like the blockchain level, the protocol level, and the asset level as well. So there's either a responsibility on us in the industry in helping people understand that, or it's about agreeing on a kind of unified set of standards that every blockchain in the industry kind of helps enforce. Because otherwise we have people thinking they're holding USDT or Bitcoin when in fact they're holding an IOU for that asset instead of the actual asset itself.
Just to jump in there, are you saying that we should be thinking more about the asset itself, the token that we're using, rather than the chain that's underlying?
I think that all three, the asset, the protocol, and then the blockchain or network level as well, all need to be considered when we're thinking about that. But the asset, when it moves between networks, doesn't always keep the exact same properties.
Right.
Bitcoin is a great example. Is Bitcoin on Base the same as Bitcoin on the Bitcoin layer 1? No. You're using Coinbase Bitcoin, which is controlled by a single custodian. That isn't the same as Bitcoin with its decentralization. So
yeah, sorry, Lucy.
Yeah. Maybe to build on top of that, one particular thing that, if I look at the industry, will be forced to evolve, especially with regulated assets that need to be fully fungible. Like $1 should be and should end at the end of the destination still $1. That will force, for the first time, I think, the entire complexity or the entire compatibility and integration stack to be changed and forced to be optimized for users. And when I look at that, for example, just to put a bit in perspective, we've take took some crazy bets, especially out of Europe. Just to restate, when we started like 8 years ago and worked on charting, like people would say, well, what the hell are you talking about? And they are still looking very weird at me and at us, most likely, when we're talking about very technical stuff. But on the other hand, like solving that part and then placing bets on user experience, where we have managed to ship wallets or user interfaces that connects more than 2 million users as we speak, where you have seamless way to spend your crypto, to earn crypto with credit cards, with security primitives similar to the bank inside your pocket. That's, I think, something that we will see in the next, I think, months to come into the mainstream adoption. I think stable coins are a superior form of money, and then beyond that, especially backed and actually collateralized by Bitcoin, by any kind of digital asset, will be the main thing that you will be hearing for the decade to come, I think, especially the US president launching his own stablecoin. That should send a
We're all going to have a stablecoin one day.
Definitely. I think almost every big corporation will almost go that way. But what I'm trying to say here is actually it's on the one hand the technicalities, but then also we will be forced by the regulation, by some specific rules where we will see mainstream adoption coming out from to force towards that.
Great. Fahmi, I want to bring you into the conversation here because not as the privacy guy, but is there anything that worries you about how we're building today, and is privacy a back thought?
So I'll come back to privacy. I think I just want to address some of the points that the panel has raised. So I do agree it's about user experience. But the reality is, people ask me about Midnight, where we want to be. We should be invisible. We talk too much about the blockchain.
Yeah.
And the conversation here is very much about scalability around assets and trading. Yeah, if you all take out your phone, the application you use the most is probably not a trading app. So infrastructure is about, decentralization was about bringing a new way to do business for people to connect, for ownership to work in different ways. So we've got to think about data as opposed to assets. And the first thing we have to tackle before privacy, and privacy is important, and I'm sure I'll talk about it later on, is about the tokenomics within blockchain. They're broken. In the world today, when you use your phone, you consume technology. Even the phone, you don't typically own it. You normally rent it. You lease it through your telecoms company. Ownership is about consuming resources, whether it's AI for answering questions, Google for finding information. You consume cloud services. You don't own servers. The tokenomics that we see today across most blockchains is one of ownership, which is the biggest hindrance to interoperability and scalability. I need to, as a developer, think about owning an asset which gives me access to a network. I then cannibalize the very asset I wanted to go up in value to pay for my transactions. So if I'm in Solana and I'm very Solana focused, how do I go and interact with Ether or with Bitcoin? I have to go and own the other asset. That's not my core focus. That's not my core expertise. And the very asset that you want to own and go up in value is the very asset you cannibalize to pay for things. So what happens when transactions, the capital goes up and you're worth $1 million a token? Your transactions grind to a halt. You can't predict capacity. You can't predict the cost. So how do large corporations who think about scalability come into blockchain? So at the Midnight Network, we've actually split the ownership and the gas token fee, for want of a better word. If you own the ownership, it will emit and give you access to the network. That gives you programmable privacy. So suddenly you can make a decision to guarantee capacity by owning something and access it that way, or you can lease the capacity. So then technologies, when they're built stacks, can consume Midnight's technology and privacy-enabling solutions. So I think we have to address some of the bits that are broken in our network. That encourages interoperability. A Solana DEX can come and use Midnight's, consumes Midnight privacy, Arbitrum, Ether, Bitcoin. So we've got to move away from tribalism and move to a more cooperative tokenomic model. And that helps scalability and really helps the infrastructure layers within blockchain really develop and really grow.
I can just build on top of that and then say that after, again, 7 years, very expensive experiences actually building out, we came to the same conclusion, and we thought that I think the bottleneck of the networks is not only throughput. It's important to have sub-second finality. It's important to be damn fast, to put it like this. But the most critical problem is we would love to be to have that kind of demand, and the user should not think about whatever assets or whatever they need to pay first. You don't enter a shop and then say, look, let me just, before I buy this or whatever. In most of technologies, you can lease that out. You have a way to offload the costs down the road while the user is using the application, not prepaid. And this is, I think, the fundamental shift that we're doing, I think Mid-90 is doing, and very, very excited. I think this is one of the few points that makes me bullish, that I could go on the street and say, just place the phone and say, try it out. And then there's no cost for that. That's I think, what changed fundamentally.
Yeah, great. Declan, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I mean, I think you raise a really good point. But I also think there's the other end of the spectrum here, right? So we still have a scenario where people can accidentally send an asset to the wrong wallet, and poof, it's gone. I think that there's definitely a review that needs to be done of the overall relationship with tokenomics and the overall structure of assets. But I also think projects need to take real accountability for their own user experience. I mean, if you logged onto your Monzo or Revolut app and you sent assets to an account number that was 1 digit off, Monzo wouldn't turn around and say, yeah, sucks to be you. You'd get it back. It might take 2 days, but you'd get it back. So I think making sure that you've got that super fluid user experience is critical. And one of the things that we've been doing, with Near Intents, is you don't even need a wallet. You can just use your iOS passkey with your face. That's it. More importantly than that, we don't care where your asset's from. So whether you've got, I'll use Aurora as an example, on Near, Ethereum, or native Aurora, you won't see it. If it's XRP on Near, XRP on Near, you won't see it either. All you see is the token. And that's a really important thing because it removes so much of the difficulty and so many of the pain points that exist for users. And I think it's actually on us as builders and as project owners to take full accountability for that, and to ensure it's seamless, because we talk about confidence in crypto and we talk about mass adoption, but you can't have it if you don't have the right fundamentals. So I think that's an important point to add.
So you mentioned a couple of chains there, Near, Ethereum and so on. Is that EVM only, or is outside EVM?
No. So Near Intents has been deliberately designed to be multi-chain across the board. So we support all of the major networks. We've got obviously Solana, Ethereum, Near. Aurora is not as major as those, obviously, but we've got Arbitrum, Avalanche, Tron, you name it, we've got it.
Bitcoin?
We've got Bitcoin. In fact, I was demonstrating to someone earlier that it took 3 seconds to literally swap the Bitcoin into XRP, just because. And there's no fee for that either. There's no ridiculous costs of a $5 cost to trade $1, right?
Right.
So we're adding networks all the time, but it's not just the big networks, it's also the smaller projects. So, if projects have their own virtual chain, their token is listed there. And that's another important thing, because many projects now, especially in this market, especially after last week, really do need access to liquidity, and they really do need access to distribution. And they can't get that without paying millions of dollars in marketing fees, to major centralized exchanges. Well, why? There's no reason for it. Technologically speaking, there's no reason at all. It's just greed. So I think making that open, that's a whole different conversation, so we won't go down that rabbit hole.
The reason why I asked about Bitcoin, I want to bring you, Sam, into the conversation. I think there's this perception that it's really hard to work with I guess if you're coming from an EVM perspective, really hard to work with the Bitcoin standards and so on. How are you seeing that develop, and
100%.
Is it as hard as people think?
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about this before we went on stage. Bitcoin, the L1 has limited expressibility and programmability compared to other EVM chains. So how do you create a way of enabling people to use Bitcoin, the asset, away from Bitcoin, the network, in a safe and secure way? And back to my point earlier, knowing you'll be able to redeem that for Bitcoin at the end of the day. And I think this utopian vision of a world where you don't care what chain you're on could be amazing, but it relies on everyone within the industry uniting over making sure those assets can be redeemed at the end of the day. Because otherwise there's risk people think they're holding Bitcoin, and they won't be able to swap it back to that base asset at the end of the day. I think the Midnight model is really interesting as well, with the kind of two tokens. I might butcher this, Fami, but one of them depreciating in value or burning over time. Is that correct?
So the way we thought about it was because if you own an equity, let's say Microsoft, if you own the equity, you get dividend. You want more dividend, you buy more equity. You hold a bigger position. So with Knight, we thought about how do you keep utility and the gas fee available to people. So there's an ownership token, which would be like any other listed equity crypto asset. It'd be volatile, but that volatility is not what people, users want. So that will give you a perpetual emission of dust, the privacy-enabling computational power. So that gives you access. Think of it like you own a power station, which gives you perpetual electricity. And then if you want more electricity for more transactions, buy more substations. But equally, like electricity, you can access electricity without owning it. You can lease it. You get it from your utilities company. So in the same way, there'll be large custodians, large holders who will have excess amount of capacity that they can lease to people. And what you get is privacy-enabling computation. That decays to zero. So you can't have a store of value. So avoid some of the compliance issues around privacy tokens. We don't see it as a privacy token. We just see it as a computational power where your journey starts fully shielded, and then through the smart contract technology, you open that up. And the reality is, we've got accustomed to blockchains where all your data is public. When we talk about scalability, let's look beyond the people in this room. I admire the people in this room, but the real liquidity, the real infrastructure sits outside of this room in the real world. And they will not bring their assets, their trading, their telecoms, their medical care, healthcare records, research onto a public blockchain only for them to get docs. So that solution was one around how you access capacity, but also how you bring compliance around privacy technology into the space. So there's two elements to why we designed it this way.
But then I guess you're removing the risk of what happened with AWS yesterday, where no one can use any of those centralized services because AWS went down.
Yeah, so again, you could get to a place where you have privacy storage and other elements, so you could bring that. So nobody needs to know what server you use or what technology you use, but it becomes decentralized. Again, let's go back to what Bitcoin and Ethereum and others, what values they held. And the values are around decentralization, and more we become centralized in blockchain. More and more we talk about assets and trading as opposed to what the real infrastructure is meant to be doing.
I maybe just jump in and have a slightly, even though I agree with the privacy prevention, I very much agree also maybe to jump and one step back. I don't think that intent solves, generally speaking, the accountability of sending coins to a wrong wallet in any way, but that's another point. But and also just to build on the privacy preserving, I do believe that it's very critical for certain institutional investors or certain institutions that wants to actually operate on public blockchain. However, if I look at the macroeconomics and what's happening nowadays, actually the government, the US government found a way, just to put a simple playbook, they found a way to tokenize the American debt, which is the national problem of the US dollar compared to any other government. And then on the other hand, they are literally putting all the incentives and the policy to use particularly open blockchain. Why open blockchain? Because they could distribute the American dollar to the end of the earth, no matter what, and they would want to do that in the shortest time frame while the other governments are literally trying to find a way out to distribute their debt, right, to the others, to the other countries.
People love it, right?
100%, and I think literally in third world countries, people are literally benefiting compared to having their maybe pesos was the news the last days where just to put a bit on that, I do believe that there's space for both of them. Again, time will tell exactly how they will play out. Indeed, a big institution will want to have the privacy preserving, and I don't doubt that in any way. However, I think because of the speed of execution and the intention and the need for some certain real world problem to be solved as debt of the US dollar to be distributed, I think they will use any mean of doing that.
I completely agree.
Just to...
I completely agree. But again, if we take that, the Genius Act, if you look at the Genius Act and how that opens up stablecoins, and I spent 20 years in the financial world, dealt with regulations for the financial crisis, AIFMD, Dodd-Frank and other things, the Genius Act favors the institutions.
100%.
Talks about KYB, KYC, ultimately in the blockchain space, we don't have that. So with Midnight, the way we think about it, is we'd love to work with Intents and what Near are doing. We'd love to work with all the panelists here, because essentially we can give you solutions that don't exist on your network, and you can consume that. Again, when you build technology stacks in traditional worlds, whether it's finance or telecoms, healthcare, you don't build a singular stack. You build stacks. You use Snowflake for database. You use AWS for cloud. Maybe the wrong name to use after yesterday's issues, but you use different providers for different things, and you use those to build your stack and build your solution. I see a future, and I hope everybody else will come to this place where we don't have tribalist views where one chain does everything and everything alone, that they can actually use these. So I see a future where Near Intents could use privacy from Midnight to also create a version which is KYB'd, KYC'd, and ring-fenced, and they can have both versions. So it's not one or the other. What privacy gives you, and we all start our worlds private. We never leave our front door naked. We leave it closed. If you get hot, I take my cardigan off. Technology is the same. In blockchain, if you start public, it's very hard to add privacy afterwards. You can't cloak yourself after you've been decloaked. So we think about how our solutions help others, and the tokenomics also encourages others. So we're very open-minded to work.
I just need to correct again. I think you can add, and the evolution of any kind of technology is that they have evolved. It's very hard, though, to change a running engine. I must agree on that. But I think we have many examples where you can add ZK primitives, and most of the chains have not. Especially the old ones that have stayed out there were not born with all the primitives that we are serving today. But agree in the principle on that as well.
Well, just switching gears a little bit in terms of thinking about the topic for our panel, scaling without compromise and then infrastructure. So thinking a little bit about user experience, and we talk a lot about users being me as a private individual using, but what about projects? What about protocols building with your solutions or building in general in the space? Declan, what are some of the key pain points in terms of a user experience that you see for projects building with Near Intents or whatever it may be?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a couple of areas which any business, Web 2, Web 3 struggles with, but especially in our industry. One is the expertise that's required, right? Because we have all of these siloed networks, they need engineers that can develop in multiple different languages, some of them extremely expensive, Rust, Solidity, and it also means that they need to keep up with multiple networks, all at the same time facing attacks from countries and nation states with no cybersecurity budgets to do this. So the biggest challenge for projects is being able to have secure infrastructure that can match their speed, that can provide a good user experience. And obviously I've talked about Near Intents already, so I won't go into that again. But on the virtual chain side, for example, we've got 270 that are now live, give or take. And anybody can do it. It takes 30 seconds, you put it, you say what you want, and it's just created. And that gives you your oracles, it connects you to the centralized exchanges. It takes care of all of those complex pieces that would otherwise have cost 50 to 100 grand. It gives you all of Near's 220 plus validators. Right. So I think it's about ensuring that projects and not the dominant forces, but the players in the market remains decentralized as well. What we don't want is what we're seeing in AI right now, where you've got one or two, maybe three companies that are absolutely eating the market alive, right? Within this space, we've got hundreds of projects, so we need to make sure that they can get infrastructure easily, get it cheaply, or free, even better. But most importantly, they shouldn't have to sacrifice who they can target by choosing their network. They shouldn't come to Aurora, for example, or Near, and then be stuck only operating within that ecosystem. And that's why you do need to have these supporting pillars. So, we've got the virtual chains for your infrastructure. We've got Intents to connect to multiple networks, and to ensure that your users have a good experience. If they've got a token they want to launch, we've got the multi-chain launchpad that can access to Solana, Arbitrum, Avalanche. It's about choice. It's about a lack of barriers and silos, and it's about removing all of that just unnecessary complexity.
Great. Thank you. Sam, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, that fragmentation and liquidity is one of the biggest challenges. If I'm developing an app, I need to build where there's going to be users already. But I don't want to limit myself by deploying on one chain and not being able to access the rest of the market. And I think that's a really important thing that needs to change. I think it's why either we need to abstract the complexity so the end user doesn't even need to think about which chain they're using, and that means the builder has to figure out how to abstract the complexity. Or we need to find a way where we can empower builders, as Declan was saying, to actually be able to integrate cross-chain standards. So I think Layer 0 do a really good job about this with bridging. They enable assets to be bridged between different networks in a seamless and decentralized way. And that allows people then to build on any network, knowing that they can bring in assets very easily from other networks and then harness whatever the base benefits of that blockchain would be, whether it's Bitcoin hash rate or another benefit from another network. But I think that's really important, is like, how do we enable builders to be able to tap into the global liquidity, avoid fragmentation, and also deploy quickly, because that's another really difficult thing, which I think is why Solidity has gained such traction, because you've got multiple chains you can deploy across, and integrating those chains is way easier than integrating other blockchains that use their own programming languages.
Yeah. Maybe I'll go back again to 2 steps to the part of the usability of the technology, and the part where we all want to have and achieve. And I'll go to a very simple use case and build on top of what you mentioned with Layer 0. I think one of the points where I think would be a bull case for example, the stable coins, in order to simplify the entire path, would be indeed with infrastructure similar to maybe Layer 0 or XLR, which you can have actually $1 to be burned and moved to any other chain without actually thinking that it will become or end up less than $1. And that this as well for Euro. And for that, for example, I'm just building and going again to what are the bull cases that I'm focusing and seeing here in Europe. For example, one of again our bets actually as an ecosystem is one of the stablecoin, like one of the few stablecoin issuers out of Europe, where we partner with SUI ecosystem and some other relevant players, where we do look particularly at those challenges. How do we make sure that we put this technology using the blockchain rails as an invisible shield or as an invisible layer to as many people possible? And we have right now already cards. We're working with central banks. We're working with pretty much most of the banks across Europe as of today to make sure and find the easiest way to attach. And this won't be on Multiverse X only. This will be a game for us to unite it all. Because on the other hand, if we're not managing to do this, I'm stating this and making it obvious, today there's Stripe actually coming against, where they have the distribution actually for merchants for Web2, and if we as Web3 industry cannot unite ourselves and manage to beat them at their own game, this will be an end game very soon for the industry, and we will be all of us actually paying tens of millions to integrate with those guys. Just putting a bit here, and this is, I think, we should, on the one hand, I'm a technical founder, and I feel the pain when I'm talking about the technical challenges and friction of this. But on the other hand, I also see that if we don't move fast enough and unite this industry together as a force, I think the opportunity to win the world close, and especially out of Europe, even more so.
So, I mean, we're talking about interoperability standards, which gets everyone excited, for sure. You can see it in the audience, right? It's just incredible excitement around a topic like that. But Fahmi, what is the sort of status of interop standards at the moment? And are people coming together like we all want them to, and ecosystems are building together, or not really?
Yeah, look, I think what we're seeing is that every chain it builds, it talks about being faster, better in some way, differentiating. But what we see often, if we go back to the asset discussion, liquidity just goes from the current chain to the next chain. Somebody gives you some yield incentive, and you follow that yield incentive. But actually, new liquidity is not coming in. Real advancements aren't coming in. Adoption comes in 2 forms. One, the developer experience. I completely agree in terms of how builders use. So at Midnight, we've used a new language called Compact, which looks and feels a lot like TypeScript. And we've handed that over to the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust. So we think we want to get it out to a bigger audience and help with those sort of partners grow that. But at the same time, there's a user experience. Declan mentioned about how you make it easy. Who wants to remember a 20-word passphrase to access their wallet and then make sure they pay to the right? Like nobody cares. And the best thing we could be as blockchains, and I think the people ask me, what does Midnight want to be the network in 3-5 years, which is a long time in crypto? I want to be invisible. To your point, people should not even know that they're using the Midnight network. I go back to the old days when you used to see those laptop adverts, and you used to get the Intel chime, and that everything was powered by Intel. Now, obviously, there's AMD and there's NVIDIA and other things, but every laptop almost had an Intel advert. I want Midnight to be powering, whether it's your smartphone or your watch, and there's healthcare data, and some of that proof sits on Midnight, whether it's providing proofs around an enclosed, regulated version of near intents, where IDs can sit there, where there's healthcare data. Digital ID in the UK is something that the government speaks about. So I think they're the things that help scalability. But going back to the interoperability question, you're seeing certain people lead the way. You've seen in the US that the US federated data from the central government through two multiple chains, but they had to be connected to one of two interoperable providers, Chainlink and Pith. If you weren't there, your chain was not getting data from the US government. So there'll be certain winners. The winners will be the ones who build rails that connect networks, not just the siloed network. So again, you watch around that, around stablecoin issuances. How do you put those easily out to multiple chains through a single build, as opposed to having to build lots of differentiated builds because of the uniqueness of each chain, the languages in each chain. So I think they'll be used, and then the tokenomics has an impact on that. How do you access it? How do you pay for it?
Yeah. Any thoughts?
You asked, are people uniting around this? And I think, unfortunately, there's an economic incentive often for people not to unite. Like, everyone wants to be a stablecoin issuer. Everyone wants to launch their own version of wrapped Bitcoin because they believe either they can get a revenue stream from it or they can have some element of control over that asset. And that's a challenge until we kind of remove that or we unite like the kind of like good actors in the ecosystem around a number of different token standards. We're going to keep seeing new stablecoins being issued and new different wrap versions of Bitcoins that have all of these different risk trade-offs around them. And I think we're just going to see more fragmentation. So that's like what I'm worried about. I don't know what the solution to it is, but yeah.
It might be a bit controversial, but you know, I don't think we need everyone to unite. I think we just remove the choice. To put it bluntly, right? You know, I mean, I touched upon Calyx earlier. You know, we've built this launchpad on our own, but we've built it on top of near intents, and we did the first sale literally 10 days ago, and 11 different networks and chains participated. We didn't speak to any of those networks. We didn't speak to any of those chains.
But you made it easy for
We just made it easy.
Yeah.
We don't care what wallet you use. So, you know, I think there's a fine balance between uniting and just removing the barriers yourself. You know, you are always going to get networks that aren't going to budge, especially the biggest ones. Because, you know, if I was to go into anyone in the audience and say, give me £1,000, no one's going to do it, right? I mean, if you are, raise your hand.
I mean, you're a nice guy, Declan.
Well, I'm nice, but probably not £1,000 nice. You know, but you're not going to do it. And it's the same for companies. They've got investors, a lot of them. And, you know, they're not going to be happy if all of a sudden this liquidity is disappearing. You know, so I think as builders, you just need to build products that bypass that entirely. You know, and then that's exactly what we're trying to do. But at the same time, we're trying to partner with all of these networks and with everybody we can, because it's going to be much more effective. It's all well and good, you know, not to contradict myself, it's all well and good doing it without them. But if you can demonstrate just how much better it is for their users and how much better it is for their builders, whilst also demonstrating that it's not going to drain their networks of liquidity, which is the biggest fear. When we break it down to its core point, that is it. It's losing users and it's losing liquidity. But actually, I don't think that's the case. I think it just pushes everybody to be the best that they can be, to provide the best experience, and the rails will be just what facilitates it, and that's it.
Yeah. We're coming towards the end of our chat. It's been fantastic. I just want to do some sort of rapid fire in terms of projections, what do you think about 2026 in terms of this topic or anything else that you want to share, really? Sam, starting with you, what are you most excited about in 2026?
I think it comes back a little bit. I agree with what Declan's saying about, and sometimes it's about removing the barriers, but I also think some unification around, I think USDT and USDT0 are doing a great job of kind of democratizing access to stablecoins and standardizing across networks. I'd love to see more adoption of those kind of standards and more usage of those kind of protocols. And I think we're getting close to that. You talked about kind of US dollar dominance. It would also be interesting to see how that happens in terms of other denominated stablecoins that aren't US dollars emerging into the market. We've not seen it in a big way yet, but the next few years could be what starts to happen.
I think the bill just passed. Just give it a few weeks. we'll definitely have the surprises. I think the president is doing a good job advertising the business very well, and just announced that their family collected the first $1 billion from the industry. But nevertheless, I just moved back, and I think one fascinating point that I said, I usually am not allowed to say this. Usually, you would pay as a chain to integrate with a stablecoin upwards of 10, minimum 10 to 50, maybe 100 million. Trump is charging 100 million, I think, for an integration with USD1. Nevertheless, so on the one hand, I appreciate and look very much and respect with Tether, and we're working also together on several stuff. But then, on the other hand, while they did a phenomenal job on the USDT Zero, where you just need to integrate as a layer 1 or as an infrastructure with the bridge, now the entry barriers has moved to the bridge side, where you actually, the bridge charges you the 10 million, just moving again. On the other hand, I do agree that they did a very good job, and I think this is the only power that unites the ecosystem, or have done and managed to do that. On what it comes to us, to Multiverse X, I think we are extremely bullish finally to reshape everything that we have built and finally package and connect it to the American capital markets. Right. I think this is one of the points that have dominated this industry, unfortunately, even though, again, as a technical founder, the pain is 10 times harder to state this, but I think the market has been dominated by especially capital markets, financial products from within the US industry, and that's, I think, where we're gonna see the most of the liquidity coming on chain, and then, of course, with the right tools, with the right bridges connected, with the right incentives, with the right builders, this united, I think, the next year would be a very bullish year for 2026. Right.
Tommy?
I'll take that in two parts. So Midnight has just finished the Glacier Drop, which is our fair distribution mechanism. We enabled 8 ecosystems to come and claim 100% of our supply. It's the first time we're giving it away. We think our technology is good enough that we want everybody to come and build on it. So if you get the Night token, you get access through Dust.
How can we get
capacity. It closed, unfortunately, on Monday.
Done.
We should have spoken last week.
Yeah.
But that's been a huge success. I think it will be, by the time it concludes, there's now a second phase scavenger mine where others can come and take part. Amazing. So for us, the exciting thing is getting to launch, which will happen at the end of this year. And then we have over 60, 70 partners already building use cases, everything from medical, records, proofs coming in for research mechanisms. So excited to see Midnight launch, and we can talk hopefully next time about what people are building.
Yeah.
For 2026, just in general, I like to get to a place where we're not just talking about trading crypto, and actually showing real infrastructure builds, real technology builds, where people don't even talk about the chain, they talk about the product. If we're talking about the product and what people are using, it's a bit like the scenario yesterday with AWS. Nobody talks about AWS until all your products stop working because AWS went down. I like blockchain to get to a place like that where we're not talking about just trading assets and stablecoins.
Or about the AWS builds.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm completely ignoring the impact that AI is probably going to have on everything we've just spoken about, sure. Over the next year. I think what we're going to see is a lot more simplicity in how we build. And, the big thing really this year has all been about how we can have interoperability with apps, not capital. And I think what we're going to see next year is that shift, where actually it's going to be much more about distributed capital and not, and we're already kind of starting to see it, right? We're seeing big Web2 institutions entering this space, which is also why our market's now so much more affected by things like tariffs, things like global crises, because obviously so much of the money and the liquidity coming in is coming from Web2. That's going to grow without a doubt. And making the technology more simple is just going to rapidly accelerate that. So yeah, for me, I think what we're going to see next year, is a much wider distribution from a capital perspective, because users are not going to be bound. And I think that's going to be great, because ultimately that gets us all where we want to be, which is a place where we're no longer competing with each other for 2% of the market. We're actually sharing 97% of the market. And, if we can get to that place, well, then it's no longer Web2 or Web3. It's just a new form of technology and payment rails. And that's the ultimate goal for all of us here, I think.
And on that sentiment, we have to wrap up. Thank you very much for coming and listening. And thank you to our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause.
It's a tidal wave building up to break, and I don't know how to stop it. It's faster than a rocket. Don't know.
2-2. Oh, we are mic'd up. It's like, okay. Let's just crack this open first. Okay, folks, welcome to this discussion entitled Bitcoin's Double-Edged Sword. At what point does corporate adoption become systemic risk? Now, please indulge me. I'm going to do a little introduction, and then I'm going to let our panel introduce themselves. So, Bitcoin's evolution into a mainstream treasury asset has accelerated dramatically over the past year. There's now over 170 public companies now hold more than 1 million in BTC in aggregate. That represents about 5% of the total supply. So at the same time, there are a lot of analysts, and they're warning that what began as a strategic hedge may morph into a structural vulnerability. Now, reports highlight corporate Bitcoin holdings as balance sheet roulette and signal elevated credit or systemic risk if volatility or leverage kicks in. Now, this dual narrative of opportunity and danger sets the stage for a pressing question. At what juncture does corporate adoption of Bitcoin shift from innovation to systemic risk? Is there a tipping point beyond which the benefits of treasury diversification are overshadowed by the interlinkings of contagion, potential, and financial fragility? Now, we've got a great panel today, folks, and I want you to put your hands together because these folks are going to give some really good information here. Okay. So I'll stop now, and I'll open the floor so our guests can introduce themselves.
Great. Well, thanks so much for having us today. My name's Alicia Painter. I'm one of the founders of Botanics. We're building the most decentralized Bitcoin-based blockchain in the whole world, powered by native Bitcoin yield, which is what all of these corporates and institutions actually want at the end of the day.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. My name is Michael van der Poppen. We are from Amsterdam. I'm the founder and CIO of a venture capital called MN Capital. We also have a liquid fund that is called MN Fund, and I'm the host of New Era Finance podcast.
Awesome. All right, hey guys, my name is Raj Andwani and I run global business development for Binance. And obviously glad to spend some time here with Michael, Alicia, and of course, Brian.
Okay, so thank you very much. Let's actually, Michael, can I just start with you because you're in the center and I just thought I would.
Sure.
So, Michael, at what level of corporate balance sheet exposure to Bitcoin should we change from it being a manageable exposure to systemic risk exposure? Like, for example, is it when a single company holds a certain amount of its assets in Bitcoin, or is it when the industry collectively has a certain level of corporate treasuries adoption?
I think there are a few things to this entire topic, which is we have the Michael Saylor strategy that he leveraged in the essence of buying Bitcoin at the start, which is, if you're a Bitcoin believer, if you're looking for more adoption of Bitcoin, you'd rather want to have every balance sheet having Bitcoin on there to have a more decentralized adoption and more users or investors having Bitcoin. So that in essence is, I'm supportive on that. But once you start to issue debt and to raise more capital for Bitcoin, that's where the famous sort of scene from The Big Short in the restaurant where he explains the CDOs comes from. So that is what we're creating right now. We are generating a new big bubble where we either want to generate yields with a lot of risk, or we want to raise debt to buy more Bitcoin, which at some point is going to collapse, because we're living in a world of inflation. That's definitely true, but there is also the other side, which is deflation, that at some point the debt bubble will just collapse. And that's what we are currently acting in. And I think that the debts and the treasury companies are going to continue leveraging the thesis of Bitcoin to raise more debt. We are going to see more of them on the risk curve with not only Bitcoin, but also we've seen WorldCoin treasury companies, Sui and Solana and all those things. That is not favorable, and that is going to create another .com type of chart that is going to go up for a long time and then going down quite heavily.
Rajiv, do you want to come in there just about that? And I'd also like you, if you want to expand upon not just Bitcoin treasury companies, but like if we can sort of like move out and talk about the risk profile of, say, Ethereum treasury companies, Solana treasury companies, and we'll just go get more and more exotic.
Yeah, I think, obviously Mikhail makes some great points here, right? But I think I'll have to respectfully disagree. I don't think the bubble is being created. I think it's burst, right? If you look at, let's remove opinion here and just look at facts. Over 60% of DATs today are under MNEF, right? They're trading at a discount. So if there was really a bubble, that would not be the case, right? There would be actual value accretion and real accretion in the premiums that retail would be paying, right? If you look at retail, they've lost about 17 billion trying to get proxy access to Bitcoin by doing these DAT investments when they could have just gone to a decentralized spot exchange or to an actual centralized exchange. Not talking up our book, obviously, but they could have just gone straight if it was frictionless to do so. Just bought Bitcoin directly, right? So I don't look at that as treasury companies necessarily. They're almost like volatility factories, right? Where they're playing the market arbitrage game that hedge funds, that structured and that sophisticated players in the market have done over time. And this is not new to crypto, right? Like the SPAC guys did it back in the day. The equity market players did it back in the day, right? This has happened across asset classes. And I think it's just an evolution that shows that crypto is becoming an institutional asset class, right? So, I don't think that we're going to see this accumulation and then, massive big short moment. I think people are realizing that the thematic is probably over, right? And that it's going to change. I think these volatility factories are going to become more structured asset managers, right? And they're going to go to the likes of my colleagues here to actually generate yield sustainably, right? And in a sophisticated manner to generate value on the assets that they hold in their treasuries, right? And just to that point, even if we see all US corporates, right, allocate even up to 3% of their treasury, right, into Bitcoin, it won't even represent 10% of the market cap of Bitcoin buying, right? And even if they all do that, your price will adjust, right? So is it anywhere near systematic? I would say no.
Okay, so it's nowhere near systematic from yourself. Rajiv, Alicia,
Yeah, I was going to say I agree with both of you and disagree with both of you in a specific way, because I speak to companies and treasury and DATs all day long that are learning about and trying to adopt Bitcoin. And it's really interesting because a lot of these come from the TradFi world and the corporate world, and they are very sophisticated investors. And you're seeing new structures come up, you're seeing rating institutions come up, you're seeing risk curators come up that are very specific to the TradFi context and not the DeFi context. Yeah. And they're very educated. They're putting us through a lot of diligence, I can tell you. So I think it's really positive, the level of sophistication they're bringing to the fore. And I think that will shield them from a lot of the generally systemic risk that we've seen with DeFi and what we saw a few weeks ago, for example, with the bubble bursting. But on the other hand, I think there's also a lot of money being made with confusion. And there's a lot of folks coming in that may not have the knowledge and the history of what Bitcoin is, how it works, how the protocol economics work of Bitcoin itself. And so I do think that there's still quite a lot of obfuscation there, and something that we, at least at Botanics, are trying to educate the market in terms of, okay, what are the basics of Bitcoin? How does it work? Why is it important? Why is decentralization still important at the end of the day? And how can you put your Bitcoin to work in a safe way? And for us, speaking about the centralization risk that could potentially come from corporate adoption, it really comes down to like a decentralized custody model or a decentralized model for how the Bitcoin is actually held, and being very clear about the level of risks that you're assuming, be it smart contract risk, be it protocol risk, be it bridging risk, just being very knowledgeable about all of these. And so it's exciting to be at the forefront of Bitcoin as it's institutionalizing and professionalizing, and we hope to, take this forward.
Can I segue, because that's very interesting what you just said there, Alicia. Can we talk a little bit about how to put your Bitcoin to work in a safe way? Can we let's focus on that for a little second. Rajiv, what would you say? Give us your view upon that. What are the risks? What are the best approaches?
I actually think I'll defer it back to our colleagues here, right? I think they're actually at the forefront of trying to extract value from what today is seen as more of a stable holding asset, right? And I say stable with obviously knowing that that's a controversial word to use for Bitcoin, right? But yeah, I mean, I'll pass it back to our colleagues here.
Yeah, okay, so can you just unpack that?
Yeah, I think the risk profile of someone who holds Bitcoin, I won't say Bitcoiner because that's a different user persona completely, but someone who holds Bitcoin, it's very different from someone who holds Ethereum or a bearer chain or maybe another much more speculative asset, right? They want to do two things with their Bitcoin. They want to be able to earn yields in a safe way from assumptions that they understand, and they want to be able to collateralize their Bitcoin. So use it as collateral to borrow stable coins or lend or trade or this other array of simple financial applications. So it's completely different. I think the world of Bitcoin finance and basically Bitcoin scaling is going to look completely different from Ethereum and DeFi Summer. It is fundamentally a little less degen, right? They are not going to be transacting with their protocol or hitting it 1,000 times a day. They're going to basically park their money there and have it work. And so what we basically built at Botanics is we built this mechanism called STBTC, whereby all of the yield that is generated is from the gas fees on the network. In Bitcoin, not affiliated with anything else. And that basically has found massive product market fit because it is the closest thing to native Bitcoin yield you can get. Because traditionally, what you've had to do is basically bridge your Bitcoin over to Ethereum, mint WBTC, and then basically access the array of applications on Ethereum to earn yield on your WBTC or other Bitcoin derivative. But that's, if you look at Aave, that's like 0 to 1%. So very, very low. If we're able to find productive sources of Bitcoin yield, that's a $1 trillion opportunity right there.
Well, okay, so I went off on one there on that one and went down a segue. Michael, can I come back to you actually? Because right at the beginning of this discussion, you were talking about systemic risks and you were talking about breaking points. And I'd like to actually get you to maybe divulge any of your kind of ideas, the indicators that you would see about when the risk is going to lead to become systemic. Is it because of a price drop in the underlying asset that triggers a margin call? Is it the forced selling and all of those knock-on effects? Could you just describe to us that scenario?
Well, I mean, I have to agree with you on your point that we had a big sort of retail bubble in all those treasury companies that basically retail investors that were not really interested into buying Bitcoin were buying strategy, and then it was traded on a multiple of the actual value. So that's true. But I think it's not a bubble that is active right now, but the creation of all those stable coins, whether it's yield attached or risk attached to it, and on top of that, we have all the debts that are actually issuing debt to buy more of a crypto. That is the build-up of the bubble. It's the same as some of the equity companies that are artificially keeping their values higher to raise more money, to do buyback programs, to keep their assets up. So we are in a bubble. We are in a debt bubble. And if you just have a rational view to most of the charts and you don't put them on logarithmic chart, then you can just see that everything is currently at the top of the Burj Khalifa. There is no asset class at this point where you can actually generate a return from outside of crypto. I mean, commodities have just gone up massively. Today is the worst day for gold since 2013, which shows that the volatility of gold itself has gone through the roof. I think it's up 70%, and the average fall of gold is around 8 to 9% on the year.
You're seeing top signals across the field.
You saw the queue like last week
That was
in
a top
Australia,
signal,
right?
Yeah.
Which blows my mind that people are still doing that.
Yeah.
But the point is, the money is going to rotate towards other assets that are still attractive to generate a return from. The very easy case, gold to Bitcoin, is easy to be made. But then outside of Bitcoin, there's the entire ecosystem that you can still get a return from. Commodities are, in the sense, the upside is done there for now, in the short term. Equities are already far off. Bonds are not really breaking the hurdle rate. So what do you have to do? Well, you go into crypto. So that's the asset class that you can still generate a return from. But if you allocate it towards crypto, you go on the risk curve, which then means that in the grand scheme of things, we are at the end stage of a way bigger cycle, which is the macro cycle, that just needs to reset at some point in time. I don't know when. It's going to go in the next few years, probably 2 to 3 years from now, but it's not good. And I think the fact that gold went up 70% in 1 year is basically showing you that something is breaking.
Okay. Rajiv, I'm sure you want to come in on a lot of that sort of stuff, but I'd also like to, if you can come in also on, let's give us a little sort of a dissection between two different types of companies, MicroStrategy and Cantor Fitzgerald and 21 Capital. Basically, Cantor Fitzgerald and all that. Look, are the two different approaches that they have when it comes to their Bitcoin treasuries and stuff like that, which do you think is the most prone to systemic risk, or the most prone to a crash between those two companies?
Yeah, I think so. Right before I address that, I just want to point out, I completely agree with the systemic risk of the market as a whole.
Right.
Right. I think if you look at these worries about hyperinflation, right, about yields kind of coming down in general, right, about people trying to hunt for yield in so many different markets around the world, right? If you look at every asset class, even equities is giving you a average yield of 5-6%, right, over a 30-year period, versus Bitcoin that has given you 50, right? And even if you believe Saylor and it's going to come down to 25, right, over the next 15 years, that's still significantly higher yield than you're getting in any other asset class. Right? And so this hyperinflationary kind of world that you're seeing, really crypto is one of the few asset classes that you're probably going to be able to escape it from, if you even do, right? So I completely agree with that point. Now, to your point of which type of firm is more prone to systemic risk, right? I have to give a lot of credit to what Cantor is doing because they're building a true Web3 ecosystem, right? If you look at their investments into Tether, which is not recent, by the way, right? They kind of saw way ahead before Tether was cool, right? To invest in the piping and the infrastructure. It's what Binance does best, right? Like we've, over the last 8 years, invested in piping and infrastructure. We've built a portfolio of, via the family office, YZI, of 2,000 portfolio companies, primarily in that infrastructure segment of the market, right? Cantor is doing exactly that. And they're actually doing it as the backbone of the US economy, right? And the US sees the writing on the wall, right? What's the best way to export their currency and their debt, right, to new buyers? It's stablecoins, right? And I think the world is starting to wake up to that, massive trick that the US has realized over time. So I don't necessarily think that what Cantor is building is systemic, is prone to deep systemic risk. Obviously, everyone is, right? Exchanges are, DEXs are, right? Projects are, DATs are, right? But that's, again, in every asset class. I don't think that's crypto specific. I think the biggest risk is when you start seeing the strategies of the world, right? So the Saylors of the world realize that, this financial engineering kind of segment of the market and phase of the market is over. What's the next trick in the playbook, right? And I actually think it's going to be yield generation. I actually think it's going to be, let's start valuing these companies from the cash flow they can generate on the assets they're holding sustainably, right? And if you get to a point where Saylor, who's sitting on billions of dollars of Bitcoin, can suddenly generate 10% free cash flow, 7% free cash flow on that asset, well, suddenly, if you multiply those free cash flows by an average premium of 10x your revenue, right, or 15, 20x your revenue multiple, which is in the US, right? Suddenly, yeah, you justify the valuations, right? And the one reason why I don't believe that strategy has a deep systemic risk is I consider them to have a sovereign premium,
Right.
In the future, if a sovereign the size of the US, UK, Europe as a whole, right, or India, decides that they want to buy Bitcoin in significant size, it is easier for them to buy MicroStrategy than to go to the market and buy Bitcoin outright, because they're not going to be able to source supply, right? So sure, I see these type of decently run, governed companies having that sovereign premium on top, right, which actually mitigates some of that systemic risk.
Okay, Alicia, can I bring you in also just about, Michael and Rajiv have been painting a picture of like the hunt for yield, really, and about yield-generating products and stuff like that. Now, you talked about Bitcoin. Let's open the floor a little bit more and talk about Ethereum. Obviously, you get staking yield and stuff like that. I'd like to just get your opinion on Ethereum treasury companies, Ethereum-based DATs. What are your views on that?
I think there's obviously a market for Ethereum DATs, as there is for. I'm a Bitcoiner, so sorry, I don't hold anything else.
That's why I asked.
But in this much more diverse audience, I will say, if you would like to buy an Ethereum DAT, go at it. I mean, it's really interesting. I think it's going to be like Ethereum obviously has found product market fit as programmable money. And so it obviously makes sense for them to also develop their own DAT structures. I think it is a bit tricky once you start seeing literally every cryptocurrency build their own DAT. I think that I think creates a level of systemic risk that I don't know if the market is ready to absorb. But that's my take. But I'm a hardcore Bitcoiner, as I said.
Rajiv, can you come in on that? Because that is actually quite interesting, just that last point. But yeah, go ahead.
I think, and they're probably not going to be happy with me saying this, because I don't know if they've launched already, but the most exciting ETH DAT idea, right, that I've heard was creating an Ethereum DAT where they accumulate ETH, right? Mm-hmm. But with the yield that's generated naturally, they're going to have obviously a pot of money. Mm-hmm. And what they'll do with that is actually invest in large Web2 brands, but with the mandate to actually bring them from Web2 to Web3 using ETH layer, right? So I thought that was super fucking cool because really cool. Essentially at the end of the day, they're helping build the ETH ecosystem, right? They're driving more adoption, which will probably also then generate cash flows, which they can use to sustainably accumulate more ETH, right? And so I thought that was one of the coolest ideas I've heard, and actually a natural use case to what we were just talking about, which is forget the financial engineering, invest in an asset class that you think is going up in your treasury, generate yield from that, use cash flow to buy cash flowing businesses, right? And use those businesses to generate more adoption to the asset class that you're actually buying and create that beautiful loop, right? And I think that's what some of these guys are actually doing.
It's the most incentives alignment I've heard from.
Absolutely.
No. That's a smart incentive alignment. Michael, can you come in here just about like Bitcoin DATs as opposed to Ethereum DATs, and this idea that Ethereum DATs, there's a little bit more sort of, they can be a bit more productive, you can kind of work with them more, there's more, it's like you've got a big Lego set there you can build with, whereas opposed Bitcoin, maybe not so much.
Well, I think that that's not true. I think that the biggest market that is being built and designed right now, and Botanics is one of them, is Bitcoin-Fi. I think that is pretty much in the early days still, and that there is a lot of investments into the ecosystem that are going to generate that yield that everybody is looking for. And that's why having your Bitcoin, making it active, is just as sound as having Ethereum in your portfolio. It's just ultimately volatility and risk that you need to weigh out. So, I mean, if you are a believer in Ethereum or in Bitcoin or in both, probably we're going to have ETFs that have both in them, like a basket. Yeah. It's fine, as long as you don't go onto the risk curve even more by issuing debt. So the thing is that if we have Ethereum debts, and I think the recent lift of Ethereum in the summer with the ETF inflow shows that the impact of those buy pressure on ETH is way higher than on Bitcoin. So ultimately, if that is going to take off some more, and Tom Lee is a big example of by doing the Ethereum treasury company, it's going to generate a higher upside for the asset itself, and therefore more volatility, and therefore more risk. And you can stake your ETH as well and get the return out of it. But On the other hand, with Bitcoin, you can also generate yield through making it more active. So it's the same for me, as long as you don't go heavier on the risk curve by issuing debt.
Right, okay. I suppose when you move further out the risk curve to more sort of exotic altcoins, then you're going to have like more volatility, you know, more movement up and more movement down in terms of that. Like, what is the kind of the value proposition really of having maybe a Solana DAT or any of the other more exotic? Like, let's go way out there and let's just talk about value propositions about those. Anyway, Rajiv, do you have any ideas about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, as corporate adoption increases, right? Because it's interesting. I think crypto is one of the few, actually maybe the only asset class in the history of man that started retail before it became institutional, right? And I mean, someone tell me another one that was the case, right? But if you look at corporate adoption, building in cryptocurrencies, and let's say even the top 10, the top 20, I actually think structurally, right? Although, yes, you might see times where even gold volatility goes up, right? But I think structurally, the volatility kind of market structure of this asset class is probably going to come down, right? Like with the corrections, with the cleansing outs, with just the evolution and institutionalization of the space, I think vol comes down, right? So I do think that obviously, right? I think actually there's like 200 plus DATs already that exist across almost every one of the top 25 tokens, right? So it's here. It's not in the future. It's not coming. It exists, right? But I think because of that, you actually get lower down over time, right? You get lower down the vol curve, right? And what that then allows people to do is treat this asset class as they would normal assets that they would hold in their treasury anyway, right? You remember a time in the 90s where oil, right, was not even an asset class, right? Like there was no ETFs and there was no like structured products on oil. The same thing was for emerging markets, right? You only got emerging markets as a part of your portfolio diversification, right? When there were indices, when there were ETFs, when there were structured products for it. We're getting to that point in crypto now where it's starting to be looked at, regardless of which crypto it is, right? But crypto as a whole is starting to be looked at as just a natural addition to your portfolio. Ask the big wealth managers, right? And they'll tell you every one of our even basic plans, right, includes 1% allocation to the ETF, right? That's why the BlackRock ETF was the fastest ETF to ever generate, that amount of value in its history, right? So I think regardless of where in that token curve you are, right, at some point the industry is all going the same route. And I think that's good for the space.
It does depend on risk appetite. Michael, can you come in there about Larry Fink? Give the advice about like 2 to 5% of allocation to crypto in corporate portfolios. Like, where do you stand on that? Because you're the kind of guy that I know would like have his portfolio very much well balanced. I'd like your advice on that.
My personal portfolio is not as well balanced as it should be, I guess.
Okay.
The thing is that I think it's fair to say, as I come back to the same point, is that the asset class with the best upside, and we just had Julien talking about the yearly returns on crypto, by far is crypto. So Bitcoin has been having an annualized return of like 110% or so. It's gonna come down because the asset class is way bigger and then the vol goes down. But if we look at the structure of a corporate portfolio, then it's almost a must to have those assets in your portfolio because you're stupid to not have it in there. If the competition has it, then it's almost game theory that you need to have it in there as well. The thing is, though, that if we have all those corporate portfolios, they just should be having Bitcoin and ETH in there, maybe a little bit of Solana. There is 0 point to have an Aptos DAT or an Algorand DAT. The only reason that that is being created is to pump the token or to artificially pump the equity of the asset itself, and then to generate more rounds or more value for the company, and then just create the flywheel. It's enough to have Bitcoin and ETH alone, and I think that's where we need to come from. And in terms of treasuries and balance sheets, I think it's a marketing tool that companies are using it to become a debt, but essentially you want to have a proper corporate using the balance sheet to just have gold, to have Bitcoin, to have government bonds, to have a basket of things so they can continue to grow as a company and not to make revenue more out of crypto, but actually to fuel the company even more to continue expanding.
Can I just ask you one more question before? Actually, Alicia, I want to ask you a question as well. I know we've only got 3 minutes, but you know the way the Cambrian radiation or Cambrian explosion, there was a plethora of life just sort of burst on the planet, but then that led to a bottleneck. And if there is a bottleneck in crypto where only a few assets get through, do you only see Bitcoin and Ethereum getting through that bottleneck? Say fast forward like 5 or 10 years.
No, I mean, Bitcoin is going to last, Ethereum is going to last, and the ecosystem is way bigger. However, everybody is like pissed off because of the token performance. But I think the project, what they built, and the token performance are two different things.
Right.
So the ecosystem is way bigger. It's going to be modular. I mean, the BNB token is doing great, but also Aave is doing great as a DeFi protocol.
So, would you rather see more focus then, less on token performance and more on what actually people are building?
Yes, and the token performance will come in.
So I've been chatting on stages like this here for the last, I'd say about 6 years. And we haven't really matured to the point where we're like really talking about actual products. It was actually stealing what Fami said actually in the last, if you were here for the last panel. How do you feel about that? Like that we're still kind of chatting about the same stuff?
Different use case since then. Since the last year, we have stablecoins and DeFi, and the best tokens that have been performing has been Hype, for instance. BNB, Hype, they
which is, by the way, the oldest use case for.
Yeah, it's just it's been there since I
packaged
started.
differently.
No, I know what you mean.
I mean,
still talking about the same stuff. Alicia, can I talk to you about Jack Dorsey, obviously, and that video that he posted? Did you see it like during the week? We went to a cafe and he bought something in Bitcoin and he posted like Bitcoin is not crypto and
it's money. Yes.
You're a real Bitcoin maxi, aren't you? You know, just getting that vibe. So what do you think? What do you think in terms of like what kind of statement was he making there?
Yeah, I think just to respond to a little bit of your previous question, if that's okay. We've been talking a lot about, Bitcoin, Ethereum, all of these other crypto assets that companies are absorbing within as part of their balance sheet strategy, as part of their DAT strategy, treasury strategy. But yeah, I talk to liquid funds and DATs all day long. I think there's not a single liquid fund that's outperformed Bitcoin over the past 5 years consistently. And just Bitcoin, by the way, not Ethereum, just Bitcoin. And so I think when you talk about that Cambrian explosion, right, I think Bitcoin, to me, is truly the one that survives and subsists. And obviously, Ethereum has found product market fit as programmable money. But as more and more scaling solutions like what Jack Dorsey is working on, I mean, Arc Labs just came out today, which is a really interesting other way to build on Bitcoin. Obviously, Botanix, we're building an entire Bitcoin finance ecosystem on Bitcoin. I think with more and more of this, I think it's, and as Bitcoin Fi matures, because to your point, it's so nascent, I don't think it's a thing yet. But as it matures more and more, I think it is going to be the one that breaks through. Obviously, there's going to be room for other tokens and other projects. Actually, Aave is one of the few tokens that I hold. I love Aave because they actually produce revenue. There's, I think, less than 100 companies that produce over $1 million revenue a month in crypto, which is a crazy statistic.
Right. Yeah, it is actually of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I think fundamentally, if you think about the origins or the progenitors of Bitcoin as eCash back in the 90s, it was meant to be peer-to-peer money, and I think the financialization of Bitcoin is very mutually synergistic with payments, and building that out, and so that's what we're excited about.
Well, isn't the second sentence in Satoshi's white paper something about this is peer-to-peer cash and stuff like that? Yes. So we're going back to those roots again, potentially.
Yes, and corporate adoption is an essential part of that journey.
Thank you very much for coming to the Bitcoin Maxi event that we're hosting today. So, guys, does anybody else want to have anything to say? Because we have run out of time. But
I think if I was to leave everyone here with a couple of insights, right? I think the first is be a user yourself and stay as close to the user as possible to just understand the practical use cases, right, and the pain points. And the second is just keep building stuff that fixes those pain points and follows those practical use cases.
right? And the final one is, and this is definitely not financial advice, I think we've hit a point in this industry where holding none is riskier than holding some, right? And I think that's purely from a mathematical perspective. It's purely from a risk-return perspective. And so be curious and interested enough to at least try to hold some to your own financial means, right? And I think you'll find that actually you can then focus on building.
Yeah, well, I think in traditional finance circles, that message, holding some is riskier than holding none, is actually starting to permeate. Michael, do you just want to just say anything before we all just close the gig for? No, well, there's another panel coming up. Yeah, Michael, do you want to say something quick?
I mean,
Not
to
put
be
you on the
honest,
spot.
I think keep on building, keep on stacking sets. Erase the entire 4-year cycle out of your brain. It doesn't exist anymore. We're just getting started. I mean, I've been listening to Julien, so I'm full-blown bull at this point. So yeah, and just keep on going. We're still early.
Keep on stacking sats, people. Okay, thank you very much. Round of applause for the audience.
Awesome.
Check. Oh, here we go.
So we've been blessed with the 6:15. The only reason why you're here is because you really want to hear what we have to say, or you've got no mates. I'm not going to speculate by looking at everyone in the crowd, but yeah, welcome to this fireside chat with myself and Farouk. Usually you're on the other side of the fence moderating. I've been told today I'm the moderator, which I've never done before, so it's going to be a bit of role reversal and quite an interesting one, but we'll see how it goes.
We will. I mean, you're pretty good at it. You were co-hosting the show for like 3 years.
Yeah, but I never said anything, right?
That is true.
I let everyone else do the work.
You did used to just sit there and wait for me to go to you.
Okay, so here's the first thing I have to say. About 3 years ago, I was sitting with you in Miami, Art Basel, and it was probably the 5th or 6th time someone tried to write you off, tried to cancel you, Farouk's a scammer, all that kind of stuff, completely unbased. And since then, you've had the most unbelievable come up. You've interviewed Donald Trump, you've interviewed Mark Cuban, interviewed CZ, you've merged and acquired Decrypt, launched a prediction market. It's pretty much, I would say that moment in time was probably the Farouk lows, and since then, it's been up only. What has that journey been like for you? Because I've seen this firsthand, and it's impressive, and I think most people would have just quit when they were you at that point, but I think you've really proven people wrong. So what's that experience been like for you?
Yeah, I mean, that thought definitely raised my mind for a moment too, right? The thought of quitting. What? Oh, yeah, I like that sound. Don't choke on it this time. He choked on his own drink in Korea. It was hilarious. So, I mean, that moment was crazy, but you're building a brand in the space, you're a creator in this industry, and I was writing about this last night a bit. It's like you have two choices. It's kind of, you either like keep reinventing yourself, you have to stay the creator route, but I don't think that's sustainable, personally speaking. Like, how long are you going to be a creator for? At some point, you kind of have to grow out of it and have a family and everything, right? You're not going to be doing like hosting shows forever, though. Podcasting is pretty fun. Or you go the other route, which is kind of becoming a founder. And so it was at that moment that I had to ask myself, like that exact moment, it's like, yo, do you want to be Farouk the influencer and therefore have to go through like another cancellation event, canceling party like every other week? It was like every week, right? It was like 30 of them at some point. And so it's either you want to go through this or you want to be Farouk, like the founder, right? And actually build something that's helpful to the industry that we're in. Because if you don't do that as a creator, I feel like no matter what, you're always going to end up either becoming irrelevant, burn out, and or just like not be net positive in the space. And so I decided to look into myself and go the founder route. And so that took about a whole year, by the way, the transition. You saw it, right? That was like the bottom, but that whole transition from this to like interviewing President Trump, we're talking about it 2 years, right? Like September 2024 was then, you're talking about December 2022, right? And so I decided to go, obviously all in Rug Radio, which we were already doing. A year later, we took over Decrypt Media. So literally exactly a year later from that moment, Art Basel 2023, we announced the merger with Decrypt Media, which is the second largest use site in crypto. So went all in. And then a year later after that, which is last December, we announced the launch of Myriad Markets, our prediction market platform that's powered by Decrypt and Rug Radio, where people can predict all sorts of outcomes, whether it's politics, sports, esports, gaming, wrecked drink sales, all sorts of things, which we've been doing. So I think that's really important. I think that actually taps into something you've been able to do, because you have a similar journey than me in a way, and taps into actually the sponsor of this the conference, Coinbase. So yesterday, this morning, Coinbase announced the acquisition of Echo, which is an ICO platform that was launched by Kobe. Who's Kobe? Kobe is the original influencer in crypto, right? He's like the president of crypto Twitter in a way, right? 2013 crypto participant, or 2011, pardon my mistake if I make one, created a platform around his own name, right? So he's essentially the jockey. And then Coinbase said, hey, we're going to acquire him. And the cost of acquiring Echo, but let's be honest, Kobe's platform, because he was literally tech support, by the way, was 400 million United States dollars, right? And so I think what's interesting in this space is how brands are built, like conglomerates are built around individuals. That could be good. I think we're doing it right. That could be bad. SBF, Duquan, and certain other people. But it seems like this space is obsessed with the idea of building companies around creators. And so I want to kind of reverse the question to you here, is like, from your perspective, you started as an artist, then you were another podcast host with me and Mando, right? And now you are, the CEO of Reg Brands, a pretty damn successful drinks company within crypto.
Mate, I thought I was interviewing you. But yeah, I mean, I think everyone gets to a point where it's like, as you said, you gain a following for multiple reasons. You can gain a following because you make loads of money. You can gain a following because you post good content. You can gain a following because you're controversial.
Yeah.
And then it's a question of how do you go ahead and use that following to do something. And I think many people end up launching scams or trying to monetize your following directly and generally come out of it having not really built anything. And I think the whole idea of content creation is just great and it's powerful, and I think projects rely on it, like our project relies on people to create content around it, but there's only a certain level you can get to before you peter out or you plateau. And for me, it was like, okay, I want to create something or build something where it's like, okay, I actually made this, I was going to say with my bare hands, but proverbial bare hands. Obviously, everything digital is not necessarily the case, but something where I feel like I built something and created something. And if, let's say you have kids one day, and your kids ask you, let's say you have like a 3-year-old kid, and they ask you, what do you do for a living? How do you explain to them you're a content creator?
Yeah.
It's a difficult thing to do, but you can say, hey, I make drinks. It's an easy thing to understand, and at least it's something that I think feels tangible, or felt tangible for me. I wanted to ask you about something, actually. Walk me through the experience of interviewing Trump. Like, what happened when you turned up at Mar-a-Lago? Like, what was the security like? Who did you meet? What was he like? Like, the whole thing, because the whole thing happened in the space of 2 or 3 days? Like, it just suddenly was like that. And like, shit, now I'm going to go interview Trump. Like, how did that come about, and what was that experience like?
I mean, the experience was surreal, right? It's interviewing the most powerful human being on earth. And at the time, he wasn't president yet. It was just a year and a half before, but he was still the most powerful / the most, it's like the highest level interview you can get ever. Like, it's the number one. We talked about it a lot. It's like, who's number 2 right now? It's maybe Putin, or like Kim Jong-un, or maybe Elon, but even then, like, it's different. He's not like as powerful as like a president, right? And so, we got the call to that they wanted to do an interview regarding, the launch of their projects and President Trump's, endeavors into crypto and wanting to make crypto America the crypto capital of the world, which is a sentence that he's repeated multiple times. And so they asked us if we wanted to produce the event because, that's what we do at Rug Radio. Rug Radio was built around Creator Network, right? Twitter Spaces, et cetera. And they wanted to run a Twitter Spaces given his relationship with Elon Musk. And so I shot my shot. I said, hey, why don't I just host this thing? Because at the time, they wanted to do Tucker Carlson or Joe, like big names, like not this guy, this Persian guy living in Canada. Like, I'm not even American, mind you, right? And then this like little crypto dude, right? Super niche. And so then they got back to me an hour later, like, we're in, because they knew me because of FOMO Hours. So this goes back to showing you, like, building a brand in this space is really important, because had I not built FOMO Hour, the morning show that we did together in Rug Radio, that would have never happened. Like, 0, 0, 0 chance. I know that because they told me that. And so we got in there. I was in London for my 30th, actually. And then, next thing you know, I was in Mar-a-Lago for this event. And then so I get there. Obviously, you could go through all the screening, which is like, Secret Service, FBI, bomb squad, sheriff, dogs sniffing your...
What was that like? Like, did you have people ask you questions or come to your house? Like, there must be, because bearing in mind, you interviewed him not only after his first assassination attempt, but the day after his
second one.
Assassination attempt. So security must have been through the roof. Like, what, did someone come and like...
Well, it was a background check, social security number, 2 weeks of checks on my life, etc. They probably were scanning all my socials, etc. I'm assuming. I get there, it's like a tent. It was like you're with the Secret Service, and they're like really checking everything. Like, it's like I have a 13-person crew too, so they like opened every camera box, everything, your pox. There's dogs sniffing your body. Like, it's actually pretty cool. And it's cool because
I just heard the dog sniffing your body. It's actually pretty cool. And I was
well, not that. That was stressful because when you have a German Shepherd, hanging down there, like, oh shit, like it bites you, you're done. But then like the assassination attempt happened. I was with the Secret Service. I had to step aside and like walk into a hotel next door and like wait. And then I got the green light that we're coming the next day. It was super stressful. I actually brought a rec drink with me to Mar-a-Lago. My plan was to put the rec drink next to me during the interview. But then they put Trump Waters, and I felt like if I was the one replacing it, like, the guy gets even an interview of a lifetime, and he represents to shill his own thing. I feel like it was a bad look, so I'm sorry about that, but it was in the room.
I forgive you.
It was in the room. And so, but overall, like, it was sick because, I know, President Trump is a very polarizing figure, right? Some people love him, some people hate him. There's like no in between. And when I met him, he was nothing but kind to me and supportive. And then he's the one who said that we're going with the interview because Hannity and Fox wanted the interview more than me because they were outside after second assassination attempt, tried to have the go. And he said, no, we're sticking to the script. And he went with me. So I was the one who got to ask him what happened, because I had to change my script, right? And then they plugged me into CNN, and we broke the record for the most listened to live stream in the history of Twitter. 2.5 million concurrent listeners and 100 million people around the world listen live on television. It's funny, my name was Moderator Farouk on Fox News. And so that was surreal, man. And that was a really cool moment because it just opened the doors to just everything else for us. And I think it was a big step for crypto, and that's why it was super stressful. Because I'm not stressed when I do interviews. I've interviewed everyone at this stage. I've never stressed out. I've done it 3,000 times. But that was stressful because I actually felt like I was carrying like the industry on my back in a way. Because I was like...
Well, I think you were. I think you were...
Because I can't fuck this up.
In that moment in time, you're interviewing a president-elect, essentially.
Yeah.
And you're sort of representing crypto.
Yeah.
And you're, I think everyone in crypto at that point in time was a bit maybe skeptical, like, is this guy actually going to change anything? And you're answering the difficult questions that I think many people probably would have kind of wimped out of, right?
Yeah, I know. And, there was always people that said, oh, you could ask about this, you could ask about that. But I think, first of all, like, maybe you should have gone there and done it yourself. But second of all, like, being in that room is so stressful. Like, I went solo. I didn't even bring my girl. Because you got to stay home. I went alone to Florida. Like, I was just like, I'm going on a solo mission. I took one journalist from the crypt, and then we had like a 13-person crew, and just was so focused on delivering the proper interviews so that people could understand. I mean, obviously, the agenda that we're trying to push for the organization crypto, but make sure that we were also put on the map in a certain way in order to represent us the right way, so they understand that once they're in. Because I was convinced he was going to win, because at the time, all the media had him losing, but prediction markets had him winning by a landslide. So and if you open Twitter, you'd know that he was going to win, by the way. It's just like if you read all the other news, you'd think he's losing. So I knew he was going to win. So I was like, if I do well, then we're in.
Yep.
And we did well. And now Rug Radio and Decrypt is the only company in crypto with a White House hard pass. So like we're able to go to the White House anytime we want and be part of the press corps.
You mentioned prediction markets. you started off as a creator, you launched Rug Radio. Rug Radio emerged with Decrypt, turned into Dastan, this big media conglomerate within crypto, and you guys have recently launched Myriad, which is a prediction market. Prediction markets, obviously, as you'd expect, kind of went viral during the elections, and I think many people thought that would be it.
Yeah.
You know, big during the elections, it would sort of die off after time, but they've stayed, they've persisted, and a lot of the degen, gambling, crypto casino crowd now actually spend a lot of time and capital on prediction markets. So you guys are bold to take that move after the election period. What is the line of thinking there, and why do you think it is that prediction markets have continued to gain steam even in this post-election era when there's less, I want to say less exciting things to bet on, there's obviously tons of stuff out there, but why do you think that not really a meta, that narrative has persisted now 1 year on from the elections almost?
Yeah, well, you just said it because it's not a meta, right? It's like a multi-trillion-dollar asset class in the making. It's an asset class that's doing billions of dollars of volume a day that's not even fully legal yet in most countries, right? It's actually, I think it's good here, but it's like we geo-block like Germany, Switzerland, Singapore, the USA. We're working on DCM licenses because you need that. But like when you think about it, it just was obvious. Like we started working on Myriad markets 20 months ago, so it was March 2024. We're like, yo, let's build a prediction market because it makes sense as a flywheel for media companies to monetize, because media companies do not make money. It's really hard to monetize media companies. You're barely break even, you're burning money, and you're hoping that a billionaire is going to come and buy you out, because billionaires love buying media companies, right? I think that happens in every country in the world. And that was technically my thesis at first, like, hey, one day our exit is going to be this. Now the exit is thinking is different, right? It's like we're going to do a prediction market platform, but the thing with us is we weren't ready to launch until after the election. So people thought we were out of our minds. Like, yo, you're missing the biggest volume metric that you can have, but it doesn't matter because Polymarket owns it. There was no chance that you would compete with Polymarket for the US election. People thought there was no chance you could compete with Polymarket up to this date. They're wrong, and they're being proven wrong every day, especially with Kalshi and other newcomers like us. But at the time, there was no chance we're competing with Polymarket's like $7 billion volume market on Joe Biden, then Kamala Harris election with President Trump. And so the thought process was just like, this is the future of media, and this is a future multi-trillion-dollar asset class, right? You guys used to like trade debt, right? Or on exchange. Why can't you trade opinions? Why can't you trade elections? Why can't you trade, we always do markets on you guys.
Do you think this is replacing the idea of coins and tokens? Before prediction markets took off, you had Trump coin, the not the official one, but the one before that, you had Joe Biden, like a meme coin on that. And you still have pump fun, and people will launch coins about things that gain virality within pop culture. Do you think that's the same pool of capital gambling between the two? And do you think prediction markets will start to replace the other thing, or do you think they both coexist?
I think you and I both know that meme coins are always going to be around because it's like a pure casino. I think people love going to a casino and playing a hand on blackjack. It's the same thing. But prediction markets are definitely going to start eating the lunch of like most of that gambling sector. Like even right now, like sports books are shaking. Like a lot of sports books, like FanDuel, MGM, DraftKings, et cetera, are looking to acquire prediction market platforms. That's why Underdog actually partnered with Kalshi, is that? Or is it Polymarket? I forgot, to offer prediction markets. We're getting hit up a lot by a lot of these larger players in sports books because they're scared that prediction markets are coming to eat their lunch. Actually, the Nevada Gambling Association is like suing Kalshi. Why? Not because it's illegal, because they're like shaking their pants. It's going to eat their lunch. So I actually do think that prediction markets are going to come eat the lunch of a lot of these asset classes, because meme coins are super PvP, right? The Joe Biden meme goes up, Joe Biden pulls out of the election, bang. It's not, it scales out to zero. It goes to zero in one candle. What prediction markets remind me most of, and they have nothing to do with one another, but it's NFTs.
Yeah.
It feels like it makes much more sense to the outsider than coins, right? Like everybody who got into the Trump coin after it went to $75 billion in March lost money, right? But you could say, duh, you came out 75 bill, but for the person outside that doesn't understand crypto like you guys do in the room, it doesn't sound so obvious, right? But they all got wrecked. And they bought Melania coin, then they bought Libra token, then they bought this and that. But if people are participating in prediction market, they actually have a better edge. And it makes more sense because if you're a normie, someone that's not in crypto, or even someone that's half in crypto, you understand, okay, I'm going to bet on the next president, UK prime minister election. That's something I relate to. I know what's going on because it's my country. I can participate in it, right? Or I can bet on, hey, is this drink going to sell out or not? I can do my research. I have an edge. And your edge is doing research that other people aren't willing to do. Whereas meme coins, there's no research. It's just a game of insider trading. And that's fine. It's the name of the game. It's a casino. You have to be okay with, you have to accept the fact that that's going to happen. It happens not just in meme coins. It happens in major coins all the time. They were talking about DATs, right? It happens with DATs all the time, by the way. But with prediction markets, I think that you have a different edge. And it allows you, the reader or the listener, to actually participate.
So talk to me a little bit about the current landscape of prediction market platforms. You have Polymarket, first mover, so they probably have the highest market share. You have Kalshi, there's Limitless. Where does Myriad fit into all of that? And how do you view yourself versus the other larger players in the market right now?
Polymarket, Kalshi, Myriad. Like, that's the way I say it. That's the way I see it. I'm always going to say it like this. We're going to be the de facto number 3 by the time we're done with the few things that we've got coming up. And then we're going to go for gold. That's how I tell my team every day. I remind them this is the golden mission. Polymarket just raised at $9 billion valuation recently with the $2 billion raised from the NYSE, right? Which is insane. That's just, like, they literally were written off last year. Shane was arrested by the FBI. His house was raided. He's the founder of Polymarket, right? And a year later, the NYSE gave him $2 billion at a $9 billion valuation. He's now disrupting an entire industry. Kalshi, similar position. They were the first legal prediction markets in the USA. They got a DCM license. They partnered with Robinhood to start prediction contracts on Robinhood. Absurd. Insane when you think about it, right? And now raised at a $5 billion valuation led by the biggest VCs on earth. Similarly with us, last year, when we tried to raise some money, right, a year and a half ago into the thing, it's like, no, you're never going to be able to raise any money. What you're doing is stupid. That's never going to last. You're never going to compete with Polymarket. Oh, but there's a Scash. You're never going to compete. But why? How many exchanges are there? There's Coinbase, but then respectfully to Coinbase, there's Binance, Kraken, and not everybody needs to be the biggest, right? Because if you're telling me that I can sell it for third, that means my company's worth $2 billion, by the way. That's not too shabby. But the thing is, the industry is about to take another 10x leg up. So it's like the landscape, we haven't even touched it. And by the way, there could be a world where Polymarket and Kalshi are not become the AOLs of this industry. I don't believe so personally. I think Polymarket is going to be the de facto biggest mover and shaker of this industry. I'm a huge fan of what they're building. Talk to them often. Think they're great. But there's still that option. There's also that option that we don't succeed and that somebody else comes in with an incredible idea and takes us all out. So there's a lot of them happening. We co-hosted an event with Kalshi and Solana actually in Singapore during Token 2049, and I got to meet a bunch of other prediction markets founders, and this is why I say it reminds me of NFTs, because there's the same energy in the room. Remember when we used to go to NFT events? It was all these founders, and then they ended up being the Bored Apes and the Rect and the Pudgies and us and this and that. It was the same energy, right? Everyone's trying to build some cool shit.
Right, so here's a question for you.
Uh-oh.
It's not a hard one.
It's a good moderator.
It's actually a bit of a layup for you. But, okay, so I've listened to everything you've said. I'm buying into it. I'm really bullish on prediction markets. How, as a retail trader, as someone who doesn't have access to invest in private rounds, how does someone express that view? How does someone put on a trade which gives them exposure to not the actual prediction markets themselves? I don't want to bet on Trump, this, blah, 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 but how do I place a bet which gives me a stake in the actual industry itself exploding? How does someone do that?
Well, right now it's a little hard because there's no prediction market tokens, right? There's a few that are starting to launch. So I think it's having exposure to prediction market tokens is the best way. We don't even have a token yet. We've announced TGEs. We've talked about token openly. We've talked about having skin in the game with us on the Rock Radio side. That's now closed. The best way to do so, and I believe it's the same for most prediction markets, is just participate within this and accumulate points. Because when there's an upcoming TGE, you'll be able to do so. We're looking and evaluating, I don't know if you did that yourself, echo rounds and stuff like that to see how different ICO platforms work. So we're looking at all the other different platforms, seeing how they function, which one's the best for our holders. I wish I could have done something cool like you where you did equity to all the Reg Guy holders, but it's much harder now. I think Polymarket and NASDAQ NYSE are going to try and find a way to do a token that somewhat gives equity to the people. I feel like they're doing a dual token, which would be insane. So I'm just waiting for the US landscape, which is kind of why regardless of what you think of President Trump, that was a good thing for him to come in because they're actually evolving the landscape in the USA, which will allow us to do more things legally. and we're able to like try more things. So for us, like it's either, you know, we go TG route, ICO route, or we're exploring things. Like where you've got a lot of lawyers on the legal side looking at how you can give people exposure to this. But for now, it's like participate, sign up, predict, rack up some points, and just participate within the prediction markets. It's like the only way to get exposure, really.
So take as many bets as possible.
Yeah.
Try not to lose too much money.
Yeah.
Try to make money. Obviously.
Try to make money. I mean,
and
you know,
accumulate as many points as possible. And that could be the next big airdrop, I guess, is
that's
the idea of it. Yeah. And how do you guys feel about the regulatory landscape? I know you just touched on it now, but in terms of prediction markets themselves, should it be regulated as something that's gambling? Should it be regulated as securities is the wrong word, but it's a market, right? People are trading this stuff. Like, how do you think about that in terms of how that's pitched to a retail investor or just a retail person?
I feel like most people always see it as gambling, though I'm always half-half. Like sometimes I tell our CEO docs, I'm like, look, like at the end of the day, like it's somewhat of a form of hyper gambling. You're just able to like actually like bet on an outcome of something that you believe would happen. But in a way, it's not the same because I actually like to gamble. I go to the casino, I play, I love it actually. It's probably because I'm in this industry. And I never feel the same when I place a prediction. When I place a prediction, I feel a little more sophisticated. You know that Winnie the Pooh meme?
You're lying to yourself.
Sophisticated, it's like predicting and gambling. But I genuinely think it's mostly like, it's the closest thing is probably to trading.
Yeah.
Right? It requires a DCM license. We're actually working, it takes a year, we're 3 months in. And it takes a designated contract markets license to trade these. And you're probably familiar with that, a DCM. And then Polymarket had to acquire an exchange. So they have a DCM and DCO. So that's how it's being worded in the USA, right? So they're contracts, they're designated contracts that you're trading. That's all there is.
Cool, awesome. Well, I think we are coming up to time.
Yeah.
How do people find you? Where do people go to get involved in Myriad? What should people be doing on Myriad? Is there anything you can hint or drop or alpha you can share before we let everyone crack on with their day?
I think the alpha was really in the last question, right? Like I would participate in Myriad markets, play around with it. There's a points program, by the way, and there's also points market. So you don't have to use dollars if you don't want to. Like that's was one big thing we're on. Like you don't
so you can get points for not spending any money.
You don't have to spend money.
Basically free money.
Yeah, it's free. Like you can just play with free money, and then once you get confident, you can go ahead and put your USDC in there and play around. And that's it. Really, I would pay attention to that. Of course, keep reading the Crypt Media. It's the best news site in crypto. You already know. Shout out to the other ones, but I love the Crypt. It's my baby. And then Rug Radio. Listen to the show every day with Mando. You know, sometimes when stuff comes on, Tyler and myself, every day 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. BST. We host a great show, and that's it. That's us.
Well, Farek, it's been a pleasure.
You're a great moderator, Ovi.
Thank you.
Look at you. Should do that more often. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Thanks, everyone.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Farek and OSF. You know, amazing. We've never gone Zebu Live this long, so for everyone else that stayed here right until the end, thank you so much. This has been day one. It's been our biggest show yet. We're still learning. We're still growing. And it's all made possible by everyone that gives up their time and their energy. So thank you so, so much for coming. We're going again tomorrow. We have a big after party at E1. There's Bitwise drinks over there. There's an APG happening over there. There's a party at E1 as well, and there's other drinks. So thank you so much for giving up your time and being here. It's been an amazing day. I hope you've all enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
The sunlight, darkness can't hold it.